Welcome back. Today, we're diving into a topic that's both fascinating and frankly, quite scary, the dark web. You've probably heard about it, that hidden part of the internet often linked with crime. Well, we've collected some truly chilling stories that are reported to be real experiences and crimes originating from the dark web. These aren't your average spooky tales. They touch on the genuine dangers and unsettling events that can happen when anonymity meets criminal intent online. So, grab your headphones, maybe turn down the lights, or perhaps keep them on. Let's get into this clip featuring true dark web scary stories. I'm Josh. Just a regular college kid, 19, trying to navigate the glorious maze that is higher education and the awkward transition into actual adulthood. Most days are a blur of lukewarm coffee, questionable cafeteria food, lectures I half listen to, and the constant low-grade anxiety about student loans and whether I'm actually learning anything useful. But this particular weekend was supposed to be different. A break. A reset button, sort of. My parents decided to visit my aunt and uncle a few states over, a long drive they weren't looking forward to, but insisted they needed. Which meant, for the first time in months, I had the house completely to myself. Now, I know what you might be thinking. House alone. Party time. Not me, though. I'm not exactly a social butterfly, more of a moth drawn to the warm glow of my computer screen. My idea of a wild Friday night involves ordering pizza, binge-watching something questionable, and maybe diving down a few internet rabbit holes. This weekend was shaping up to be peak Josh time. 2 glorious days and nights of uninterrupted solitude, the kind you only truly appreciate after months of dorm life and shared spaces. The house felt quiet. Not in a creepy way, at first. Just empty. The usual hum of the dishwasher, the creak of my dad's favorite armchair when he sits down, my mom's slightly off-key singing from the kitchen, all gone. Replaced by a profound stillness that was initially peaceful. I spent Saturday morning sleeping in way too late, then wandered downstairs in my pajamas, making a truly terrible attempt at cooking breakfast. The afternoon was dedicated to video games, losing myself in a virtual world where the stakes were high but the consequences were just a respawn button. By late afternoon, the novelty of the quiet had started to wear off, replaced by a creeping sense of boredom. I'd exhausted my current game, scrolled through social media until my thumb ached, and even attempted to read a chapter of a textbook. Yeah, boredom was that bad. My phone buzzed occasionally with messages from friends, mostly mundane stuff about their own weekends, reminding me I was opting out of the typical Saturday night college scene. And honestly, I was fine with that. Or so I told myself. The internet became my last frontier. I started clicking on anything that looked vaguely interesting. News articles, conspiracy theories, the mild, fun kind, like whether Bigfoot prefers decaf, forums dedicated to obscure hobbies. I was just killing time, drifting through the digital ocean with no real destination. That's when I saw it. It was on some forum I'd never been on before, linked from a link I couldn't even remember clicking. The page itself was minimalist, almost stark. Black background, white text, no fancy graphics or ads. Just threads with cryptic titles. Most of them looked like typical internet chatter, maybe a bit more technical or niche than I was used to. But one caught my eye. It wasn't a thread title, more like a banner at the top, set apart from everything else. It simply read, Curious about what's really out there? True dark web experience. Below it was a single, plain hyperlink. Now, I'd heard of the dark web, of course. Who hasn't? It's the stuff of urban legends and news headlines about hackers and illegal marketplaces. It sounded dangerous, forbidden. And that, I guess, is exactly what made it alluring in that moment of profound boredom. A tiny voice in the back of my head, the one that usually whispers sensible things like maybe don't eat that week-old pizza, screamed no. Absolutely not. But the louder voice, the one fueled by lethargy and a misguided sense of digital bravado, was far more persuasive. It said, "Come on, Josh. It's probably nothing. Just some fake link, a prank. Or maybe it's actually interesting. A real glimpse behind the curtain." I hovered my mouse cursor over the link. My heart rate picked up a little. It felt like standing on the edge of a cliff, peering into something unknown. There was a weird mix of fear and excitement bubbling in my stomach. What if it was something real? What would I see? Would it be terrifying? Illegal? Or just boring? The thought of it just being a dud, a disappointment after all this internal debate, was almost enough to make me click just to end the suspense. I hesitated for another few seconds, my finger poised over the left mouse button. I took a deep breath. "Okay," I muttered to the empty room. "Let's see." And I clicked. Nothing happened immediately. The page just sat there. No dramatic swirling vortex, no sirens going off on my computer. I felt a pang of something akin to disappointment. See? I thought. Just a fake. I was about to close the browser tab when it happened. My webcam light flickered on. It wasn't a bright, steady light like when I intentionally use it for a video call. It was a quick, almost imperceptible flicker, just enough to catch my eye in the dim light of my room. I froze. My hand jerked back from the mouse. I hadn't opened any camera app. I hadn't gone to any website that would normally request access to my camera. In fact, I rarely used the built-in webcam on my laptop. I had an external one I preferred for actual calls. The built-in one was usually ignored, a dormant eye on my screen bezel. But its little green indicator light was definitely, undeniably, on. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe a background process? An update? But none of that made sense. Updates usually notify you. Background processes don't just randomly activate your hardware. The only thing that had changed in the last minute was clicking that link. A cold knot formed in my stomach. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't a dud link. Something was happening. I stared at the screen, then at the tiny green light. It stayed on, a silent, accusatory stare. My room felt suddenly smaller, the air thicker. The quiet house was no longer peaceful. It was unnervingly still, like the world outside had paused, leaving me exposed. Then, a message appeared on my screen. It didn't pop up in a new window or a browser tab. It was different. It looked like it was burned onto the display itself. The letters weren't part of an application or a web page. They were superimposed over everything, stark white against the desktop image, flickering slightly as if struggling to maintain their form. They seemed to radiate a faint, unsettling glow. The message was short. Horrifically short. Enjoy your solitude, Josh. We're watching. My blood ran cold. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, terrifying silence of the house. They knew my name. They knew I was alone. We're watching. The words hung in the air, not just on the screen, but seemingly echoing in the room and my head. The webcam light felt like an eye, an actual eye staring at me, seeing my panic, my fear. The solitude I had craved just hours ago had been twisted into something sinister, something isolating and vulnerable. I wasn't alone anymore. I was being watched. My hands started to tremble. I wanted to slam my laptop shut, rip out the power cord, throw it out the window. But I was frozen, unable to move, my eyes glued to the horrifying message and the glowing green dot on my webcam. Who was watching? What did they want? And how did they know my name? The questions swirled in my head, each one more terrifying than the last. This wasn't a game. This wasn't a digital prank. This was real. And it had started the moment I clicked that damn link. My quiet weekend home alone had just become a nightmare. And I had a sickening feeling it was just beginning. I stayed like that for what felt like an eternity, staring at the message, at the light, listening to the sound of my own ragged breathing. The silence of the house was now filled with the phantom whispers of being observed. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every creak of the old house seemed like a footstep. I was trapped in my own home, the watcher and the watched, and the terrifying reality was that they had initiated contact. They had announced their presence, and I had no idea what they were planning to do next. My mind flashed back to the forum, the link, the nonchalant way it had been presented. A true dark web experience. Was this it? Was this what lay beyond the normal internet? Not just illegal goods or shady services, but surveillance? Terror? A direct invasion of your private space? The sheer audacity of it, the way they just broadcasted their intrusion, was almost as horrifying as the intrusion itself. They weren't hiding. They wanted me to know they were there. They wanted me to be scared. And I was. More scared than I had ever been in my life. The kind of fear that paralyzes you, that makes your body feel heavy and disconnected. I was a college kid, alone in his house, and some unknown entity from the darkest corners of the internet had just informed me they were watching me through my own device. The feeling of violation was immense, but it was overshadowed by the primal terror of being hunted, or perhaps toyed with. They had chosen me. Why? What was I to them? Just a random target? Or was there something more? The possibilities were endless and uniformly terrifying. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that my quiet weekend was over. Something dark had just entered my life, and I had invited it in with a single click. The glow of the webcam light felt like a brand, marking me as seen, as known. And the message on the screen was a promise. A terrifying, chilling promise. They were watching, and I had absolutely no idea what to do about it. Panic set in like a tidal wave, washing away any semblance of calm I had moments before. My first instinct was primal: shut it down. Kill the machine that was betraying me. My trembling hands fumbled for the edge of the laptop, aiming for the power button. but my fingers wouldn't obey. They hovered inches away, frozen by a fear so intense it felt physical. It wasn't just a fear of the unknown watchers, it was a fear of what might happen if I tried to break the connection. Would shutting it down just make them angry? Would it trigger something worse? The uncertainty was paralyzing. I forced myself to take another shaky breath, trying to think logically through the haze of terror. Okay, webcam. The light is on. That means it's active, transmitting. But transmitting what? Just a video feed of me sitting here like a stunned deer? And that message burned onto the screen? How is that even possible? It defied everything I knew about computers. It wasn't an image file, wasn't a text document. It was just there, superimposed, a malignant watermark. My eyes darted from the screen to the webcam light, then around the room, searching for something, anything, that felt wrong, felt watched. The familiar objects of my bedroom, the posters on the wall, the piles of clothes, the overflowing bookshelf, suddenly felt alien, static witnesses to my violation. The silence pressed in, heavy and suffocating. Finally, I managed to move. Not to shut the laptop, but to try and interact with the terrifying message. I reached out a trembling finger and tried to touch the white letters on the screen, half expecting them to be raised, physical. Of course, they weren't. My finger passed over the glass, the letters remaining stubbornly in place, unwavering. It was digital, yet it felt more real than anything else in the room. I tried clicking around the message. Nothing. No context menu, no way to select the text, no indication that it was part of an application I could close or minimize. It was like a ghost in the machine, layered over the operating system itself. It was paramount, dominant. My desktop icons were still visible underneath, functioning normally, but the message was front and center, an inescapable truth. Then, I tried moving the mouse cursor over the message. It didn't change, didn't offer a tooltip or a pointer change. It just remained the standard arrow, impotently gliding over the chilling words. I dragged the cursor across the screen, trying to select the text, maybe copy it. Nothing. It was untouchable, unselectable. It was purely a display, a declaration. Next, I tried minimizing all my open windows. The browser, where I had clicked the link, disappeared into the taskbar. My game launcher went away. My desktop was clear, just the wallpaper and the icons. But the message stayed. It wasn't tied to any specific program. It was rooted deeper, somewhere I couldn't access. That's when the true depth of the intrusion hit me. This wasn't just a malicious script running in a browser. This felt like something that had bypassed the usual digital defenses, something that had wormed its way into the core of my system, maybe even lower. My mind went to malware, viruses. Should I run an antivirus scan? But how effective would that be against something that could do this? And how would I even initiate a scan with that message blinding part of my screen and my webcam still glowing, staring? I thought about disconnecting the internet. If they were watching, presumably they needed a connection. I could just pull the Ethernet cable or turn off the Wi-Fi. But the message wasn't fluctuating, wasn't showing any signs of connection issues. And the webcam light was steady. What if they had already downloaded something? What if the link was just a door, and they were already inside? Disconnecting might just cut off my ability to research, to get help. It might leave me even more isolated. I looked at the webcam again. The tiny green light. It felt like a physical connection between their world and mine. My gaze lingered on it, and I had the unsettling sensation that whatever was on the other side wasn't just passively receiving a feed. It felt like it was seeing me, processing my reactions, perhaps even reacting in turn. Was someone or something watching me in real time? A live audience to my terror? As if in response to my morbid thought, the text on the screen flickered more intensely this time. It didn't change, the words remained the same, but the flickering increased, becoming more erratic, almost aggressive. It was like the message itself was alive, agitated. My breath hitched in my throat. Then, slowly, subtly, things in the room started to feel off. It began with the sound, or rather, the lack of it. The usual background hum of the house, the refrigerator downstairs, the faint traffic noise from outside, the distant chirping of crickets seemed to fade, replaced by an absolute, unnatural silence. It was the kind of silence that presses on your eardrums, that makes you feel like you're underwater. My own breathing sounded impossibly loud in this void. Then, the shadows seemed to deepen. I hadn't turned on the main light in my room, relying on the soft glow of my monitor and a desk lamp. But now, the corners of the room seemed to recede into impenetrable darkness. Shapes in the periphery seemed to shift, just at the edge of my vision. I'd whip my head around, but there would be nothing there, just the familiar, static objects, now imbued with a sinister potential. My eyes darted nervously, scanning the room, half expecting to see a shape detach itself from the darkness, but also dreading it. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. This wasn't just digital anymore. It felt like it was spilling over, affecting my physical environment, or at least my perception of it. The watchers weren't just in my computer, they were somehow in the house with me, their presence manifesting as this oppressive silence and shifting darkness. The message on the screen flickered again, and this time, the words seemed to stretch slightly, distorting for a fraction of a second before snapping back to their original form. Enjoy your solitude, Josh. We're watching. It was a taunt, a chilling reminder that my isolation wasn't a comfort, but a vulnerability they were exploiting. I gripped the edges of my desk, my knuckles white. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit here and be terrorized. My phone. I could call someone. The police. My parents. My friends. Who would even believe me? Yeah, hi. I clicked a link on the dark web and now my computer is haunted and I think someone's watching me and making the room dark. I sounded insane even in my own head. But I had to try. I reached for my phone, which was sitting on the desk near my laptop. As my fingers closed around it, the screen of my laptop flashed. Not the message this time, but the entire display went white for a split second, then returned to normal, the message and my desktop icons reappearing. It was a jarring visual assault, accompanied by a high-pitched whine that seemed to emanate from the laptop itself, a sound that vibrated in my teeth. And then, the message changed. It didn't rewrite itself or scroll. A new line appeared below the first, the same unsettling white characters, burned into the display. Calling for help, Josh. Don't bother. We're closer than you think. My hand froze on my phone. They knew. They knew what I was thinking. They weren't just watching, they were reading my mind, anticipating my actions. The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me, colder and sharper than before. This wasn't just surveillance, it was something far more invasive, something that felt supernatural in its ability to know my intentions. I looked at the webcam light, at the 2 lines of text now on my screen. "Enjoy your solitude, Josh. We're watching. Calling for help, Josh. Don't bother. We're closer than you think." The words were a cage, locking me into my fear, cutting off any avenue of escape or assistance. They were closer than I thought. Where? In the house. Outside. Everywhere. The silence in the room deepened further, if that was even possible. The air felt heavy, thick with an unseen presence. The shadows seemed to writhe at the edges of my vision. I wasn't alone. They were here. With me. In the house. The solitude I had welcomed had turned into the ultimate trap, and the watchers were now sharing it with me. I didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe too loudly. Every cell in my body screamed at me to run, to hide, but I was rooted to the spot, exposed and vulnerable, waiting for whatever came next. The webcam light, that single point of glowing green, felt like a predator's eye in the dark, and I was its prey. My weekend alone was officially over. The true horror had just begun its chilling unfold. I was being hunted in my own home, and they wanted me to know it. I stared at the screen, at the terrifying message, at the unwavering green light. My world had shrunk to this room, this computer, and the unseen entities that had invaded both. The night stretched ahead, long and dark, and I had a dreadful certainty that it would bring more than just silence and shadows. It would bring them closer. The silence, thick and absolute, was broken by a sound I couldn't immediately identify. It was faint at first, a soft, rhythmic scrape, coming from downstairs. My blood ran colder, somehow, than it already was. "We're closer than you think." The words echoed in my mind, intertwining with the chilling sound from below. It wasn't my imagination. They weren't just in my computer, not just influencing my perception of the room. They were physically here. I strained my ears, every nerve ending screaming at me to stay still, to be quiet. The scraping continued, slow and deliberate. It sounded like something being dragged across the hardwood floor in the living room, heavy and unwieldy. Scrape, scrape. The sound rose and fell with agonizing slowness, making its way towards the stairs. My eyes darted to my bedroom door. It was closed, thank God. But it felt flimsy, utterly inadequate as a barrier against whatever was making that sound. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Every muscle in my body was tensed, ready to bolt, but where would I go? Out the window? And then what? Run through the neighborhood screaming about digital ghosts and scraping noises? The scraping stopped. The sudden absence of the sound was almost more terrifying than the sound itself. Now there was only the oppressive silence again, punctuated by my own ragged breathing. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. Had it stopped? Or was it just waiting? Then I heard it. A faint creak from the first step of the stairs. Then another. Slow, heavy footsteps ascending the staircase. Creak, creak. They weren't trying to be quiet. They wanted me to hear them. They wanted me to know they were coming. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, a desperate, futile attempt to block it out, to make it not real. When I opened them, my gaze snapped back to the laptop screen. The webcam light was still on, steady now, no longer flickering. The message was still there. Enjoy your solitude, Josh. We're watching. Calling for help, Josh. Don't bother. We're closer than you think. It felt like a status update, a confirmation of my impending doom. The footsteps continued their slow, relentless climb. Creak, creak. They were halfway up the stairs now. I could picture the layout of the house in my mind, the landing, the short hallway leading to my room. They were getting closer. So much closer. My mind raced, desperate for a solution. The phone was still in my hand, forgotten. What if I just called 911 and left the line open? Let them hear the footsteps, the terror in my voice. But the message had said don't bother. Did they have control over my phone too? Could they cut the call? Or worse, could they somehow use it against me? The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. Silence again. A different kind of silence this time, tense and waiting, just outside my door. I could almost feel a presence on the other side, heavy and expectant. My skin crawled. The air in the room grew colder, prickling on my arms. My gaze was fixed on the door. I could see the faint line of light beneath it. Was I imagining it, or was the air on the other side thicker, darker? I didn't dare move. Didn't dare make a sound. On the laptop screen, the text began to change again. This time, it didn't just add a line. The original words dissolved, melting like burning film, the stark white characters bleeding into each other before reforming into new words. It was slow, agonizing to watch, the process itself sickeningly organic. The new message solidified, line by line. Time's up, Josh. We're here. Look. Just look. 3 chilling letters. Look at what? The screen? The door? Around the room? As the word look finished forming, a single, sharp rap echoed from my bedroom door. Rap. It wasn't a polite knock. It was firm, demanding. It sliced through the silence like a knife. I flinched violently, a choked gasp escaping my lips. My eyes were wide, fixed on the door. My entire body trembled. Another rap. Rap. Closer this time, it seemed. Or maybe that was just my fear distorting things. My eyes darted back to the screen. The webcam light was now pulsing faintly, a soft, rhythmic glow that mirrored the beating of my terrified heart. The words "Time's up, Josh. We're here." Look remained static and menacing. I couldn't take it anymore. The waiting, the silence, the knowledge that they were right outside. My fear gave way to a desperate surge of adrenaline. I scrambled back from the desk, knocking my chair over with a clatter that sounded deafening in the oppressive quiet. My eyes frantically scanned the room for a weapon, anything. A lamp? A textbook? Useless. My gaze landed on the door again. It seemed darker now, the wood grain swirling in unnatural patterns under the faint light from my monitor. Rap. Louder this time. It vibrated through the floor, through my very bones. It felt like whatever was outside was hitting the door with immense force, yet the sound was still just a rap, not a pound or a bang. Controlled. Deliberate. Against my better judgment, against every instinct screaming at me to run, I found myself slowly turning back towards the laptop screen, drawn by the pulsing light of the webcam. The message was still there, but now something else was happening on the screen. Below the words, filling the rest of the display, was static. Not the fuzzy kind you see on an old TV, but sharp, black and white noise that seemed to writhe and shift. And within the static, faint at first, then clearer, I could make out shapes. It was a video feed. Coming from my webcam. It was pointed at me. But that wasn't the horrifying part. The horrifying part was what else was in the frame. Reflected faintly in the lens of the webcam, a dark, distorted shape. And behind me, just visible in the edge of the webcam's wide-angle view, a shadow that was too tall, too angular, standing silently in the corner of my room near the closet. It hadn't just been scraping on the floor. It hadn't just been climbing the stairs. While I was paralyzed by fear, staring at the door, something had entered my room. It was behind me. My blood froze entirely. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. My gaze was locked on the screen, on my own terrified face staring back, and the impossible shadow lurking in the background of the feed. The rap came again, from the door. But this time, it wasn't just a rap. It was followed by a low, wet slithering sound from the corner of the room. I didn't scream. I couldn't. No sound would come out. My body was rigid, locked in abject terror. On the screen, the static intensified, the image of my room and the shadow flickering violently. The message changed one last time, the words burning themselves onto the screen with a final, searing intensity. We're not just watching anymore, Josh. And then, the screen went black. The webcam light went out. The scraping and slithering sound stopped. The oppressive silence returned, deeper, heavier than before. But the presence in the room didn't leave. I could feel it, a cold, malevolent weight in the air behind me. I stayed frozen, staring at the now dark screen, the last terrifying message seared into my mind's eye. I didn't dare turn around. I didn't dare look at the corner where I had seen the shadow. My weekend alone was over. My life, as I knew it, was over. I had clicked a link, sought a thrill in the digital abyss, and something had followed me back. It wasn't just watching anymore. It was here. In the dark. With me. And the long, silent night had just begun. I was no longer the watcher. I was just the observed. And the silence held its breath, waiting for the next move, knowing I was trapped. And alone. Truly, utterly alone. My name's Sarah. Just Sarah. Sounds pretty ordinary, right? Like someone who worries about calculus homework and whether or not they'll get asked to the spring dance. Well, maybe that was me, once upon a time. Before everything changed. Before the silence of being home alone twisted into something predatory. Before I decided that curiosity killed the cat was just a tired cliche, not a dire warning. It was a Friday night. Crisp, cool air was finally pushing out the last vestiges of the muggy summer heat, hinting at autumn. My parents had just left, their car pulling out of the driveway with a cheerful honk that felt miles away even before they reached the end of the street. Their silver anniversary trip. 2 whole weeks in Maui. My dad had practically vibrated with excitement for months. My mom, ever the planner, had left me with enough casseroles to feed a small army and a list of emergency contacts longer than my arm. Now, Sarah Bear, Dad had said, pulling me into a hug that smelled faintly of his aftershave in anticipation, you be good. No wild parties, you hear? I'd laughed and promised, already mentally calculating how much uninterrupted Netflix time I was about to have. Freedom. That's what it felt like at first. The house, usually humming with the low background noise of 2 other people, was eerily quiet. A big, empty canvas of possibility. I could eat ice cream for dinner, leave my shoes wherever I wanted, blast my music without headphones. The sheer, unadulterated solitude was a novelty, a little thrill. I spent the first few hours exactly as planned, sprawling on the couch in my pajamas, binging a trashy reality show, and texting my best friend, Chloe, about my newfound liberation. But as the evening wore on, the novelty began to wear thin. The quiet started to feel less like freedom and more like absence. Every creak of the house settling, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside the window seemed amplified, sharper. The darkness outside felt heavier, pressing against the window panes. My phone screen, usually a source of endless distraction, felt inadequate against the growing sense of isolation. That's when the other feeling crept in. It wasn't loneliness, not exactly. It was a prickle of something more akin to defiance. Or maybe just plain old, dumb adolescent recklessness. My parents were gone. No rules. No one to tell me no. The internet, usually my playground, suddenly felt too small. I heard the whispers, of course. Everyone had. Stories traded in hushed tones in school hallways, coded conversations online. The dark web. The part of the internet that wasn't indexed by search engines, the place where the real, uncensored stuff allegedly lived. A place of secrets and forbidden knowledge. A place for people who weren't afraid. And in that moment, feeling brave, maybe a little stupid, and undeniably bored, I decided I wanted to be one of those people. I wanted to see what was behind the digital curtain. I knew the basics. You needed Tor. Anonymity was key. Don't click on anything you don't understand. Armed with a potent mix of curiosity and overconfidence, I downloaded the browser, followed a few guides I found on a less than savory forum, and took the plunge. The initial experience wasn't what the urban legends promised. It wasn't a den of iniquity and instant terror. It was slow. Frustratingly slow. And mostly dull. Pages took forever to load, and when they did, they were often just poorly designed forums, strange marketplaces selling things I didn't understand and didn't want to, and conspiracy theory websites that made the ones on the regular internet look tame. I navigated through layers of onion addresses, feeling less like a daring explorer and more like I was trapped in a digital swamp. I was about to give up, to retreat back to the safety of streaming services and social media, when I stumbled upon it. A link on a hidden wiki, the kind that listed other hidden sites, simply labeled feeds. No description, no context. Just that one word. Intrigued, and thinking it might be some kind of pirated TV streams, I clicked. It led to a forum. Unlike the others I'd seen, this one was minimalist, stark. White text on a black background. No fancy graphics, no avatars. Just lists of links, each one labeled with something cryptic. Subject 1, basement. Subject 2, warehouse. And then, lower down, almost lost in the list, Subject 3, home alone. My heart gave a little hitch. Home alone. That felt personal. Too close. It was probably just a coincidence, right? Some generic title for a feed of someone, well, home alone. Maybe a security camera stream? Curiosity, the dangerous kind, won out over the growing unease. I clicked the link for Subject 3, Home Alone. A video player appeared on the screen. It was small, low resolution, but it was a live feed. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the gloom. The image was shaky, the lighting poor. It looked like a room. A messy room. There were clothes on the floor, a desk, a computer monitor casting a pale glow. The camera angle was all wrong, positioned high up in a corner, looking down at a strange, oblique angle. It wasn't a typical security camera feed. Those were usually mounted more obviously, or integrated into smart home systems. This felt hidden, secretive. A figure was visible in the feed, sitting at the desk, illuminated by the monitor. Their back was mostly to the camera, hunched over the computer. I couldn't make out any features, but the build, the way their hair fell, it looked familiar. Uncomfortably familiar. I leaned closer to my own screen, squinting. Who was this? Why was this feed here? The questions tumbled through my mind, pushing aside the lingering fear. Was it some kind of weird reality show? A voyeuristic experiment? Then, the figure in the low-resolution feed shifted slightly. Just a small movement, a turn of the head, a subtle adjustment of their posture. The pale light from the monitor caught their face for just a second, illuminating it in the gloom. My breath caught in my throat. The blood drained from my face, leaving my skin feeling icy cold. My heart, which had been beating with a sort of detached curiosity, suddenly hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. It was me. The person in the feed. The figure hunched over the computer in that dimly lit room. It was undeniably, horrifyingly me. The same messy ponytail, the same oversized hoodie I'd been wearing all evening, the same everything. But that wasn't the worst part. As I stared, transfixed in a mixture of terror and disbelief, I noticed something else. The me on the screen was moving slightly differently than I was. There was a minuscule delay. When I blinked, the me on the screen blinked a fraction of a second later. When I shifted in my chair, the me in the feed followed. It was like watching a delayed echo of myself. It was me, sitting right here at my computer, maybe 10 seconds in the past. The implication hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't a recording. This wasn't some old video. This was live. Someone was watching me. Right now. In my own house. And they had a camera set up that I hadn't seen. Positioned in a corner, looking down. Where? Where could it be? I frantically scanned the ceiling, the walls, the bookshelves in my room. Nothing. No blinking red lights, no strange devices. Just the familiar clutter of my bedroom. But the feed didn't lie. There I was, frozen on my own screen, living out a moment that had just happened. The mundane act of sitting at my computer, exploring the darkest corners of the internet, was being broadcast to God knows who, on a hidden forum I'd stumbled upon by pure, horrifying chance. Who were the other subjects? Basement? Warehouse? Were they also unaware victims? Were they being watched, their lives turned into macabre entertainment? And why subject 3? Had there been others before me? What had happened to them? The initial fear transformed into a cold, creeping dread that spread through my limbs, making them feel heavy and unresponsive. My mind raced, trying to process the impossible. A camera in my room. A live feed of me. On the dark web. I wanted to scream, to run, to call for help. But the sheer, paralyzing terror held me captive. My eyes were glued to the screen, to the image of myself, a ghost from a few seconds ago, oblivious to the fact that her privacy had been violated in the most absolute, terrifying way. The silence of the house, which I had initially welcomed, now felt like a heavy blanket, muffling any sound I might make, isolating me completely. I was home alone, just as the feed title said. Utterly, terrifyingly alone. And someone, somewhere, was watching my every move. The feed continued to play, a constant, chilling reminder that I was no longer just Sarah, the girl home alone. I was subject 3. I had ventured into the dark web looking for thrills, for something forbidden. And I had found it. But it wasn't a passive experience. I hadn't just observed the darkness. The darkness had reached out and pulled me in. I was the show now. And I had no idea who my audience was or what they wanted. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a drumbeat of pure, unadulterated fear in the suffocating silence of my own home. What was I going to do? How could I even begin to comprehend this? The image on the screen of me sitting there became a mirror reflecting not just my physical appearance, but the horrifying reality I had just stumbled into. I was trapped, exposed, and utterly helpless. My fingers hovered over the mouse, rigid with shock. The me on the screen just sat there, a frozen tableau of my own recent past. The 10-second delay felt like an eternity, a yawning chasm between my current horrifying reality and the blissfully ignorant version of myself I was watching. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. Every instinct screamed at me to slam the laptop shut, to rip the power cord from the wall, to pretend I had never seen it. But another, morbid part of me, the same part that had led me down this rabbit hole in the first place, kept me rooted to the spot, my eyes wide and fixed on the terrifying reflection of my immediate past. Where was it? Where was the camera? I tore my gaze from the screen and frantically scanned my room again. My bedroom. My sanctuary. Now a stage for some unknown audience. The bookshelves lined with familiar paperbacks, the posters of bands I liked tacked to the walls, the laundry basket overflowing with clothes. It all looked normal. Deceptively normal. I got up slowly, my legs shaky, and did a slow, trembling 360-degree turn, my eyes sweeping over every surface. The ceiling fan, the lamp on my bedside table, the stack of art supplies in the corner, the closed door leading out into the hallway. Nothing seemed out of place. No tiny lens glinting, No unfamiliar wires, no strange devices perched precariously anywhere. Yet, the feed was still there. Unchanging, unwavering. Showing me a slightly delayed version of me, getting up and looking around frantically. The me on the screen was doing exactly what I was doing now. It was like watching a nightmare unfold in real time, except the person the nightmare was happening to was me. I crept towards the corner the feed seemed to be coming from, based on the angle. It was the far corner of my room, near the ceiling, above my dresser. I stood on my tiptoes, peering up. Dust bunnies clung to the molding, a forgotten cobweb stretched lazily from the wall to the ceiling fan blade. Nothing else. No smoke detector that looked a little too large, no weirdly placed air freshener, nothing remotely resembling a camera. It was invisible. Perfectly hidden. A new wave of terror washed over me. If I couldn't find it, that meant whoever put it there was good. Professional, maybe? The thought was even more chilling. This wasn't a prank by a friend, or some random hacker stumbling into an unsecured webcam feed. This was deliberate. Targeted. Hello? I whispered, the sound barely audible in the heavy silence of the house. My voice was hoarse, trembling. I stared up at the empty corner. Was the person watching me right now hearing me? Would they respond? Nothing. The feed continued to play, showing the me from 10 seconds ago whispering, looking up at the corner. It was a silent movie of my own fear. I backed away from the corner, feeling exposed and vulnerable. What did they want? Were they just watching? Or was this just the beginning? The creeps and whispers about the dark web flooded my mind, the truly disturbing stories, the ones I dismissed as urban legends. Was I about to become one of them? My gaze fell back to the screen. The me in the feed had finished looking at the corner and was now slowly walking back towards the desk. I mirrored the movement, a horrifying dance with myself. I sat back down in my chair, my hands shaking so badly I had to grip the edge of the desk to steady them. I needed to shut it down. I needed to disconnect. I reached for the mouse, my intention to close the browser window, to sever the horrifying connection. But my hand froze before I touched it. What if closing it made things worse? What if it alerted the person watching that I knew? Would they just leave, defeated? Or would they escalate? The thought of them knowing I was aware of being watched, while they remained unseen, was terrifying. It felt like holding a delicate, poisoned thread. One wrong move and the venom would spread. So, I didn't close it. I just watched. I watched myself on the screen, my past self, sitting back down at the desk, just as I had done moments ago. I watched myself stare at the screen, my face pale, my eyes wide with horror. It was a horrifying, recursive loop. Time seemed to stretch and warp. Every second felt like an hour. I sat there, a prisoner in my own room, watching my own captivity unfold on a 10-second delay. The house felt different now. Every shadow seemed deeper, every creak more sinister. The silence was no longer empty. It felt filled with a presence I couldn't see, but could feel pressing in on me. Was the watcher still in the house? Had they placed the camera and left? Or were they lurking somewhere within these walls, enjoying their macabre little show from just feet away? I forced myself to look away from the screen for a moment, to scan the room again. This time, I wasn't just looking for a camera. I was looking for anything out of the ordinary. Anything that didn't belong. My eyes landed on my bedroom door. It was closed. I always closed it when I was home alone. It made me feel safer. Now, it just felt like a barrier, trapping me inside with my unseen observer. A faint sound from downstairs made me jump. A floorboard creaked. My heart leaped into my throat. Was that the house settling? Or was someone down there? I strained my ears, listening intently. The silence returned, thick and heavy. Just my own ragged breathing filling the void. I looked back at the screen. The me in the feed was now reaching for her phone. My phone. I watched myself pick it up, my fingers fumbling slightly. What was I doing? Was I trying to call someone? Was I trying to text Chloe to tell her what was happening? I couldn't remember doing that just 10 seconds ago. My mind was a blur of panic. On the screen, past me unlocked the phone. My current self watched, a knot of anticipation tightening in my stomach. Who was I calling? Who could I possibly tell about this that wouldn't think I was completely insane? Then, past me froze, her thumb hovering over the screen. Her head tilted slightly, as if listening. Just like I was doing now. Listening to the silence. Waiting for another sound. And then it happened. On the screen, the phone in past me's hand vibrated. A notification appeared. And, 10 seconds later, my own phone, clutched in my trembling hand, vibrated too. I stared at the screen, then down at my own phone, my blood running cold. The same notification. At the exact moment the past me in the feed received it. This wasn't just a camera feed. It was integrated somehow. Connected to my devices. With trembling fingers, I looked at the notification. It was a message. Not a text message, but a notification from the same obscure forum where I had found the feed link. A private message. From a user named Watcher. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the notification, just as past me's thumb had hovered on the screen. Every fiber of my being screamed, "Do not open it." But the same twisted curiosity that had started this whole nightmare compelled me. I had to know. I had to know what Watcher wanted. Swallowing hard, I tapped the notification. The forum page loaded, already open to the private message thread with Watcher. There was only one message. Short. Chilling. Enjoying the show. Subject 3. Don't try to leave. Don't try to call for help. We wouldn't want anything unfortunate to happen while your audience is watching. My breath hitched. We? Not just one person? An audience? The words swam before my eyes. Don't try to leave. Don't try to call for help. The explicit threat was clear. They knew I knew. And they were warning me. I looked back at the feed on my laptop screen. Past me was reading the message. Her face, pale and drawn, was a mirror of my own terror. She looked up from the phone, her eyes wide, staring directly into the camera I couldn't see. It felt like she was staring directly at me, the me in the present, a silent scream passing between us across the 10-second divide. The silence in the house felt even more oppressive now. It wasn't just empty, It was expectant, as if the very air was holding its breath, waiting to see what Subject 3 would do next. I was caught in a loop of my own making, a horrifying feedback of past and present, watched by unseen eyes, controlled by an unseen hand. The realization settled deep in my bones, a cold, heavy weight. I wasn't just home alone anymore. I was home, and I was being hunted. I needed to think. But my mind was a chaotic storm of fear. My options felt terrifyingly limited. Run? Where? Who would believe me? Call the police. What would I tell them? There's a live feed of me on the dark web and someone is watching me in my house, but I can't find the camera. They think I was crazy, or it was a prank. And Watcher's message was a clear deterrent. What did unfortunate mean? My gaze drifted back to the feed. Past me was still staring, her face a mask of pure terror. It was a reflection of my current state, amplified by the chilling knowledge that this version of me had just read the same message. We were in this together, the past and present versions of Sarah, trapped in a digital cage constructed by unseen forces. And the audience was waiting for the show to continue. A floorboard creaked again, this time closer. Downstairs. Definitely not the house settling. This was slow, deliberate. Someone was moving below me. My blood ran ice cold. They were still here. Or they had just arrived. The Watcher, or Watchers, were in the house. With me. Home alone. I swallowed a scream. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. My eyes darted around the room, searching for a weapon, an escape route, anything. But my bedroom, so familiar and safe just hours ago, now felt like a death trap. The silence was broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing and, faintly, the slow, deliberate creak of footsteps on the stairs. They were coming up. On the screen, past me's eyes widened further, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle a gasp. She had heard it too. The sound of someone coming up the stairs. The 10-second delay was closing the gap between us, between her awareness and mine, bringing the terror ever closer. The reality of my situation crashed down on me with brutal force. I was trapped. And they were coming. The sound of footsteps on the stairs was slow, deliberate, and growing louder with agonizing certainty. My heart hammered a frantic, irregular beat against my ribs, a desperate drum solo of pure, unadulterated terror. It wasn't the settling of the house. It wasn't my imagination fueled by paranoia. Someone was here. Inside my house. Coming for me. On the laptop screen, the past me mirrored my panic. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the closed bedroom door, her chest heaving with silent fear. She clamped a hand over her mouth, muffling any sound she might have made. I was watching myself experience the same terror, just 10 seconds in the past. The delay, which had felt like a buffer before, now felt like a countdown. 10 seconds until the footsteps I was hearing now reached the door in the feed. 10 seconds until whatever horror awaited me arrived. I scrambled backward from my desk chair, my movements jerky and clumsy. My eyes darted around the room, searching for a weapon, a hiding place, anything. The baseball bat propped in the corner? Too far. The closet? Easy to find. Under the bed? Cliched, and likely useless. Every part of my familiar room suddenly felt foreign and hostile, offering no sanctuary. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. They paused, just outside my door. I froze, every muscle tensed, straining to hear over the deafening rush of blood in my ears. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Were they listening? Were they waiting? Waiting for me to do something? On the screen, past me was still rooted to the spot, staring at the door, her face a mask of horror. Any second now, she would hear what I was hearing. Then, a soft click. The doorknob. My breath hitched. On the screen, past me's eyes widened even further, her head tilting slightly as the sound registered. The delay was closing. The doorknob turned slowly. My bedroom door began to swing inward, inch by agonizing inch. My eyes were glued to the widening gap, my body trembling uncontrollably. What would I see? A masked figure? Multiple figures? The face of a monster? The door opened fully. My gaze shot from the cracking door back to the screen. Past me was watching the door open, her body rigid with fear. The delay was almost gone. Standing in my doorway was no one. Just the dark, empty hallway. My mind reeled. What? But I heard the footsteps. I heard the doorknob turn. I saw the door open. How could there be no one there? And then I saw it. Or rather, I didn't see it. The camera angle on the feed. It wasn't looking directly at the doorway. It was aimed at my desk, where I had been sitting, capturing me in a portion of the room. The doorway was only visible because of the angle, a slice of the hallway framed by the door frame. Whoever was standing there was just outside the camera's view. Or perhaps they were in the blind spot. A cold dread settled over me, heavier than ever before. They were smart. They knew the camera's limitations. They could stand right there, invisible to the digital eye, watching me react. On the screen, past me let out a small, choked whimper. Her gaze was fixed just beyond the frame, into the hallway I could see was empty. But she wasn't reacting to emptiness. She was reacting to a presence that was real, but unseen by the camera broadcasting her fear. "Hello, Subject 3, a voice said. It wasn't loud. It was calm, smooth, and utterly devoid of emotion. It came from the hallway, just beyond the open door. The voice was distorted, perhaps by a modulator, making it impossible to tell the age or gender of the speaker. My blood ran colder. The voice was real. It wasn't in the feed. It was here. Now! On the screen, past me flinched violently, reacting to the voice I had just heard 10 seconds ago. The delay was almost gone. It was like the feed was catching up to my horrific reality, frame by agonizing frame. "We hope you've been enjoying the show," the voice continued, a faint, chilling amusement threading through the distortion. "Your audience has been very engaged." Audience. The message from Watcher had mentioned an audience. It wasn't just one person. They were broadcasting this. My terror. My violation. To strangers on the dark web. The thought was sickening. My gaze flickered back to the screen. Past me was shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. She looked utterly broken. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that I was just seconds away from feeling exactly that same despair. It's rude not to interact with your audience, Subject 3, the voice said, a hint of impatience now in its tone. They want to see you. They want to hear you. My throat was dry, constricted by fear. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. On the screen, past me raised a trembling hand towards the laptop, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. Was she trying to type something? To communicate? To beg? The voice in the hallway made a low sound that might have been a chuckle. Ah, trying to reach out? A brave choice, but futile. As the voice spoke on the screen, past me's hand froze. Her eyes went wide, not with fear this time, but with something else. Confusion, followed by a dawning, sickening realization. My own hand, which had been hovering near the desk, suddenly felt numb. A strange tingling sensation spread from my fingertips up my arm. It wasn't pain, exactly, but a loss of control. I tried to clench my fist, but my fingers wouldn't respond. They stayed rigid, extended towards the desk, just like past me's were doing on the screen. We have certain capabilities, Subject 3, the voice said smoothly. We can interact. With you. With your environment. On the screen, past me's head slowly, unnaturally, turned towards the corner where the camera was hidden. Her eyes, wide and glazed, seemed to be staring directly into the lens. It wasn't a voluntary movement. It was stiff, jerky, like a puppet being controlled by unseen strings. And then, horrifyingly, my own head began to turn. Against my will. My neck felt stiff, resisting for a second, then slowly, inexorably, my gaze was being drawn towards the ceiling corner. Towards the place I couldn't see the camera. Smile for the camera, Subject 3, the voice said. On the screen, past me's lips twitched upwards into a grotesque, unnatural smile. It didn't reach her eyes, which remained wide and terrified. It was a rictus, a horrifying parody of a happy expression. My own facial muscles began to contract, pulling my lips into a similar, unwilling smile. It felt wrong, alien on my face. Beautiful, the voice purred. Our audience will love this. My eyes, now fixed on the corner, started to feel heavy, droopy. On the screen, past me's eyelids were fluttering, her body starting to sway slightly in the chair. A wave of dizziness washed over me. My vision blurred. Time for a little rest now, Subject 3, the voice said, softer this time, almost soothing in a twisted way. You'll need your energy for the next act. Next act? The words echoed in my fading consciousness. What next act? On the screen, past me's eyes closed completely. Her head slumped forward onto her chest. Her body went limp. The horrifying, involuntary smile remained frozen on her face. My own eyelids were too heavy to keep open. The numbness in my limbs spread through my body. I felt myself slumping forward, the edge of the desk pressing into my forehead. The last thing I saw before my vision went black was the laptop screen, showing the still image of past me, slumped unconscious, a horrifying smile etched onto her face. The silence returned, but it was no longer empty. It was filled with the unseen presence in the hallway, the knowledge of the audience watching, and the terrifying certainty that my time home alone was over. I had sought the darkness, and it had consumed me. I was no longer Sarah. I was Subject 3. And the show, apparently, was far from over. The feed, I knew, was still broadcasting, showing my unconscious form to the hidden corners of the internet. My privacy stripped away, my body controlled, my fear the entertainment. My parents would come home in 2 weeks to an empty house, a cold dinner, and no sign of me. And somewhere, an audience would be waiting for the next episode of Subject 3, Home Alone. The thought was the last, horrifying thing that echoed in my mind before unconsciousness claimed me entirely. I was trapped, not just in my house, but in a nightmare broadcast to the world, with no escape in sight. My name is Mike, I'm 17, and until a few nights ago, I thought the scariest thing about my life was failing my math test, or maybe the weird smell that sometimes wafts from the storm drain down the street. Boy, was I wrong. My folks decided they needed a little getaway, bless their hearts. My grandma, bless her heart too, had a bit of a fall, nothing serious thankfully, but serious enough that my mom insisted they drive downstate for a few days to check on her and help out around the house. That left me home alone, full run of the place. Initially, it felt awesome. Freedom. No nagging about chores, no curfew, not that they enforce a strict one, but still, just me, the fridge, and my computer. The house felt big and quiet in a good way at first, the kind of quiet where you can blast music without headphones or walk around in your underwear if you feel like it. It's a decent house, not huge, 2 stories, in a quiet suburban neighborhood that's usually boringly normal. Tree-lined streets, sprinklers running in the evenings, dogs barking at squirrels, you get the picture. So, day 1 was pretty standard. Slept late, ate cereal for dinner, played video games until my eyes felt sandy. Day 2 was when things started to shift. Boredom started to creep in. The silence wasn't so much freeing anymore as it was just empty. That's when my mind, being the brilliant instrument it is, started wandering into territory it absolutely should not have. I'd been seeing stuff online for a while, you know, on forums and even some mainstream news articles, talk about the dark web. Not just the regular internet you use for browse YouTube or ordering pizza, but the hidden layers, the stuff not indexed by search engines, accessible only through special software like Tor. Most of it, they say, is boring, niche forums, whistleblowers, things like that. But there were always the whispers, the legends, the red rooms. If you haven't heard of them, maybe don't look it up. Ignorance is bliss, trust me. The stories go that red rooms are live streams on the dark web where people pay to watch horrific things. Torture, murder, all real. I always dismissed it as pure urban legend, internet folklore designed to scare people away from looking too deep. Like the Slender Man or the Hook Man. Just stories. Right? But Home Alone, with nothing but time and a growing sense of isolation amplified by the quiet house, that morbid curiosity started scratching at my brain. What if it wasn't just a story? What was actually down there? I told myself I wasn't looking for anything illegal or messed up. I just wanted to see if these places even existed. To prove to myself they were fake, probably. Or maybe just to get a little thrill from peering into the digital abyss from the safety of my bedroom. Stupid, I know. Monumentally, unbelievably stupid. Getting onto the dark web wasn't as hard as some people make it sound, though navigating it was like trying to find your way through a city where all the street signs are in code and half the buildings are traps. After poking around for a while, feeling like I needed a shower just from the sheer grimy atmosphere of the sites I stumbled across, most were just weird forums or marketplaces for God knows what, I found a link mentioned on a ClearNet forum, one of those places where people swap theories about dark web myths that supposedly led to a chat room. Not a red room, mind you, but a place where people who knew about that stuff supposedly hung out and talked. A staging ground, maybe, or just a place for thrill seekers and fantasists. Accessing it felt like stepping through a hidden door. The interface was basic, stark, just white text on a black background. Usernames were cryptic strings of letters and numbers, or deliberately obscure handles. The conversation was fragmented, unsettling. People were talking in hushed tones, using slang I didn't understand, referencing things that made my stomach clench. It felt heavy. Like the air in the room was thick with unspoken things. I should have logged off right then. My gut was screaming at me to just close the browser and never think about it again. But the morbid curiosity, that stupid, self-destructive urge, kept me there. I was just observing, I told myself. Just watching. And then, I don't know what possessed me. Maybe it was the feeling of absolute anonymity, the disconnect from my real life, or maybe just a teenage need to feel important or interesting for a second, but I typed something. Something incredibly, irrevocably stupid. I wrote, "Hey, anyone else just kicking it? Home alone this week, full house to myself, feels pretty wild, lol." God. Just reading that back makes me sick. Why would I announce that? To a bunch of strangers on the goddamn dark web? People talking in hushed tones about things that belong in nightmares? It was a pure, unadulterated moment of idiocy. A peacocking display of vulnerability in the worst possible place. The response wasn't immediate, not in the public chat anyway. There were a few generic, dismissive comments, the kind you get anywhere online. I started to relax, thinking I'd gotten away with being a moron. Maybe these guys were just posers, not the real deal. Maybe the whole room was just role-playing. Then, a private message popped up. The user had a handle that sent a shiver down my spine the moment I saw it. It was something like Shadow Dweller or Night Stalker, one of those generic creepy names, but in this context, after where I was and what I'd said, it felt specific. Personal. I hesitated for a long moment, staring at the notification. My heart was starting to thump a little faster. This was it, I thought. Someone was going to try and scam me, or send me a virus, or just tell me to screw off. Probably deserved it. Curiosity, the same stupid force that got me here, won out. I clicked on the private message. There was only one line. No greeting, no context, just 5 words that froze the blood in my veins. Not for long. Check your basement. My first reaction was confusion. Check your basement. Why would they say that? And then the confusion was replaced by a different thought, a logical one, a fact about my house. We don't have a basement. Our house is built on a concrete slab. No basement, no crawl space even. Just foundation and then dirt. I've lived here my whole life, 17 years. Never once has there been a basement. It was impossible. The message had to be a random taunt, a shot in the dark, maybe based on assumptions about American houses. They didn't know anything about me, about my house. They couldn't. I stared at the message, then at the screen name, then back at the message. Not for long. That part felt like a threat. A very real, very close threat. But the basement part was just wrong. It broke the illusion, made it feel less real, less scary. Just a lame attempt to freak someone out. I almost laughed it off. Almost typed back, "LOL, nice try. We don't have a basement," and closed the window. But I didn't. Because right then, in the absolute silence of the house, a silence that had been comforting just hours before but now felt heavy and watchful, I heard something. It was faint at first. So faint I almost thought it was my imagination, maybe the house settling, or a car passing by, or just the blood rushing in my ears from the sudden spike of adrenaline. It was a sound coming from downstairs. From the direction of the living room, maybe the kitchen. A soft, rhythmic scratching. Not like branches on a window. Not like something outside. This sound was coming from inside the house. And it was coming from downstairs. My eyes darted from the computer screen to the closed door of my bedroom, then to the floor. The scratching continued, a tiny, persistent sound against wood or maybe drywall. It was too deliberate to be random. My mind, struggling to reconcile the impossible message with the undeniable sound, offered up possibilities. A mouse? We get field mice sometimes, though usually in the spring. But this didn't sound like scurrying. This was a focused, scraping noise. Like fingernails. Or something with claws. The message on the screen seemed to glow now, the stark white text against black suddenly sinister, mocking. Check your basement. We don't have a basement. But the sound was definitely coming from below. Not below the house, but below me, on the floor below my bedroom. The faint scratching continued, unwavering. And in that terrifying moment, the reality of my situation, the sheer bone-deep horror of it, slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. I was alone. Completely alone. And someone online, someone from the darkest corners of the internet, knew I was alone. And they had just told me to check for a basement I didn't have. While a sound, a terrifying, impossible scratching sound, was coming from downstairs. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Every hair on my arms stood on end. The quiet house was no longer empty. It felt occupied. Watched. The scratching sound grew slightly louder, more insistent. It wasn't stopping. It was waiting. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that whatever was making that sound, it wasn't a mouse. It wasn't the house settling. It was something else. And it was downstairs. The scratching. It was impossible. But it was real. It wasn't fading. If anything, it seemed to be getting louder, more deliberate, like whatever was making it knew I was listening. My earlier confusion about the basement dissolved, replaced by a cold, heavy dread that settled in my gut. It didn't matter where it was coming from relative to the ground, only that it was coming from downstairs. From inside my house. Every nerve ending felt like it was buzzing. My hands were clammy, and a trickle of sweat ran down my temple. I didn't move. Couldn't move. My eyes were fixed on the floorboards beneath me, as if I could somehow see through them to whatever was making that horrifying sound. The message from Shadow Dweller flashed in my mind again, not for long. Check your basement. It wasn't just a random scare tactic anymore. It felt like a prophecy. Like they knew I was alone. Knew something was about to happen. Knew about the sounds. But how? How could anyone know I'd be home alone? How could they know about a sound happening inside my house the exact moment I read their message? And why the hell did they say basement? The scratching stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. My ears strained, listening for any further sound. The normal house noises, the hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the ticking of the clock in the hallway, the distant drone of a car on the next street, seemed unnaturally loud in the absence of the scraping. Was it gone? Had I imagined it? Had the mouse, or whatever small animal it was, just moved on? A wave of rationalization washed over me. Yeah, that was it. A mouse. Or maybe a squirrel got in somehow. Or maybe the house was just settling and I was spooked because of that creepy message. That had to be it. It was just coincidence. A really, really messed up coincidence, but coincidence nonetheless. I took a shaky breath, trying to steady myself. Then it started again. This time it was louder. Not just a faint scrape, but a distinct clawing sound. Like something was trying to dig its way through the floorboards. Or maybe a wall? It seemed to be coming from the living room now, near the far wall, the one that faced the backyard. Scratch, scratch, scrape, scratch. It was methodical, persistent, and it sounded strong, not like a tiny mouse, more like something larger, something heavy. Panic started to bubble up. My heart was doing jumping jacks against my ribs. My rationalizations evaporated like mist in the sun. This wasn't a house settling. This wasn't a mouse. I slowly, silently pushed my chair back from my desk. My computer screen still glowed, the chat room and the ominous private message a stark, terrifying reminder of how this had started. Shadow Dweller. Who was this person? How were they doing this? Were they even a person? Or were they just online at the right moment and this was some sort of cosmic horror playing out? I needed to see. My brain screamed, don't go downstairs. Call the police. Call your parents. Hide under the bed. But another part of me, a primal, fearful part, needed to know what was making that sound. What if it was just a burglar? As terrifying as that was, it was a known fear. A person I could potentially deal with, or hide from, or explain to the police. What if it was something else? Something that clawed at the walls from the inside? I crept towards my bedroom door, moving as quietly as possible. Each step on the floorboards above the sound felt like a thunderclap. I held my breath, listening. The clawing continued, a relentless, disturbing rhythm. It was definitely coming from the living room, near the back wall. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. It felt cold against my hot, sweaty palm. I slowly, painstakingly, turned it. The click sounded deafening. I eased the door open a crack, peering out into the dimly lit hallway. Shadows danced in the corners, created by the faint light filtering in from the street lamps outside and the glow from my computer screen. The owls felt different now. Every shadow seemed deeper, every creak of the floorboards felt menacing. The clawing continued, a grim soundtrack to my fear. I took a step out into the hallway, then another, moving towards the top of the stairs. The sound got louder with every step. It was undeniable now. Powerful. And it didn't sound like wood on wood, or claws on drywall. It sounded wetter somehow. Like claws on damp earth. Or something organic. I reached the top of the stairs, peering down into the dark abyss of the ground floor. The living room was off to the left. I could just make out the shapes of the furniture in the gloom. The clawing seemed to be coming from the far corner, the one near the sliding glass door that led to the backyard patio. But it didn't sound like it was coming from outside that wall. It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall. Or maybe from below the floor in that specific spot. But that was impossible. Concrete slab. No basement. My legs felt like jelly, but some twisted part of my mind urged me forward. I started to descend the stairs, taking them one agonizingly slow step at a time. Each creak of the old wooden stairs felt like a betrayal, announcing my presence to whatever was down there. The clawing seemed to pause for a second after each loud creak, and then resume, faster, more agitated, as if whatever it was knew I was coming down. Scratch, scratch, scrape, scratch. It was faster now. More frantic. Halfway down the stairs, I stopped, rooted to the spot by sheer terror. The sound was loud now. Too loud. It wasn't just scratching. There was a wet, tearing sound mixed in. And a low, guttural something. Not a growl, not a whimper. Something in between. Something that sounded like effort. Strained, desperate effort. My eyes were wide open, trying to pierce the darkness of the living room. I could see the outline of the sofa, the coffee table. The sound was definitely coming from that back corner. And it was getting closer to the middle of the room? No, that didn't make sense. It sounded like it was coming up. Up from below. But we didn't have a basement. We didn't have a basement. We didn't have a basement. I repeated the words like a mantra in my head, trying to push back against the rising tide of pure, unadulterated horror. The impossible could not be happening. This had to be a nightmare. Then I saw it. In the darkest corner of the living room, near the back wall, where the frantic clawing and tearing sounds were loudest, the shadows seemed to deepen further. And then, slowly, impossibly, the wooden floorboards moved. They didn't just creak. They bowed inward slightly, protesting under pressure from beneath. The clawing intensified right at that spot. Splinters of wood started to fly up in the air. A dark, damp patch appeared on the floorboards, spreading outwards. It wasn't water. It looked like wet earth. Or something darker. My breath hitched in my throat. The guttural sound from below grew louder, more distinct. It sounded like something heavy breathing, straining, working its way up. The floorboards groaned, the sound of wood cracking adding to the cacophony of the clawing and the wet tearing. A small section of the floor, maybe 2 feet by 3 feet, began to lift upwards. Slowly at first, then faster. It wasn't just bowing anymore, it was being pushed up, from below. And as the section of flooring tilted vertically, exposing a ragged, dark opening beneath, a shape began to emerge. It was dark, covered in what looked like soil and dampness. It was moving. It was large. And it was coming from the impossible basement that wasn't supposed to exist. The scratching stopped abruptly. The only sounds were my own ragged breathing, the frantic pounding of my heart, and the sickening wet scraping as the thing pulled itself up through the hole in my living room floor. My legs finally gave out, and I sank onto the step, unable to look away. The darkness below the floor seemed absolute, a void from which this nightmare was crawling. And the thing emerging from it, it wasn't human. Not entirely. It was hunched, with long, thin limbs covered in that dark, damp stuff. And I could see the glint of something wet and pale, eyes, reflecting the faint light from the hallway. It was here. It was in my house. And Shadow Dweller had known it was coming. My scream was trapped in my throat. A choked, silent gasp that burned my lungs. I didn't fall completely down the stairs, but I crumpled onto the step, limbs tangled, staring with wide, disbelieving eyes at the impossible spectacle unfolding in my living room. The hole in the floor wasn't neat. It was ragged, splinters of wood jutting out like broken teeth around a moth-black, damp earth. And from that maw, the thing pulled itself free. It wasn't tall when fully upright, maybe just under 6 feet, but it was unnaturally lean, almost skeletal, with long, jointed limbs that moved with a disturbing fluidity. Its skin looked gray and slick with moisture, clinging to visible bone structure beneath. It was covered in clumps of dark soil, as if it had just burrowed its way through the earth to get here. Its head was disproportionately large for its thin neck, and its features were indistinct in the gloom, except for the 2 points of light I had seen from the stairs. Now, fully in the faint ambient light, I could see they were eyes. Large, round, and reflective, like a cat's in headlights, except they were pale, milky white, with no visible pupils or irises. They seemed to scan the room, movements jerky and unnatural. A low, wet sound, somewhere between a gasp and a wet cough, came from it as it fully exited the hole. It stood there for a moment, hunched over, dripping dark, muddy water onto my clean living room rug. The smell hit me then, a heavy, cloying odor of damp earth, mildew, and something else, something decaying and metallic, like old blood and rust. It was overwhelming, gagging. It slowly straightened, its long limbs uncoiling. It had hands, if you could call them that. Not like human hands. The fingers were elongated, ending in those thick, dark claws that had torn through the floor. There were too many joints in them, allowing them to bend and twist in ways that made my stomach clench. Its milky eyes swept over the room, seemingly oblivious to me frozen on the stairs. It seemed to be looking for something. Or someone. My breath hitched again, silent and painful. Had Shadow Dweller sent it? Was this the not for long they had warned me about? Was this thing the reason they told me to check your basement? Because it was coming from where a basement should have been? The thought was too horrifying to process fully. This couldn't be real. This was something out of the sickest parts of the internet, the kind of urban legend you read about and immediately dismiss. But it was here, standing in my living room, dripping mud onto my rug. Then, slowly, deliberately, its head turned, its milky eyes fixed on me. There was no expression on its face, if it even had a face beneath the mud in strange proportions, but the intensity of those blank eyes was terrifying. It saw me. It knew I was there. It took a step towards the stairs, then another. Each movement was accompanied by the wet, squelching sound of its limbs moving and the faint click of its claws on the wooden floor. It wasn't fast, but it was relentless. Unstoppable. My body finally responded to the primal scream of terror echoing in my mind. Run. Scrabbling backwards on the stairs, I fumbled for my phone in my pocket. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold it. Dial 911. Call Mom and Dad. Do something. The creature reached the foot of the stairs. It tilted its head, a disturbing, unnatural angle, as if studying me. The clicking of its claws on the first step sent a jolt of pure panic through me. It was starting to climb. Ignoring the pain in my twisted ankle, I scrambled backwards up the stairs, crawling now, desperate to get back to my room, to lock the door, to somehow escape this nightmare. My phone screen was a blur through my tears. 9-1, the numbers swam. The creature was climbing the stairs surprisingly fast for its awkward gait. Its long arms reached out, claws scrabbling against the wood. The scraping sound was back, but closer now, right behind me. I reached the top of the stairs, adrenaline surging through me. I lunged for my bedroom door, slamming it shut behind me and fumbling for the lock. It was a simple turnbolt lock, the kind meant to keep little siblings out, not this. I slammed the bolt home just as something heavy hit the other side of the door with a sickening thud. Thud. Scrape. Thud. It was hitting the door. Testing it. The wood groaned under the impacts. I backed away from the door, heart hammering, eyes darting around my room for another escape route, another place to hide. The window? It was a second-story window, but maybe? Anything was better than waiting for the door to break. Crack. A spider web of cracks appeared in the wood paneling of the door near the lock. The creature was strong. Much stronger than it looked. My phone was clutched in my hand. 911 was finally dialed. I brought it to my ear, my voice a hoarse whisper. Help. Please. Someone's in my house. It's not human. The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional, a stark contrast to the chaos erupting outside my door. Sir, please stay calm. Can you confirm your address? I rattled off my address, my eyes fixed on the door, which was now visibly bowing inwards. The cracking sounds intensified. Thud. A piece of wood splintered off and fell onto the floor. Sir, can you describe the intruder? The dispatcher asked. It came from the floor. It dug through the floor. It's long, gray, with claws. It's trying to get in. My voice was rising to a frantic scream. From the floor? Sir, are you injured? Are you safe? Do you have a basement? No. We don't have a basement. It just came from under the house. Please, it's going to break the door. Another impact, harder this time. The lock mechanism shrieked in protest, pulling away from the door frame. I knew it wouldn't hold. The dispatcher was trying to get more information, trying to locate me, but her voice was fading as my own terror deafened me. Rip. With a final, tearing sound, the lock gave way. The door didn't just open, it was ripped inward, hanging precariously from one hinge. Standing in the doorway, framed against the dim light of the hallway, was the creature. Covered in dirt and dampness, its milky eyes fixed solely on me. The terrible smell of earth and decay filled my room. It didn't hesitate. It stepped across the threshold, its long, clawed hand reaching out towards me. I don't remember screaming. I don't remember thinking. All I remember is the cold dread that enveloped me, the sight of those pale, blank eyes, and the sickening, wet sound of its approach. The last thing I saw before I dropped my phone was its hand reaching for me, the long, dark claws extended. My phone clattered to the floor, the dispatcher's voice still tinny and questioning from the speaker. And then, silence. The story doesn't end there, of course. Not really. The police came eventually, after the dispatcher lost contact and the neighbors reported strange noises. They found the front door locked from the inside. They found the ripped-up hole in the living room floor, inexplicable and terrifying. They found the mud and the strange smell. They didn't find me. Not in the house, anyway. They searched everywhere. Up and down the street. Nothing. It was like I just vanished. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind blows just right, they say you can still hear it. A faint, rhythmic scratching sound. Coming from somewhere below. And if you're ever alone in a quiet house, and you hear a noise that doesn't make sense, and you get that chilling, undeniable feeling that you're not alone, don't look it up online. Don't brag about being by yourself. And for the love of God, don't check your basement. Especially if you don't have one. Because some doors, once opened, can't ever be closed. And some things, once called, will always come looking. And they might just know exactly where to find you. My name is Emily Carter. I guess you could say I'm your average suburban teenager, living in an average house on an average street. Except, right now, things weren't exactly average. My younger brother, Ryan, was off at his friend Jake's house for a sleepover, a rare night of peace from his non-stop energy and questionable taste in video games. My parents, bless their workaholic hearts, were halfway across the country on one of their frequent business trips. That left me, 17 years old and utterly alone in a house that suddenly felt far too big. Most kids would probably throw a party, invite friends over, or just binge-watch Netflix until their eyes bled. Me? I had a different kind of entertainment in mind. I've always been drawn to the darker side of things, not in a morbid, unhealthy way, but with a sort of academic curiosity mixed with a genuine thrill for the unknown. Horror movies? Please, most of them are predictable garbage. Ghost stories? Fun, but rarely truly unsettling. What I craved was something authentic, something that felt real, even if it was just a glimpse into the collective nightmares of strangers. That's what led me down the rabbit hole. I've been exploring the fringes of the internet for a while now, the places not indexed by standard search engines. Not for anything illegal, let me be clear. My interest was purely in finding obscure communities, forgotten websites, and yes, particularly old and creepy horror forums that had long since vanished from the surface web. I used a burner laptop, connected through a convoluted series of proxies and a VPN that claimed to make me practically invisible. I wasn't sure how effective it all was, but it made me feel safer, like I was putting on a digital invisibility cloak before stepping into the shadows. Tonight, fueled by cheap energy drinks and the complete silence of the house, I was going deeper than I usually dared. I navigated through layers of onion routing, the digital equivalent of a labyrinth, following breadcrumbs left on defunct dark web directories and whispers on encrypted chat rooms. It was a frustrating, often fruitless endeavor. Most links led to dead ends, scam sites, or just bizarre, nonsensical pages. But sometimes, just sometimes, you'd stumble upon something different. That night, I hit a jackpot of sorts. After hours of digging, I found a link to a forum that looked ancient. The design was bare bones, black text on a dark gray background, no images, just raw HTML and thread titles. It felt less like a website and more like a digital tombstone. The content was just as archaic, discussions about occult practices, unexplained phenomena, historical mysteries, and a category simply labeled experiences. This was what I was looking for. I clicked on experiences and scrolled through the thread titles. Most were typical forum fare, weird thing my cat did, heard a noise last night, shadow in my room. Mildly interesting, but nothing to write home about. Then I saw a thread title that snagged my attention, The Listener. It didn't have many replies, maybe only 15 or 20, but the title itself was intriguing. The Listener. It sounded ominous, passive yet attentive. I clicked on it, and the first post loaded. It was short, just a few sentences. User, silent_observer date, October 12th, 15 subject, the listener you hear it when you know you're alone. The subtle shift in air, a floorboard settling upstairs, a whisper of fabric. Things that sound like they should be part of an empty house, but they're not. Not exactly earth-shattering, but it had a certain atmospheric quality. I scrolled down. The next post was from a different user, dated a few weeks later. User, night_crawler date, October 29th, 15 subject, the listener at silent_observer, I know what you mean. Started noticing it after my roommate left for the semester. Like something is just present. Waiting. Another one. User, echoes_and_dark date, November 5th, 15 subject, the listener it started with sounds. Now. I think it knows my name. Okay, that last one sent a shiver down my spine. It knows my name. How could a sound, a presence, know someone's name? I kept reading, each post adding another layer of unease. People described hearing soft footsteps when no one else was home, feeling a cold breath on their neck in an empty room, hearing their name called out in a barely audible whisper that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The common thread was always that it happened when they were utterly alone. The total silence of their surroundings seemed to amplify the unnatural sounds. I was engrossed, leaning closer to the laptop screen, the faint glow illuminating my face in the dark living room. The house around me was silent, almost unnaturally so. No traffic noise from outside, no hum of appliances, just the soft whir of the laptop fan. My parents had insisted on getting one of those smart speakers a few years ago, one of the popular brands everyone seemed to have. It sat on a shelf across the room, a sleek, cylindrical device with a ring of LEDs that were currently dark. I'd unplugged it months ago after getting annoyed by it randomly activating during conversations. It was just a dust collector now. I was halfway down the thread, reading a particularly unsettling account of someone hearing a child's giggle in their basement when they were the only person in the house when it happened. A sudden, sharp crackle ripped through the silence. It didn't come from the laptop. My eyes snapped up, darting around the dimly lit room. The sound seemed to emanate from the direction of the shelf. From the smart speaker. My heart hammered against my ribs. That was impossible. It was unplugged. I distinctly remembered pulling the plug from the wall socket and wrapping the cord around the base. It had no power. Then, the ring of LEDs on the smart speaker flickered. A soft, pale light pulsed momentarily before fading. And then, a voice. Not the clear, synthesized voice of the smart assistant I was used to hearing. This was different. It was low, gravelly, and sounded wet. Like speaking through a layer of thick, dark liquid. It was barely a whisper, but in the absolute stillness of the house, it was as clear as if someone was standing right beside me, breathing the word directly into my ear. The whisper said, "Emily." My blood ran cold. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a greeting. It was an acknowledgement. A recognition. The voice, that impossible, unplugged voice, knew my name. Just like the user in the thread had written. My gaze was locked on the dark, inert form of the smart speaker. It pulsed with that faint, sickening light again. My hand trembled, hovering over the laptop touchpad. The thread on the dark web forum stared back at me. The listener. Suddenly, the silence of the house didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt occupied. The air felt heavy, thick with a presence I couldn't see but could distinctly feel. It was watching me. Waiting. And it knew who I was. The thrill I usually got from exploring the digital shadows had curdled into pure, unadulterated terror. I wasn't just reading about the dark corners of the internet anymore. I think something from them had just found its way into my living room. The sound of my name, whispered from a dead device, hung in the air like a physical entity. My heart was no longer just hammering. It was a frantic drumbeat against my ribs, a desperate animal trying to claw its way out. My hands were shaking so violently I had to pull them back from the laptop before I knocked it off the coffee table. My eyes were fixed on the smart speaker, this innocuous-looking cylinder that had just proven it was anything but. The faint glow of its LEDs was gone, leaving it a silent, black sentinel on the shelf. Had I imagined it? Was I so deep down this digital rabbit hole, so starved for sleep and human contact, that I was hallucinating? No! The crackle had been real. The flickering light had been real. And the whisper, it had been utterly, terrifyingly real. It wasn't the smooth, pleasant voice of the AI assistant. It was rough, wet, and utterly alien. And it said my name. Emily. Every nerve ending in my body screamed at me to run. To turn off the laptop, to unplug everything, to maybe even get in my car and drive to Jake's house. Parents be damned. But I was frozen, a deer in digital headlights. Part of me, the part that had sought out these dark corners, the part fascinated by the forbidden and the frightening, was morbidly curious. What was this? And how was an unplugged speaker saying anything, let alone my name? Slowly, cautiously, I reached out and grabbed my phone. My first instinct was to text someone, anyone. But who? Ryan would think I was messing with him. My parents would just tell me I was being silly and should get off the computer. My friends, well, how do you explain this to your friends? Hey, guess what? My unplugged smart speaker just whispered my name after I was reading about something called The Listener on a dark web forum. Yeah, they probably call a therapist. Or just laugh. Being alone in the house wasn't just a physical state, it suddenly felt like a state of complete isolation. There was no one I could turn to who would understand, let alone believe me. My gaze drifted back to the laptop screen. The listener thread was still open. The post seemed to pulse with a new, sinister energy. I scrolled down further, my finger trembling on the touchpad. The later posts were even more disturbing. User, whispering_void date, November 11th, 15 subject, the listener, it's not just sounds in the house. Sometimes it sounds like it's coming from inside your head. Or right behind you. User, shadow_play date, November 18th, 15 subject, the listener, be careful what you think about when you're alone. I think it learns. User, no_1_home date, December 2nd, 15 subject, the listener, it started whispering my name last night. Just once. From the corner of the room. User, gone_silent date, December 10th, 15 subject, the listener, don't respond. Whatever you do, don't let it know you hear it. That last post made my blood run cold again. Don't respond. I hadn't responded, not out loud. But I had definitely reacted. My fear, my shock, had it felt that? Had it known I heard it? I scrolled to the end of the thread. The last few posts were cryptic, some just single words like close or here. The final post, dated just a few days before the forum seemed to die off completely, was from the original poster, silent_observer. User, silent_observer date, December 15th, 15 subject, the listener, it doesn't just listen. It waits. And when it knows you're listening back. The post cut off there. The user hadn't posted since. None of the users in that thread had posted since late 2015. The forum itself seemed abandoned shortly after. What had happened to them? Had they simply moved on? Or had something else happened? A new kind of fear began to creep in, colder and more insidious than the initial shock. This wasn't just a weird glitch or a prank. These were other people, years ago, describing experiences eerily similar to what had just happened to me. They had heard the sounds, felt the presence, heard their name whispered. And then they went silent. I forced myself to look away from the screen. The silence of the house now felt charged, expectant. My ears strained, listening. Was that the house settling? Or something else? A faint creak from upstairs. Just the old floorboards, I told myself. But it sounded deliberate. Too heavy to be just wood contracting. It sounded like a slow, careful step. I held my breath, listening harder. Nothing. Just the continued, deafening silence. My eyes darted around the room, scanning the shadows in the corners, the spaces behind the furniture. Was that shadow deeper than it should be? Did something just move in my peripheral vision? My imagination was working overtime, fueled by the disturbing posts I'd read and the impossible event with the smart speaker. I had to get a grip. I stood up abruptly, needing to break the spell of paralysis. My legs felt wobbly. I walked over to the smart speaker. I knelt down and looked behind it, reaching for the power cord. It was there, wrapped neatly around the base, the plug nowhere near the wall socket. It was physically impossible for it to have activated. Unless it didn't need power in the way I understood power. As I was kneeling there, my hand on the inert speaker, I felt it. A distinct chill that had nothing to do with the house's temperature. It started at the base of my spine and spread outwards, like icy water seeping through my veins. And then, a sensation like hot breath just behind my ear. I whipped my head around, scrambling backwards away from the shelf, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing. Absolutely nothing was there. Just the empty space of the living room. But I had felt it. I had felt the distinct warmth of breath on my skin. It wasn't my own breath. I was holding that. My eyes landed back on the smart speaker. For a split second, I thought I saw the ring of LEDs flicker again, a faint, malevolent red this time, but it was gone before I could be sure. My blood was pounding in my ears now, drowning out the silence, almost drowning out the frantic voice in my head screaming, "Get out!" I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the speaker, or rather, the space around the speaker where I had felt the breath. The house felt different now. Every shadow seemed to stretch and deepen, every normal creak and groan of the old structure seemed laced with intent. I wasn't just alone anymore. I was alone with something. Something that had found me through the dark web, something that knew my name, and something that was now making itself known in ways that defied all logic. It wasn't just listening anymore. I was terrifyingly sure of that. And it knew I was listening back. The next move, I suspected, would be its. The cold breath on my neck was the catalyst. It shattered the fragile illusion that this could be explained away by tiredness, an overactive imagination, or a faulty electronic device. This was real. And it was here, in the house with me. I stumbled back from the smart speaker, my legs tangled beneath me, and fell onto the carpet. My breath hitched in my throat, coming out in ragged gasps. My eyes darted wildly around the room, seeing threats in every patch of darkness. The silence outside was oppressive, amplifying the frantic pounding of my own pulse in my ears. Then the sound started again. It wasn't a loud noise, nothing that would draw attention from the street. It was subtle, insidious. A faint scratching sound, like fingernails on wood, coming from the kitchen. It was followed by a soft thud, as if something light had fallen onto the counter. My body screamed at me to get up, to run to the front door, to call for help. But my limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. My gaze was still fixed on the smart speaker, that dark, silent cylinder. It hadn't made a sound since it whispered my name, but it felt like the epicenter of whatever this was. The scratching moved. It was closer now, just outside the living room door frame. My eyes were glued to the gap between the door and the frame, expecting to see fingers curl around the edge. Nothing appeared, but the scratching continued, slow and deliberate, moving down the wall. And then, a new sound. A wet, dragging noise. Like something heavy being pulled across the wooden floor of the hallway. It was slow, methodical, and it was heading towards the living room. My mind flashed back to the description of the voice from the smart speaker. Low, gravelly, wet. Tears were stinging my eyes now, blurring my vision. I squeezed them shut for a second, trying to regain some composure, some semblance of control. When I opened them, the smart speaker's LEDs were lit again. Not the pale white or blue I was used to seeing. This was a sickly, yellowish green light, pulsing with a slow, unnatural rhythm. And the whispering returned. It wasn't coming from the speaker this time. It was everywhere. All around me. Soft, rustling sounds, like dry leaves skittering across pavement, interspersed with barely audible words. I couldn't make them out at first. They were too faint, too numerous, overlapping and conflicting. But as I listened, paralyzed on the floor, individual words began to coalesce from the cacophony. Alone. Listening. Heard. Knows. Your name. They weren't directed at me in a clear sentence, but they swirled around me, confirming my worst fears. It wasn't just a passive listener. It was aware. It was active. And it knew I was the only one here. The dragging sound in the hallway stopped right outside the living room door. The scratching stopped. The house fell into an expectant silence, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart and the soft, pulsing glow of the smart speaker. I could feel its presence pressing in on me from the hallway, a thick, suffocating weight. It was just outside the door. Waiting. Listening. I remembered the post on the forum, "Don't respond. Whatever you do, don't let it know you hear it." But I had already failed. I had reacted. I had listened back. And now, it knew. A floorboard creaked in the hallway, right outside the door. It was a loud sound this time, deliberate and heavy. My eyes were glued to the door handle. I expected it to turn. I expected something monstrous to appear. Instead, the handle remained still. But the air in the room grew colder, the kind of cold that felt like it was sucking the warmth not just from the air, but from my very bones. The whispering started again, louder this time, more distinct. It was coming from the hallway, right outside the door. It was a low, guttural sound, like speaking with a mouth full of gravel and stagnant water. It wasn't forming words I recognized in any language. It sounded like a distorted recording played backward, mixed with something scraping against rough stone. But there was an inflection to it, a cadence that felt like searching and knowing. I squeezed my eyes shut again, clamping my hands over my ears, trying to block out the horrific sounds, trying to make myself believe I was dreaming. But the cold was too real, the pressure in the air too heavy, the pulsing green light from the smart speaker visible even through my eyelids. When I opened my eyes, the green light from the speaker flared intensely, illuminating the room in a sickening, unnatural glow. The whispering and scraping sounds in the hallway intensified, surrounding the doorway. It felt like whatever was out there was pressing itself against the door, trying to seep through the cracks. Then, I heard my name again. But it wasn't the soft whisper from before. This was a chorus of voices, layered over the scraping and the guttural sounds, all hissing my name in unison, M-E-L-Y. 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 It wasn't coming from the smart speaker, or the hallway, or anywhere specific. It was coming from the walls, the ceiling, the floor. It was inside the house now. Everywhere. My scream was a choked, pathetic sound that died in my throat. I scrambled backwards across the floor, away from the door, away from the smart speaker, away from the omnipresent sound of my name being whispered by things that shouldn't exist. I hit the far wall, trapped. The green light from the speaker pulsed faster now, mirroring the frantic beat of my heart. The chorus of whispers grew louder, more demanding, closing in. I could feel the cold presence all around me, a suffocating blanket of dread. It wasn't just listening anymore. It was here. And it wanted something. Or maybe it just wanted me to know it was here. The last thing I remember clearly is the green light from the smart speaker suddenly going out, plunging the room back into near total darkness. But the whispering didn't stop. It didn't fade. It just changed. The chorus of my name dissolved back into individual voices, softer now, but closer. And then I felt the breath again. Not just on my neck this time. All over. Cold, wet, and far too close. The laptop was found on the coffee table the next morning by a neighbor who noticed the front door was ajar. The smart speaker was still on the shelf, unplugged. The listener thread was still open on the dark web forum, the last post from silent_observer still cutting off ominously. I wasn't in the house. The doors were locked from the inside. The windows were all shut. There was no sign of forced entry, no sign of a struggle. Just the empty house, the silent speaker, and the laptop displaying a forum thread about sounds in the dark. They say they searched the house top to bottom. Found nothing out of the ordinary. But sometimes, late at night, the neighbor who checks on the place says he can hear things. Soft sounds. Whispering. And sometimes, just maybe, if you listen very carefully when the house is absolutely silent, you can hear a faint, wet voice say a single word, barely audible, coming from the living room. My name's Brandon. I guess that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Not now. But it feels like a good place to start, an anchor point before things got unanchored. I'm 17, technically still a kid, but old enough to be left alone when my parents decide to jet off to some academic conference in Chicago. They're the university types, always buzzing about research papers and grants. This trip had been planned for months, some big annual symposium, and they've left me with the usual litany of instructions. Don't burn the house down, homework first, absolutely no parties, and the ever-present, slightly patronizing, stay out of trouble, Brandon. They also filled the fridge to bursting, enough food to last a small army, which I guess was their way of compensating for ditching me for 4 days. The first day was fine. I did some homework, played some video games, ordered pizza even though the fridge was overflowing. Standard stuff. It was on the second night, sometime past midnight, that the boredom really started to gnaw at me. The house felt too big, too quiet. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a thunderclap, every rustle of the trees outside like someone whispering just beyond the glass. Being home alone for an extended period always did that to me, turned the familiar into something slightly alien and unnerving. That's when the strict instructions part of their departure notes began to feel less like rules and more like suggestions I was actively encouraged to ignore. Specifically, the implicit instruction to not wander into parts of the internet reserved for people far more reckless, desperate, or disturbed than I considered myself to be. I heard the whispers, of course. Online forums, late-night chats with friends, even some sensationalized news reports. The dark web. A hidden layer beneath the surface, inaccessible through regular browsers, a place where anonymity reigned and anything could supposedly be bought or sold. For a kid who spent most of his life navigating the brightly lit, curated halls of the surface web, it was a forbidden city, shrouded in myth and terrifying possibility. I wasn't looking to buy anything, not really. I didn't have the means or, frankly, the guts. It was pure, unadulterated, morbid curiosity. Like staring into a dark well, wondering just how deep it goes and what might be lurking at the bottom. I knew the basics, enough to know that you needed special software, like Tor, to access it. I'd even downloaded Tor years ago out of some fleeting interest, played around with it for 5 minutes, and then promptly forgotten about it. Now, sitting alone in the silent house, the idea resurfaced, not as a fleeting interest, but as a compelling urge. A way to break the monotony, to feel like I was stepping outside the boundaries of my predictable teenage existence. I dug through old folders on my laptop until I found the Tor browser application. It sat there, a little purple onion icon, looking innocuous yet holding the key to something vast and unknown. My fingers hesitated over the icon for a moment. This felt significant. A line I was about to cross. But the quiet of the house, the oppressive boredom, the thrill of potential transgression, they pushed me forward. I double-clicked the icon. The browser opened slowly, establishing a connection through its network of relays. The standard Tor homepage, a simple white page with a search bar, appeared. It felt anticlimactic. This was it. This was the gateway to the dark underbelly of the internet. I knew searching on the dark web wasn't like searching on Google. You needed specific addresses, .onion links. And I had a vague idea where to start. I remembered hearing about hidden wikis, directories of .onion sites. I spent some time on the surface web, carefully, or what I thought was carefully, searching for reliable links to these wikis using a VPN I also happened to have installed. Even just searching for information about the dark web felt illicit. After a few false starts and dead links, I found one that worked. It was a plain, text-heavy page, a long list of links categorized like a twisted version of the Yellow Pages. It was a lot. Categories I'd only heard whispered about in hushed tones: drugs, weapons, counterfeit goods, forums for ideologies I didn't even want to think about. My initial morbid curiosity started to curdle into something closer to genuine unease. This wasn't a game. I scrolled down, skipping over the obviously illegal and disturbing categories. My heart was thumping a little faster now. This felt real, raw, and dangerous. I wasn't just reading about this stuff, I was in it. And then I saw it. A category I hadn't expected, listed under markets, services. That seemed vague enough, maybe something like freelance work. But given the context of the other categories, the word services here felt different. Tainted. Still, the curiosity, that persistent itch, urged me to click. The services section was smaller than the others, but no less unsettling. Listings for things I couldn't comprehend, things that made my stomach clench. But among them, buried partway down the page, was a listing that stood out, not because it was the most horrific, but because of its sheer, mundane weirdness in this context. The title was simple: Companionship. I paused. Companionship? On a dark web marketplace? What did that even mean here? Prostitution, maybe? But that usually had its own categories, often more explicitly labeled. This felt different. Intrigued, and perhaps a little foolishly thinking it might be something less grim than the surrounding listings, I clicked on it. The page for the companionship service was sparse. No elaborate descriptions, no flashy graphics. Just text. The description was a single, chilling line, for the lonely soul at home. My blood ran cold. For the lonely soul at home. It felt like it was speaking directly to me. Sitting alone in my quiet house, feeling the silence press in. It could be a generic phrase, of course, meant to appeal to anyone feeling isolated. But something about it, in this place, felt personal. My eyes scanned the rest of the page. There was a price listed, in some cryptocurrency I didn't recognize, but I barely registered the amount. My gaze was fixed on something else below the description. An uploaded file. A photo. I hesitated before clicking on the image thumbnail. Every instinct screamed at me not to close the browser, shut down the laptop, and pretend I'd never seen this place. But the same morbid curiosity that had brought me here, amplified now by a creeping sense of dread, held me captive. With a trembling finger, I clicked the thumbnail. The image loaded slowly, pixel by agonizing pixel, in the low bandwidth dark web environment. And then it was there. Full size. It was a picture of a house. My house. Not a generic picture pulled from Google Street View. This was a photo taken from the street, clearly. My front yard, the old oak tree by the curb, the slightly peeling paint on the porch railing, details I knew intimately. But it wasn't just a picture of my house. Beneath the photo, there was a small caption, like a timestamp or a note from the uploader. It simply said, "Taken moments ago." My breath hitched in my throat. My hands started to shake violently. Moments ago. That wasn't possible. I hadn't heard anyone outside. I'd been in the house for hours. Who took this? And why is it here, on a dark web marketplace, listed under companionship, with a description that felt like it was aimed directly at me? My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. A prank? Someone I knew? But who? And how would they get a listing here, in this hidden corner of the internet? The sheer technical knowledge required, the anonymity, it didn't fit any of my friends or even acquaintances. The silence of the house no longer felt merely quiet, it felt expectant. Like it was holding its breath. Every shadow seemed deeper, every normal house sound, the refrigerator humming, the house settling, became something sinister. I felt a cold dread seep into my bones, a primal terror that had nothing to do with dark web marketplaces or cryptocurrencies, and everything to do with being watched. Being seen. The photo stared back at me from the screen. My house. My sanctuary. Displayed on a hidden website as part of a service for the lonely soul at home. I was the lonely soul at home. And someone knew it. Someone was outside. Or had been, moments ago. The screen seemed to glow with a malevolent light in the dark room. The little purple onion icon of the Tor browser on my taskbar suddenly looked less like an innocent vegetable and more like a cyclops eye, wide open and staring back into the abyss it had pulled me from. My heart hammered against my ribs like it wanted to escape. The boredom I had felt earlier was a distant, laughable memory. replaced by a pure, crippling fear. I didn't know what companionship meant in this context, and I was terrified of finding out. I needed to get this image off my screen, to close the browser, to sever the connection to this horrifying place. But my hands were shaking too much to move the mouse. My eyes were glued to the photo, the stark, undeniable proof that my exploration of the dark web had just intersected with my reality in the most terrifying way imaginable. Someone was out there, and they knew I was home, alone. This was no longer morbid curiosity. This was survival. But survival from what? And who? The questions swirled in my head, each one more chilling than the last, as I sat frozen in front of the screen, the image of my own home a horrifying invitation on a dark web marketplace. The silence of the house seemed to deepen, pressing in on me, waiting for the companion. My fingers finally managed to move, clumsy and numb. I slammed the laptop shut as if the screen itself was a window into hell that I needed to board up immediately. The sudden darkness of the room, after the horrifying glow of the screen, was somehow worse. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird, desperate to escape. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead and trickled down my back. I could hear my own ragged breathing, loud in the oppressive silence. Taken moments ago. The phrase echoed in my skull, a relentless, terrifying mantra. It wasn't a prank. It couldn't be. Who would go to the trouble of accessing the dark web, creating a listing on a marketplace for God knows what kind of services, just for a joke? And how did they get a picture of my house, now? I scrambled backwards from the desk, knocking my chair over with a clatter that sounded deafening. I didn't care. My legs felt weak, like jelly. I needed to check. I needed to see if anyone was outside. Creeping to the nearest window, the large bay window in the living room, I carefully, slowly, parted the blinds just a crack. My eyes scanned the street. The familiar, suburban streetlights cast long, dancing shadows. The neighbor's porch light was on, a small beacon in the darkness. Everything looked normal. Too normal. There were no strange cars, no figures loitering, nothing out of place. Except for the knowledge burned into my mind, someone had been right there, just moments before, taking a picture of my house. Was the timestamp accurate? Could it have been an old picture they just claimed was taken recently? I desperately wanted to believe that. Maybe it was a real listing, but the photo was just a generic suburban house grabbed from somewhere. No, that didn't make sense either. It was undeniably my house. The crack in the pavement by the mailbox, the overgrown bush by the porch steps, details only someone familiar with the place, or someone who had been observing it closely, would capture. And companionship. For the lonely soul at home. It felt too specific. Too directed. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and futile attempts at rationalization. Who could it be? Someone from school? Unlikely. None of my friends were this technically savvy or this creepy. A stranger? But why me? Why my house? Was it random? Or had I been targeted somehow? Had they known my parents were away? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Known my parents were away? How? Had they been watching the house? For how long? The idea that I might have been under surveillance without knowing it, going about my normal teenage life while someone lurked in the shadows, was profoundly unsettling. I moved from window to window, peeking through the blinds with painstaking caution, half expecting to see a face pressed against the glass, a figure silhouetted in the yard. But there was nothing. Just the quiet street, the sleeping houses, the rustling leaves in the wind that now sounded suspiciously like footsteps. Every creak of the old house settling became a potential intruder. A branch scraping against the window sounded like someone tapping. The hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen seemed to grow louder, more menacing, like a predator purring in the dark. My senses were on high alert, interpreting every mundane sound and shadow through the lens of the terror that had just been unleashed. I needed to lock everything. Even though the doors were probably already locked, I needed the reassurance. I crept through the house, flicking on lights as I went, banishing some of the shadows but also potentially revealing my presence further. I checked the front door, the back door, the basement door leading out to the yard. I made sure the deadbolts were thrown, testing them multiple times. I checked every ground floor window, ensuring they were latched. It was a ritual of fear, a futile attempt to build a physical barrier against a threat that felt less like a physical intruder and more like something insidious that had already breached my mental defenses. What about contacting someone? My parents? No way. Not only would I have to admit to being on the dark web, but explaining the photo and the listing, they'd either panic completely or, worse, dismiss it. It's probably just some weird internet thing, Brandon, don't worry. How could they understand the visceral terror of seeing your own home, now, on that kind of site? My friends? They'd freak out, or think I was making it up. Or, and this was a dark thought, maybe one of them was involved. The paranoia was starting to get its hooks in deep. Trust felt like a luxury I couldn't afford right now. I was alone. Truly alone. Just like the description said. For the lonely soul at home. The isolation wasn't just a circumstance of my parents being away anymore. It felt like a trap. I thought about going back to the laptop. Going back to that listing. Maybe there was more information. Maybe I could trace it. But the thought of reopening the Tor browser, of willingly stepping back into that abyss after what it had shown me, made my stomach churn. What if the listing had changed? What if there were other photos? What if I clicked on something worse? No! I couldn't go back there. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I retreated to the living room, pulling the blinds shut on all the windows. It felt safer, but also more confining. I turned on every lamp, flooding the room with light, trying to push back the encroaching darkness, both outside and in my own mind. I sat on the couch, hunched over, listening. Listening to the house, listening to the night. Every distant car sound, every gust of wind, every settling creak of the floorboards was magnified, filtered through my fear. Was that a footstep outside? Was that a hand on the doorknob? My phone lay on the coffee table. A lifeline? Or just another way they could reach me? Could they trace my phone? Had they already? The paranoia was becoming debilitating. I picked up the phone, scrolling aimlessly through contacts, none of whom felt like the right person to call. Who do you call when you find a picture of your house on a dark web companionship listing? There wasn't a category for that in my mental emergency contact list. I thought about the police. But what would I tell them? Hi, I was on the dark web, which is illegal to access for minors, and I found a picture of my house on a creepy website. They'd probably confiscate my laptop, question me for hours, and maybe still not believe the severity of it. It felt like calling them would just create a different kind of problem, and maybe even alert whoever was out there that I knew. So I sat there, in the overlit living room, alone, with the knowledge that somewhere, somehow, someone had seen me, know I was alone, taken a picture of my house, and posted it on a dark web marketplace as an advertisement for something called companionship. The silence of the house felt like a living entity, pressing in on me, waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for me to make a move? Waiting for something else to happen? I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. That the photo wasn't the end, but a beginning. An announcement. An invitation. An invitation to the lonely soul at home. A shiver ran down my spine, the kind that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. It was a deep, existential chill, the realization that my private world had been breached by something horrifying and unknowable. The lines between the digital abyss I had foolishly explored and the physical safety of my home had blurred, dissolving into a terrifying reality where I was the target, the product, the lonely soul. I spent the next hour or two just listening, every nerve ending screaming, every muscle tense. I didn't dare look outside again. I just sat there, a single point of light and terror in the dark, silent house, waiting for the next sound, the next sign, the next move from the unseen companion who had just announced their interest. The night felt endless, and the feeling of being watched never went away. It only grew stronger, heavier, a palpable weight in the air around me. The house wasn't my sanctuary anymore. It was a cage, and something was circling outside. Or maybe, just maybe, it was already inside. The hours stretched and twisted, each minute an eternity of strained nerves and hyper-awareness. My eyes ached from staring into the overlit room, searching for something, anything, out of the ordinary. My ears strained to filter the normal house sounds, the distant hum of the fridge, the gentle tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall, the wind outside, from anything that might signal an intrusion. Fear is exhausting. It drains you, wrings you out until you're just a hollow shell vibrating with terror. I wanted to sleep, desperately, but the thought of closing my eyes felt like signing my own death warrant. I hadn't moved from the couch in what felt like ages. My body was stiff, my muscles protesting, but the fear held me immobile. I kept replaying the image of the photo in my mind, the plain listing, the chilling description. For the lonely soul at home. It was meant for me. It had to be. The photo was proof. Then I heard it. It wasn't the wind, or the house settling, or a car passing. It was a distinct sound from upstairs. A single, soft creak of a floorboard. My blood ran cold again, if that was even possible. My heart, which had finally started to slow its frantic pace, lurched back into a wild gallop. I wasn't upstairs. I hadn't been upstairs since before I went down the rabbit hole of the dark web. My parents weren't home. Someone was in the house. My first instinct was to scream, to bolt, to do something. But I was frozen. The sound was followed by silence. Absolute, heavy silence that felt like it was listening. Was I just imagining it? My mind was playing tricks on me, right? The paranoia was getting the better of me. Then another creak. closer to the stairs this time. Slow, deliberate. Not my imagination. They were upstairs, moving towards the stairs. Panic seized me, raw and visceral. Every nerve ending screamed at me to run, to hide. Where? There was nowhere truly safe. The house was big, but felt small and exposed now. I scrambled off the couch, my movements clumsy and loud in the terrifying silence. I had to be quiet. I had to hide. The basement. Maybe the basement? It was dark, full of storage boxes. Maybe I could disappear down there. Keeping low, I crept towards the kitchen, aiming for the basement door. Every footstep I took seemed to echo through the house. I held my breath, listening. Were they on the stairs yet? Could they hear me? Another sound. A soft bump, like something brushing against the wall near the top of the stairs. They were coming down. I froze behind the kitchen island, peering towards the hallway that led to the stairs. The lights I had turned on earlier now felt like spotlights, highlighting my vulnerable position. The grandfather clock in the hall chimed softly. 3 a.m. The sound was a shocking intrusion in the tense silence, making me jump. And then I saw it. A shadow at the edge of the hallway, where the stairs met the first floor. It wasn't just a shadow, it was too solid, too defined. It moved, slowly, deliberately, into the hall. It wasn't a person. Not in the conventional sense. It was fluid, shifting, darker than the shadows around it. It seemed to absorb the light from the overhead fixture in the hall. It didn't walk, it flowed, gliding along the floor, its form indistinct, like a living void. It was roughly the size and shape of a person, but without any features, just a rippling, inky blackness. My blood turned to ice. My breath hitched in my throat, and I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp. This wasn't a burglar. This wasn't a stalker. This was something else entirely. Something that felt like it had crawled out of the deepest, darkest corners of the internet, summoned by that listing. The companion. It glided into the living room, moving with unnatural silence. It didn't seem to be looking around in a human way. It just moved. Towards the couch where I had been sitting just moments before. It reached the couch and paused. It seemed to hover there for a moment, its amorphous form slightly taller now, as if observing the empty space. Was it looking for me? Could it sense me? I pressed myself further behind the kitchen island, trying to make myself as small and invisible as possible. My heart was a drum solo in my chest, and I was terrified it was loud enough to be heard. The shadow thing then turned, its form rippling, and started to glide slowly around the living room. It moved towards the windows, towards the places I had peeked through the blinds earlier. It wasn't random, it seemed to be methodically checking the room. It reached the bay window, the one I had first looked out of. It stopped there for a long moment. I could swear I felt a coldness emanating from it, even from across the room. It felt hungry. Not for food, but for something else. Presence? Life? Companionship? The horror of that word, companionship, on the dark web listing now took on a whole new, grotesque meaning. This wasn't a person offering comfort. This was this thing. And it was here because I was the lonely soul at home. It had come to fulfill the service. It slowly moved away from the window, continuing its silent circuit of the room. It was coming closer to the kitchen, closer to where I was hiding. I knew I couldn't stay there. It was going to find me. I had to move. Adrenaline, pure, blinding terror, finally kicked in. Forget the basement. Too far, too slow. The back door. It was closer. If I could just get out, get to the street, run to the neighbors. Timing was everything. I watched the inky form glide towards the far side of the living room. When its back was to me, or as much of a back as it had, I bolted. I sprinted from behind the island, across the kitchen floor, towards the back door. My movements were clumsy and loud. A plate slipped from the counter and shattered on the floor. The sound was deafening. The shadow thing stopped its movement instantly. Its form seemed to snap, rippling violently, and it turned towards the sound. Towards me. It moved fast now. Faster than it had before, gliding across the floor with terrifying speed. It wasn't running, it was flowing, like liquid darkness. I fumbled with the deadbolt on the back door, my hand shaking uncontrollably. The metal was cold under my fingers. The bolt resisted, seemed stuck for a horrifying second. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The shadow thing was halfway across the kitchen. It seemed taller now, its form stretching upwards, reaching. Finally, the deadbolt clicked open. I wrenched the door open and burst out into the cool night air, slamming the door shut behind me. I didn't stop to look back. I didn't care if it was locked or not. I just ran. Ran across the small deck, down the steps, across the yard, scrambling over the low fence into the neighbor's property. I ran towards the street, towards the lights, towards safety. I didn't dare look back at the house. At my house. Where the shadow thing was. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, until I reached the blessed light of a streetlight and the relative safety of the street. I kept running until I was halfway down the block, gasping for air, my heart still trying to beat its way out of my chest. I stopped and finally, hesitantly, looked back. My house stood there, dark except for the lights I had left blazing in the living room. It looked normal, quiet, innocent, but I knew better. I stood there for a long time, shaking, watching the house, half expecting to see the inky form appear in a window or glide out the front door. But nothing happened. The house remained silent, still, holding its secrets within. I didn't go back inside that night. I ended up banging on a neighbor's door, weaving a frantic story about hearing noises and getting scared. They were kind enough to let me stay until morning, though they looked at me like I was crazy. When my parents came back the next day, I didn't tell them the full truth. I couldn't. How could I explain the dark web, the listing, the photo, the shadow thing? They would never understand. They would blame the internet, blame my curiosity, blame me. I deleted the Tor browser from my laptop, wiped the files. I tried to erase every trace of my foray into that hidden world. But I can't erase what I saw, what I experienced. The house feels different now. It's still my home, but it's tainted. Every shadow seems deeper, every sound more significant. I still sleep there, but I rarely feel truly alone. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and dark, I think I hear a soft creak from upstairs. Or I catch a fleeting glimpse of something darker than darkness at the edge of my vision. The listing is probably still out there. The companionship service. For the lonely soul at home. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that I am no longer the lonely soul. I have a companion now. And it's waiting. My name is Olivia. At least, that's the name most people know me by online. In the brightly lit, sugar-dusted corners of Instagram, I'm at Live Bake Stuff, the face behind a moderately popular baking account. It's my little slice of the internet, a place where I can share my passion. Mostly, it's just pictures, towering layer cakes draped in glossy ganache, meticulously decorated sugar cookies for every conceivable holiday, the occasional rustic loaf of bread, steam still curling from its crust. Nothing too personal, you understand. It's about the craft, the alchemy of flour, sugar, butter, and eggs transforming into something beautiful, something delicious. It's about the perfect swirl of buttercream, the satisfying snap of tempered chocolate, the delicate lattice work on a pie. My face rarely makes an appearance, and details about my life outside the kitchen are deliberately kept vague. It's safer that way, I always thought. Easier to keep the trolls and the creeps at bay. My follower count hovers in the comfortable mid-thousands, enough engagement to feel rewarding, enough comments and DMs asking for recipes or praising a particular technique, but not so many that I feel overwhelmed or exposed. It felt manageable. It felt safe. Baking has always been my sanctuary. The rhythmic whir of the stand mixer, the precise measurements, the warmth radiating from the oven, it's meditative. My kitchen is my haven, a space where I'm entirely in control. The outside world, with all its chaos and unpredictability, fades away when I'm dusting flour onto my countertop or carefully piping intricate designs onto a cake. Sharing that joy online felt like a natural extension, connecting with others who understood the simple pleasure of creating something sweet with your own two hands. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive, a pleasant hum of appreciation in the background of my life. Sure, there were occasional odd comments, the inevitable spam bots, but nothing that ever truly set off alarm bells. Until about a month ago. That's when Sweet Tooth Liam slid into my DMs. He was a new follower, no profile picture, just a generic gray avatar, and a bio that simply read lover of all things sweet. His first few messages were unremarkable, blending into the usual stream of compliments. Incredible piping skills on that floral cake. That chocolate chip cookie looks absolutely perfect. Standard stuff. Flattering, sure, but nothing out of the ordinary. I'd reply with a polite thank you, maybe an emoji, and move on. He was consistent, commenting or messaging on almost every new post, always complimentary, always focused on the baking itself. He seemed genuinely enthusiastic, maybe even another home baker. For a week or two, it was fine. Just another friendly interaction in the vast, anonymous space of the internet. Then, the tone shifted. It was subtle at first. The messages became slightly more frequent, a little more intense. Saw your latest post, Olivia. You really outdid yourself. The use of my actual name, gleaned perhaps from a stray comment I'd made months ago, or maybe my profile link, gave me a slight pause, but I brushed it off. People find names online easily enough. It wasn't that strange. But then came the message that made the blood drain from my face. It arrived late one evening, after I'd spent the afternoon testing a new recipe, lemon lavender macarons. I hadn't posted anything about it yet. The photos were still on my camera, the kitchen cleaned up, the lingering scent of citrus and floral notes the only evidence. I was curled up on my sofa, scrolling idly through my phone, when the notification popped up. It was from Sweet Tooth Liam. "Love the blue apron you wore yesterday, Olivia. Really brings out your eyes." I froze. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. The blue apron. It was my favorite, faded denim with a few stubborn flower smudges near the hem, a gift from my grandmother years ago. I had worn it yesterday. All afternoon, in fact, while wrestling with the finicky macaron batter. But I hadn't posted any pictures of myself wearing it. I hadn't posted any pictures from that baking session yet. I never posted pictures of myself in my kitchen unless it was a carefully staged shot for the feed, and even then, I rarely showed my face clearly. Yesterday, I was baking alone. Just me, the ingredients, the oven, and that old blue apron. There was absolutely no way anyone, let alone a random Instagram follower, could know I had worn it. My mind raced, desperately searching for a logical explanation. Did I accidentally upload a story showing a reflection? Did I mention it in a comment thread somewhere and forget? I scrolled frantically through my own feed, my stories archive, my recent comments. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It wasn't a lucky guess, it was too specific. The color, the fact I wore it yesterday. The compliment about my eyes, how could he even know their color? A cold dread, thick and suffocating, began to creep up my spine. This wasn't just an overly enthusiastic follower. This was something else. Something wrong. I didn't hesitate. My thumb hovered over his username, then slammed down on the block button. A small, almost pathetic sense of relief washed over me. Blocked. Gone. He couldn't message me anymore. I could pretend it never happened, dismiss it as a bizarre, unsettling fluke. I double-checked my privacy settings, made my account private for a few hours before convincing myself I was overreacting and switching it back. Maybe he'd just seen me through the window? No, my kitchen window faces my fenced backyard. Impossible. Maybe he hacked my account? Possible, but why reveal it with such a specific, non-public detail? The lack of answers was almost as terrifying as the message itself. I tried to push it down, telling myself the block was enough. He was just some creep, and I had shut him out. The fragile peace lasted less than 24 hours. The next day, while nervously checking my DMs, hoping for silence, a new message request popped up. The username sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. Liam bakes better. The profile picture was still blank. The message was short, chillingly direct. Blocking me won't help, Olivia. My name again. The immediate knowledge that I had blocked his other account. And then, the line that shattered my remaining sense of security. By the way, you're almost out of vanilla extract. Better add it to your shopping list. My breath hitched. Vanilla extract. I was almost out. I'd noticed it the day before, while making the macarons, mentally adding it to my grocery list. The bottle sat in my pantry, tucked behind the flour canisters and sugar jars. It wasn't visible from the window, even if you could see in. It wasn't something I'd ever mention online. It was a mundane, private detail of my domestic life. How? How could he possibly know that? I scrambled off the sofa, stumbling towards the kitchen, towards the pantry. My hand trembled as I reached for the door handle. Pulling it open, I scanned the shelves, my eyes landing on the small, dark brown bottle of vanilla extract. I snatched it up. Tilting it towards the light, I saw the liquid level. He was right. There was barely a teaspoon left, clinging to the bottom. The bottle felt cold in my hand, or maybe it was just me. The air in my kitchen, usually filled with the comforting aroma of baked goods, suddenly felt heavy, stagnant, thick with unseen eyes. I haven't baked since. The stand mixer sits unplugged on the counter, gathering a fine layer of dust. The measuring cups hang silently on their hooks. The thought of creaming butter and sugar, of kneading dough, now fills me not with joy, but with a paralyzing fear. My sanctuary has been breached. He saw the apron. He knows about the vanilla. He knows my name. He knows blocking him is useless. How? How does he know? The question echoes in the silence of my kitchen, a question I'm terrified to answer. The days following the vanilla extract message blurred into a monotonous cycle of anxiety. Sleep offered little escape, plagued by fragmented dreams of shadowy figures standing just outside my kitchen window, their faces obscured, their hands holding whisks that dripped something dark and viscous, not frosting. I'd wake up with my heart pounding, tangled in damp sheets, the silence of my apartment pressing in on me. The silence was the worst part. My home, once filled with the comforting hum of the refrigerator, the rhythmic ticking of the kitchen clock, the cheerful clatter of bowls and pans, now felt unnervingly quiet. The absence of the stand mixers were, the oven's gentle sigh, the sizzle of butter in a pan. It was a void, amplifying every tiny creak of the floorboards, every distant siren, every settling groan of the building into something potentially sinister. My kitchen remained untouched, a monument to my fear. The vanilla bottle still sat on the counter where I'd left it after confirming its near-empty state, a stark reminder. Looking at my pristine and used equipment felt like looking at relics from a past life, a life where flour dust was a sign of happy productivity, not a potential surface for invisible fingerprints. I started eating takeout, bland sandwiches, anything that required minimal preparation and didn't involve lingering in the kitchen space that now felt contaminated by an unseen presence. The irony wasn't lost on me, the baker who couldn't bear to be in her own kitchen. Paranoia became my constant companion. I developed rituals. Checking the locks on my doors, front door, patio door, windows, not just once or twice, but 5, 6, 7 times before I could even think about relaxing, which I rarely could anyway. I drew all my curtains and blinds, plunging my apartment into a perpetual twilight state, even during the brightest part of the day. I felt exposed, vulnerable. The thought that he knew about the apron, the vanilla, it meant he had a vantage point. But where? How? I scanned the exterior of my building from the street, searching for cameras that weren't there, for windows that might offer an unlikely angle into my kitchen pantry. Nothing made sense. My online life underwent a similar lockdown. I changed passwords on everything, enabled two-factor authentication where I could, scoured my Instagram account yet again, deleting old posts that might inadvertently contain too much background detail, untagging myself from friends' photos. I felt a desperate need to erase myself, to become invisible online and off. But a chilling thought kept intruding. He already knew things that weren't online. He knew my name. He knew my baking habits. He knew the state of my pantry. Changing my digital footprint felt like closing the barn door after the horse hadn't just bolted but had circled back to whisper threats in my ear. For 3 agonizing days, there was silence from Liam Bakes Better. No new messages, no comments, nothing. Part of me desperately clung to the hope that maybe, just maybe, he'd gotten bored, moved on, that the vanilla message was his parting shot. But another, more dominant part of me knew better. This silence wasn't peace, it was anticipation. It was the tightening of a string, the pause before the strike. It felt calculated, designed to let my fear fester and grow in the quiet. I found myself compulsively checking my phone, my heart leaping at every notification, only for it to be a mundane email or a news alert. The waiting was its own form of torture. Then, on the 4th day, another message request appeared. Same username. My stomach plummeted. With trembling fingers, I opened it. It was short, almost conversational, yet utterly terrifying. New curtains look nice, Olivia. Very beige. But sheer ones don't block much, do they? Especially at night when the lights are on. I stumble back from my phone, gasping for air. The curtains. I'd bought new, thicker curtains for the living room just 2 days ago, replacing the old, somewhat sheer ones. They weren't even beige, they were more of a light taupe, but close enough. He knew. He'd seen them. He'd seen me struggling to hang them, probably muttering curses under my breath. He knew I'd changed them specifically because of him, because of the fear he'd instilled. And the comment about them being sheer, was he implying he could still see through them? Or was it just a general observation meant to unsettle me further? The ambiguity was horrifying. He was watching me react to his terror. He was enjoying this. Who could I tell? The thoughts circled endlessly in my mind. My best friend, Sarah? My parents? What would I even say? There's a guy on Instagram. He knew I wore my blue apron. He knew I needed vanilla. Now he knows about my curtains. It sounded insane. I could already picture the concerned, slightly pitying looks. They tell me to block him. Done that. To report him. To whom? With what evidence beyond creepy but perhaps deniable messages? To be more careful online. I was careful. They wouldn't understand the bone-deep certainty I felt that this was more than just online harassment. This felt physical. Invasive. Real. Reporting it to the police felt even more daunting. What crime had technically been committed? Sending unsettling DMs? Knowing common household details? I had no proof of stalking, no threats of physical violence, just an overwhelming sense of being watched and known by a malicious stranger. I felt utterly, terrifyingly alone. My apartment, my supposed safe space, started to feel alien. Was that faint scratching sound just the building settling, or something in the walls, the attic? Did I leave the cupboard door slightly ajar, or had someone else been here? One evening, I walked into the kitchen to get a glass of water and froze. Sitting perfectly centered on my otherwise spotless countertop was a single, perfect, red macaron. Not the lemon lavender ones I'd failed at making days ago. This was raspberry, flawless in its execution, with delicate, smooth shells and perfectly formed feet. It hadn't been there an hour ago. I lived alone. I hadn't baked in days. I hadn't bought any macarons. It just appeared. I didn't scream. A strange calm washed over me, the calm of absolute terror. Finally realized. He could get inside. Or he could make things appear inside. Which was worse? I stared at the macaron, its cheerful red color a grotesque mockery of the joy baking once brought me. It felt like a message. I can reach you anywhere. I know what you love. And I contained it. I backed away slowly, retreated to my bedroom, and locked the door, dragging a heavy dresser in front of it, knowing deep down it wouldn't make a difference if he could apparently materialize pastries in my kitchen. Sleep was impossible now. Every shadow seemed to lengthen and deepen, coalescing into a vaguely human shape in the periphery of my vision. The silence wasn't silent anymore. It was filled with phantom whispers, the imagined sound of footsteps just outside my door, the ghost of a camera lens glinting in the dark. My world had shrunk to the size of my fear, and the walls were closing in. He knew about the apron, the vanilla, the curtains. He could leave gifts, or warnings, on my counter. How much more did he know? What would he do next? The question wasn't just how does he know anymore. It was how close is he? That night, huddled behind the locked bedroom door with the dresser jammed against it, was the longest of my life. Every sound outside was magnified, twisted by fear into undeniable proof of his presence. The groan of pipes became footsteps in the walls. The wind rattling the window pane became fingers tapping, testing the glass. The refrigerator cycling on in the kitchen sounded like a low, menacing hum, an alien device monitoring me. I didn't sleep. I listened, straining my ears in the oppressive darkness, clutching my phone like a useless talisman. The cheerful red macaron sat on the kitchen counter, a tiny, edible bomb ticking down the seconds of my sanity. When the first gray light of dawn finally filtered through a gap in the curtains, it wasn't relief I felt, but a grim resolve. Hiding wasn't working. Waiting was torture. I had to do something. Carefully, silently, I pushed the dresser aside and unlocked the door. The apartment was still, silent. The macaron remained exactly where I'd last seen it. Armed with a pair of disposable gloves I usually use for handling food coloring, I picked it up. It felt obscenely light, almost fragile. Without examining it further, I dropped it into the kitchen bin, burying it under coffee grounds and vegetable peelings. Out of sight, but not out of mind. Then, fueled by a mixture of terror and adrenaline, I went back to my phone. I opened Instagram, navigated to the profile of Liam Bakes Better, my thumb hovering over the message button. What could I possibly say? Threaten him? Plead with him? Accuse him? It all felt futile against someone who could apparently phase through walls. I settled on desperate simplicity. Leave me alone. How are you doing this? How did you get in my kitchen? I hit send, my heart pounding, half expecting an instant, chilling reply. Silence. For hours, nothing. The lack of response was almost worse than the messages themselves. It felt like he was savoring my fear, letting my question hang in the void. I spent the time pacing my small apartment, peering out through tiny gaps in the curtains, checking locks again and again. Finally, late in the afternoon, a notification pinged. It was him. My breath caught. The message read, "But Olivia, I just want to appreciate your baking." Up close. It's hard to capture the true artistry from just photos, you know? Did you like the macaron? Raspberry is your favorite, isn't it? Raspberry. He knew my favorite flavor. I'd mentioned it once, maybe twice, in passing comments months, perhaps years, ago on some obscure food blog, long before my Instagram account even gained traction. Or maybe he knew it some other way. The implication sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. The casual intimacy, the feigned innocence coupled with deeply invasive knowledge, it was masterful psychological torment. This couldn't go on. I couldn't live like this. Despite my crippling fear of not being believed, I decided I had to try the police. The experience at the local precinct was deflating. I sat clutching printouts of the Instagram messages, the apron, the vanilla, the curtains, the macaron mention, his admission of wanting to appreciate my baking up close. The officer who took my statement was polite but detached. He listened patiently, nodding occasionally, his eyes betraying a practiced skepticism. "So, this Liam bakes better. You don't know who he is?" "No." "And he hasn't made any direct threats?" "Asked for money? Threatened violence?" "No, but he left a macaron inside my locked apartment." I insisted, hearing the desperation, the hint of hysteria, in my own voice. He raised an eyebrow slightly. "No sign of forced entry, you said?" "None." He sighed, tapping his pen. "Look, Ms. Olivia. Online harassment is serious, but without a credible threat or evidence of stalking beyond these messages and an unexplained pastry, there's not much we can officially investigate right now. It could be an elaborate prank. Someone you knew trying to scare you?" He suggested I file a report for documentation purposes, change my locks, again, enhance my online privacy settings, again, and perhaps install a security camera system. I left the station feeling more alone and vulnerable than ever, clutching a pamphlet on cyberstalking that felt woefully inadequate. He was right, technically. No forced entry. No explicit threat. Just creeping, impossible knowledge and a single raspberry macaron. Proof of nothing, yet evidence of everything. Defeated, I returned home. The sun was setting, casting long, eerie shadows across my living room. As I locked the door behind me, triple-checking the deadbolt, a faint sound made me freeze. A soft click, almost inaudible, from the direction of the ceiling near the hallway smoke detector. It wasn't the sound of the detector itself. I knew its chirps and beeps. This was different. Sharper. Mechanical. My blood ran cold. Slowly, heart hammering, I dragged a chair over. Standing precariously on it, I peered closely at the smoke detector casing. Nothing seemed out of place at first glance. But then, my eye caught it, a tiny, almost invisible dark spot near the edge, where the plastic met the ceiling. It wasn't dust. It looked like a lens. A minuscule camera lens, expertly concealed. My breath hitched. I scrambled down, fetched a screwdriver with trembling hands, and climbed back up. Fumbling with the screws, I managed to pry the smoke detector cover off. And there it was. Tucked inside, wired discreetly into the detector's own power source, was a tiny camera, no bigger than my thumbnail, its lens aimed directly down the hallway, covering the entrance to my kitchen and living room. He hadn't phased through walls. He hadn't needed to. He had eyes inside. How long had it been there? Who could have installed it? A maintenance worker? Someone who'd had access before I moved in? Or Liam himself? The questions swirled, unanswered and terrifying. With a surge of violated rage, I ripped the camera out, wires snapping. I threw the smoke detector cover across the room, where it clattered against the wall. Holding the tiny, malevolent eye in my palm, I felt a tremor run through me. This was how he knew about the apron, the curtains, maybe even the vanilla if he had audio or could lip read from the right angle. This was his window into my life. I destroyed the camera, smashing it beyond repair. Then I searched the rest of my apartment with frantic energy, checking light fixtures, vents, other appliances, anywhere else something could be hidden. I found nothing else. But the relief was tainted. Had I found the only one? Or just the most obvious one? In the days that followed, the messages from Liam Bakesbetter stopped. Complete silence. It should have been comforting, but it wasn't. It was worse. Before, I knew he was watching, knew he was communicating. Now, there was only emptiness, uncertainty. Did removing the camera blind him? Or did he know I'd found it, and was now watching me in a different way, biding his time, planning something else? Had he already installed others I hadn't found? I still live in the same apartment. Moving felt like letting him win, and besides, where would I go that felt truly safe? But it's not a home anymore. It's a place I check obsessively for hidden lenses, where every shadow feels like a potential hiding spot, every creak a footstep. I haven't logged back into it live-bake stuff. The stand mixer remains draped in a shroud of dust. The joy of baking, the simple pleasure of creating something sweet, has been irrevocably poisoned, replaced by a bitter aftertaste of fear. I blocked Liam Bakesbetter, of course, but I know blocking doesn't help. He's still out there. Maybe he's watching me right now, through means I haven't discovered yet. Maybe the silence is the real threat. The vanilla extract is still almost empty. I haven't had the art to buy more. Every time I even glance towards the pantry, I feel his eyes on me, and I wonder when the silence will break. My name is Noah, and like countless others navigating the murky waters of modern dating, I often found myself mindlessly swiping through Tinder late at night. It was a habit born more out of boredom and a vague, persistent loneliness than any real expectation of finding the one. Most nights, it was a parade of heavily filtered photos, bios filled with cliches about loving travel and hating drama, and conversations that fizzled out faster than cheap champagne. Tuesday night started no differently. The blue light of my phone painted my otherwise dark bedroom in an eerie glow as my thumb flicked left, left, right, left, a monotonous rhythm accompanying the drone of some true crime documentary I wasn't really watching. Then I matched with Emma. Her profile wasn't flashy, which was honestly a point in her favor. Just a few seemingly candid photos, smiling at a cafe, hiking with friends, faces strategically blurred, a common courtesy, holding a slightly bewildered-looking cat. She was cute, undeniably, with warm brown eyes and a smile that seemed genuine, not forced for the camera. Her bio was short and sweet, lover of books, coffee, and rainy days. Looking for someone genuine. No games, please. Generic, sure, but refreshingly straightforward compared to the cryptic one-liners or exhaustive lists of demands I often encountered. We started chatting. It flowed easily, surprisingly so. We skipped the awkward hey phase and jumped into shared interests, a mutual love for a slightly obscure indie band, debates about the best pizza toppings, pineapple belongs, fight me, and Tu Chow complaining/joking about the absurdity of online dating itself. She had a dry wit that matched mine, and her replies were quick and thoughtful. For the first time in a long while, I felt a flicker of actual interest, a spark of connection that went beyond the superficiality of the app. Hours melted away, the documentary long forgotten, replaced by the tap of my messages and the satisfying ping of her responses. Just as I was contemplating suggesting we meet up for coffee sometime that week, a new message popped up from her. Hey, this might be forward, but would you be up for a quick video call? Just want to make sure you're not a 60-year-old catfish named Stan, lol. I chuckled. It was a bit forward, but her reasoning was sound. God knows I'd heard enough horror stories, and probably featured in a few minor ones myself if I was being honest about my older photos. Haha, fair enough, I typed back. Stan the Catfish Man, at your service. But yeah, a video call sounds good. When works for you? How about now? She replied instantly. If you're free. My room was a mess, clothes draped over the laundry chair, empty coffee mugs scattered on my desk, remnants of a late-night snack. Hardly the ideal backdrop. Ah, sure, I typed, scrambling to clear a vaguely presentable corner of my desk and trying to smooth down my hair in the reflection of my dark phone screen. Just give me 2 secs to not look like I just rolled out of bed, even though I kinda did. Ha, no worries. No judgment here, she sent back, followed by the video call icon popping up on her chat screen. I took a deep breath, tapped accept, and waited for the connection. My heart was doing a weird little fluttery thing, a mixture of nerves and anticipation. The screen flickered, then resolved into her face. She looked exactly like her pictures, maybe even prettier in motion. Her brown eyes seemed whiter, perhaps with a touch of nervousness that mirrored my own. She offered a slightly shy smile. Hey, Noah. Hey, Emma. See? No Stan here, I joked, trying to break the initial awkwardness. She laughed, a pleasant sound. Good to know. We talked. Or rather, we tried to. The easy flow of our text conversation didn't quite translate to the video call. There were more pauses, moments where we both started talking at the same time, then apologized. Standard video call hiccups, I told myself. But something felt off. It was her background, or lack thereof. While my side of the call showed the cluttered reality of my room, hers was just white. A plain, stark white wall, devoid of pictures, furniture, or any distinguishing features. It was unnervingly blank, like a void. It made her look strangely isolated, floating in a featureless space. Interesting decorating choice, I commented, trying to sound casual. Going for the minimalist vibe? She glanced quickly over her shoulder, a flicker of something. Confusion? Fear? Crossing her face before it was replaced by a neutral expression. Oh, yeah. Just moved in. Haven't really had time to put anything up yet. It sounded plausible enough, yet the way she said it felt rehearsed. We steered the conversation back to safer territory, movies, music, complaining about work. But I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling. The stark white wall seemed to press in on her, and her initial nervousness hadn't faded. If anything, it seemed to intensify as the call went on. Her smiles didn't quite reach her eyes, and her gaze kept flicking away from the camera, not just to the side, but slightly upwards and behind her, as if checking on something just out of her own line of sight. Then I saw it. Or thought I saw it. She had her phone propped up against something on a surface in front of her, angled slightly upwards. In the dark, reflective surface of her phone screen, distorted by the angle and the low light, I caught a flicker of movement in the space behind her. It was indistinct, a shadowy shift against the white wall reflected in miniature. A trick of the light? Pixelation from the video compression? My own eyes playing tricks on me after staring at a screen for hours? I blinked, leaned closer, trying to get a better look, but it was gone. Just the reflection of the white wall. Everything okay? Emma asked, noticing my shift in focus. Yeah, sorry, I mumbled, shaking my head. Thought I saw a bug on my screen. Lag, maybe. I tried to dismiss it. Bad connection. Weird lighting. My imagination running wild thanks to too many creepypastas and true crime docs. But the seed of unease had been planted, and it was starting to sprout. I found myself watching a reflection on her screen more than her actual face. The conversation became secondary, background noise to my increasingly paranoid surveillance. Was that another flicker? Did her eyes just dart back again? Why was she holding her body so rigidly? The plain white wall no longer seemed minimalist. It seemed sterile, unnatural, like a room in an institution or a hastily constructed set. The silence in her background was absolute. No traffic noise, no house sounds, nothing. We talked for maybe 10 minutes in total, though it felt longer, stretched thin by the underlying tension I felt. The conversation was winding down, the pauses growing longer. Well, I said, trying to inject some normalcy back into the interaction. It was great putting a face to the name, Emma. Definitely not Stan. She forced a smile, but it was brittle, fragile. Yeah, you too, Noah. Her eyes, however, weren't looking at me. They darted nervously, unmistakably, over her shoulder towards the empty white space behind her. Her breath hitched almost imperceptibly. And in that split second, as her gaze flickered back towards the camera, her phone must have shifted slightly. The angle changed. For one horrifying, crystal-clear moment, the reflection on the dark screen wasn't just a distorted white wall. Reflected in miniature, perfectly framed, was a face. It wasn't Emma's. It was a man's face. Pale, gaunt, with sunken eyes that seemed to bore directly into mine through the double reflection. His mouth was a thin, tight line. He wasn't moving, just staring. Staring at me. The image was sharp, undeniable, burned onto my retina in that fraction of a second before Emma's hand hastily reached forward, blocking the screen. The call ended. Abruptly. Not a polite bye, just the connection severed, returning me to the chat screen, the video call icon now showing call ended 11 minutes and 32 seconds. I sat there, phone still in my hand, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. My own reflection stared back at me from the dark screen, wide-eyed, pale. The gaunt face from her reflection felt superimposed over my own. Stan the Catfish Man? No. This was infinitely worse. I blinked, trying to clear the image, but it lingered. The stark white wall. Emma's terrified eyes. And that face. That pale, gaunt face, staring from the void behind her. My fingers trembled as I tapped on her profile picture in the chat. User not found. Her profile, the easy conversation, the cute photos, Emma herself, all vanished. Gone, as if they had never existed. Leaving only the chilling echo of that reflected face and the deafening silence of my own room. The silence in my room was absolute, broken only by the frantic thumping in my chest and the low hum of my computer fan. User not found. The words pulsed on my phone screen, stark white against the dark theme of the app. Gone. Just like that. The entire conversation history, her profile, the pictures, the witty banter, erased. It was as if Emma, the girl I'd spent hours talking to, the girl with the nervous smile and the terrifying reflection, had been a ghost in the machine all along. But I knew what I saw. That face. Gaunt, pale, eyes like empty sockets staring through the phone at me. It wasn't a glitch, wasn't lag. It was real. And Emma's reaction, the fear in her eyes, the way she frantically ended the call, the immediate disappearance of her profile, confirmed it. She wasn't a catfish, she was in trouble. Or worse. My mind raced, trying to piece together the fragmented clues. The plain white wall. Her rehearsed answers. The constant nervous glances over her shoulder. The absolute silence on her end of the call. It wasn't a newly rented apartment, it felt like a cell, a soundproof room designed to keep something, or someone, in, and the outside world out. And the man in the reflection, was he her captor? Was he forcing her to do this? Luring people in via dating apps? For what purpose? The possibilities chilled me to the bone. I threw back my duvet, the sudden movement feeling jarring in the stillness. I needed to do something, but what? Call the police. What would I even say? Yes, officer, I was video chatting with a girl from Tinder, and I saw a spooky face reflected in her phone screen, and then her profile disappeared. They'd laugh me off the line, tell me to lay off the horror movies. I had no proof, no last name, no location, nothing but a vanished profile and a terrifying image seared into my memory. Frustration and a rising tide of fear washed over me. I felt helpless, useless. This girl, Emma, whoever she really was, had reached out, maybe inadvertently shown me something she wasn't supposed to, and now she was gone. And that face, it felt personal, the way it stared directly at me. Was I just a random target, or was there something more? My fingers trembled as I navigated back through Tinder, swiping aimlessly, hoping against hope that maybe it was a glitch, that her profile would reappear. Nothing. I tried searching variations of her name, Emma, M-E, combined with keywords from her bio, books, coffee, genuine. Still nothing. It was like trying to find a specific grain of sand on an endless beach. I paced my room, the bare floorboards cold beneath my feet. The true crime documentary I'd abandoned earlier now seemed sickeningly relevant. How many stories started like this? An online connection, a seemingly innocent interaction, then silence. I looked around my own cluttered room, suddenly feeling vulnerable. The blue light from my phone, usually a comforting presence in the dark, now felt like a beacon, potentially exposing me. Had he seen my room? Could he figure out where I was? Unlikely, but the paranoia was a cold knot in my stomach. I needed more information. Think, Noah, think. What did I actually know? Her first name was Emma, allegedly. She liked an obscure indie band. Which one? I couldn't remember the name. She thought pineapple belonged on pizza, a woman of taste, potentially held captive. It was pathetic. I knew practically nothing concrete. Wait. The pictures. Did I happen to screenshot her profile? I frantically checked my phone's gallery, scrolling through months of memes, photos of my cat, and random screenshots. Nothing. Why hadn't I taken a screenshot? It was dating 101. But the conversation had flowed so easily, felt so normal until it wasn't. What about the video call itself? Was there any record of it? I checked my phone's call log, only regular calls listed. I dove into the Tinder app settings, looking for any kind of activity log or history. Nothing beyond my matches and basic settings. It was designed for fleeting connections, for plausible deniability, for easy erasure. Maybe reverse image search? If her photos weren't unique, if they were stolen from someone else's social media, maybe I could trace them back to a real person. But I didn't have the photos anymore. They had vanished with the profile. It was a digital dead end. Defeated, I sank onto my laundry chair, burying my face in my hands. The image of the gaunt face flashed behind my eyelids. Those eyes. Dead, yet intensely focused. Staring. Always staring. Was he still watching somehow? Had the video call been a one-way mirror? I stood up abruptly. I couldn't stay here. The silence was too loud, my thoughts too dark. I needed air, needed distance. I pulled on a hoodie and jeans, grabbed my keys and wallet, and headed out into the night. The cool air hit my face, a welcome shock after the stale atmosphere of my room. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows, and every flicker in my peripheral vision made me jump. I walked aimlessly through the quiet suburban streets, phone clutched tightly in my hand. I kept reopening Tinder, refreshing it obsessively. Still nothing. I scanned the windows of the houses I passed, half expecting to see a pale, gaunt face looking back at me. It was irrational, I knew, but the fear was primal, deep-seated. What if Emma wasn't her real name? What if the entire profile was a fabrication, a carefully constructed lure? Maybe the man was the one operating the profile, using the girl's pictures as bait. Maybe the girl in the video wasn't even the same one from the photos. My head spun with possibilities, each one more disturbing than the last. I found myself near a 24-hour coffee shop, its bright fluorescent lights spilling onto the dark pavement like a small island of artificial normalcy. I went inside, the smell of burnt coffee and disinfectant cleaner oddly comforting. I ordered the largest coffee they had, needing the caffeine, the heat, something to hold on to. Sitting at a small table in the corner, I pulled out my phone again. This time, I didn't open Tinder. I opened my web browser and typed in the few details I had: Tinder disappearance, video call white room, man reflected in screen creepypasta. The search results were a predictable mix: articles about online dating dangers, generic safety tips, links to actual creepypasta forums, and sadly, real stories of people who had gone missing after meeting someone online. I scrolled through forum threads, reading stories that echoed elements of my own experience: strange video calls, disappearing profiles, unsettling encounters. Most were dismissed as hoaxes or glitches, but some felt chillingly real. Were there others? Had this happened before? Was there a pattern? One post on a lesser-known forum caught my eye. It was dated 6 months prior. The user, writing anonymously, described a Tinder video call with a girl. Plain background, nervous demeanor, and then a brief glimpse of someone else in the reflection before the call abruptly ended and the profile vanished. The details were eerily similar, though the user didn't mention seeing the face as clearly as I had. They described it more as a tall, shadowy figure. There were only a few replies, mostly skeptical. But reading it sent a fresh wave of chills down my spine. It wasn't just me. This had happened before. Emma wasn't the first. And the gaunt man in the reflection wasn't just a random captor. He was a predator. And he was using Tinder as his hunting ground. The coffee suddenly tasted bitter in my mouth. I wasn't just a witness to something horrible. I was potentially the latest contact of a serial predator, and the face I saw wasn't just a warning, it was a threat. He knew I'd seen him. That realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, colder and more paralyzing than the lukewarm coffee or the late-night chill. It wasn't just some random, passive reflection. That stare, direct and unwavering even through the distorted medium of a phone screen reflection, felt intentional. He hadn't just been caught on camera, he had looked at the camera. At me. He knew I was a witness. The coffee shop suddenly felt like a fishbowl, the bright lights exposing me. Every other patron, previously just background noise, now seemed like a potential observer. Was someone watching me right now? Reporting back? The anonymous forum post mentioning a tall, shadowy figure took on a new, sinister meaning. Maybe the user hadn't gotten as clear a look, or maybe the predator hadn't realized he'd been seen that time. But with me, it was different. I saw his face. And he saw me seeing him. I practically bolted from the coffee shop, leaving my half-finished drink behind. The walk back to my apartment was a blur of heightened senses and suffocating paranoia. Every car that passed too slowly, every shadow that seemed to stretch unnaturally long, every rustle in the bushes felt like a direct threat. I fumbled with my keys at my apartment door, my hand shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the lock open. Once inside, I slammed the door shut, locking the deadbolt and sliding the chain across. It felt flimsy, inadequate. I rushed through the apartment, checking the window locks, peering through the blinds into the darkness outside. Nothing. Just the quiet suburban street, sleeping under the sickly orange glow of the streetlights. But the feeling of being watched didn't dissipate, it intensified, crawling under my skin. My own apartment, usually my sanctuary, now felt like a trap. The silence that had been unnerving before was now terrifying, amplifying every tiny creak of the building settling, every distant siren. I collapsed onto the couch, phone still clutched in my hand like a talisman. Should I call the police now? Tell them about the forum post? It still felt flimsy. I saw a scary face on Tinder, and then I found an anonymous forum post from 6 months ago describing something similar. It sounded like the ravings of a lunatic. They'd need more. They'd need proof I didn't have. And what if calling the police made it worse? What if he found out? The man in the reflection didn't seem like someone who would react well to being exposed. Emma's terrified face flashed in my mind. What had happened to her after the call ended? What happened to the person who wrote the forum post? The lack of follow-up was perhaps the most chilling part. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that gaunt face, those dead eyes staring back. I stayed on the couch, phone brightness turned down low, endlessly scrolling through news articles, forums, anything related to missing persons or online dating crimes in my area, looking for any connection, any clue. Nothing matched perfectly, but the sheer volume of stories about encounters gone wrong was staggering. How many Emmas were out there? How many predators were hiding behind anonymous profiles and blank white walls? Hours crawled by. Dawn began to break, painting the edges of my blinds in shades of gray. Exhaustion warred with adrenaline, leaving me feeling jittery and hollowed out. Just as I was considering trying to get an hour or two of restless sleep, my phone buzzed. Not a text. Not a call. A Tinder notification. My blood ran cold. I hadn't opened the app since leaving the coffee shop. Hadn't swiped. Hadn't done anything. Hesitantly, I tapped the notification. It wasn't a new match notification, not exactly. It was one of those generic prompts Tinder occasionally sends out. Someone new is interested in you. Keep swiping to see who it is. Normally, I'd ignore it. But now, it felt different. Sinister. Was he reaching out? Testing me? Luring me back in? My thumb hovered over the app icon. Deleting it felt like the same thing to do. Sever the connection. Run. Hide. But what if that's what he wanted? What if Emma, or someone else, was still trapped, and this was the only tenuous link? Could I live with myself if I just walked away? And morbid curiosity, that dangerous human flaw, gnawed at me. I had to know. With trembling fingers, I opened Tinder. The familiar interface appeared, the stack of potential matches waiting. I swiped left automatically on the first few, my heart pounding. Then, I stopped. A new profile. No name listed, just an age. The pictures, my breath caught in my throat. They weren't of a person. The first picture was a stark, clinical photograph of a plain white wall. Identical to the one behind Emma. The second picture was blurry, indistinct, like a shadow moving quickly past the lens. The third picture was a close-up. A distorted reflection in what looked like the dark screen of a phone. It was pixelated, hard to make out clearly, but the shape was unmistakable. A gaunt face. Sunken eyes. Staring. The bio simply read, "Saw you." Panic seized me, cold and absolute. This wasn't random. This wasn't a coincidence. This was him. He wasn't just a predator hiding in the digital shadows. He was actively stalking me now. He knew I'd seen him, and he was letting me know. The message wasn't just "saw you," it was "I see you." I scrambled backwards on the couch, dropping my phone as if it were burning hot. It landed screen up on the carpet, the reflected face staring blankly at the ceiling. I stared at it, frozen. He was in the system. He was actively using the app not just to find victims, but to communicate, to terrorize. Then, a sound from outside my apartment door. A soft scraping noise, like something being slipped underneath. My heart leaped into my throat. I stayed completely still, barely breathing, straining my ears. Silence. Had I imagined it? Was the paranoia finally making me hallucinate? Slowly, cautiously, I crept towards the door. I knelt down, peering through the peephole. The hallway was empty, dimly lit by the overhead fluorescent lights. Nothing seemed out of place. But then my gaze drifted downwards, towards the floor directly outside my door. Lying on the worn hallway carpet was a small, folded piece of paper. It hadn't been there before. I hadn't heard the elevator, hadn't heard footsteps. Whoever left it was silent, stealthy. My mind screamed at me not to open the door, not to touch it. But I couldn't stop myself. The need to know overpowered the fear. Unlocking the deadbolt and chain felt like dismantling the last vestiges of my safety. I opened the door just a crack, reached out a trembling hand, and snatched the piece of paper. I slammed the door shut, locking everything again, my back pressed against the wood. My fingers shook as I unfolded the small square of cheap notebook paper. Inside, written in messy, blocky handwriting, were just 2 words. Look up. My blood turned to ice. Look up. Look up where? My eyes darted frantically around my apartment, the ceiling fan, the light fixtures, the top of the bookshelf. Then, instinctively, horrifyingly, my gaze snapped towards the window. Across the street, in the window of the house directly opposite mine, a curtain twitched. And behind it, illuminated briefly by the dawn light filtering through the gap, I saw him. Not a reflection this time. Pale. Gaunt. Staring directly at me. He raised a hand, slowly, and waved. Then the curtain fell back into place. He knew where I lived. He was watching me. The white room wasn't just a digital prison, it was somewhere close. And the face wasn't just on my phone anymore. It was outside my window. My name is Ava. It feels strange even writing that down now, like committing my identity to paper somehow makes me more real, more vulnerable. Maybe that's just the paranoia talking. It's been talking a lot lately, whispering corrosive little doubts into the quiet spaces of my life, spaces that used to feel safe. It all started, ridiculously enough, with an armchair. It wasn't a particularly special armchair. Old, yes. Comfortable in that lumpy, worn in a way that only years of use can achieve. It was upholstered in a faded floral fabric, a pattern of indeterminate blooms and shades of dusty rose and muted olive green against a background that might once have been cream but had surrendered to a fake beige. It had belonged to my grandmother, a piece of furniture that had migrated with me through 3 different apartments since she passed. It held memories, sure, the ghost of her sitting there knitting, the scent of lavender water she favored clinging stubbornly to the fibers despite my best efforts to air it out. But mostly, it was just big. Too big for my current living room, an awkward behemoth that dominated the small space and collected dust bunnies like trophies. I live alone. Have done for the past 5 years, since my last serious relationship ended with less of a bang and more of a slow, deflating sigh. I'd grown accustomed to the solitude, even started to cherish it. The freedom to leave dishes in the sink overnight, to watch terrible reality TV without judgment, to decorate, or in this case, declutter, exactly as I pleased. But living alone also comes with a low hum of vigilance, a constant awareness of locked doors and strange noises in the night. It's a trade-off, independence for a sliver of perpetual unease. So, the armchair had to go. I needed the space, mentally and physically. Maybe a little extra cash wouldn't hurt either, though it wasn't the primary motivation. I wrestled it into a position with decent lighting, snapped a few photos that probably made it look slightly better than it did in reality, and posted it on Facebook Marketplace. Vintage floral armchair needs a new home. I typed, adding the dimensions and the optimistic asking price of $50. Buyer must collect. The usual cascade of Marketplace notifications followed. Is this still available? Followed by silence. Lowball offers, $20 cash today? Messages asking questions already answered in the description. I sighed, resigned to the familiar dance of online selling. It was Tuesday evening when he messaged. His profile picture was nondescript, a slightly blurry shot of a generic landscape, maybe a sunset over a lake. No mutual friends. His name was Michael. Simple, common. Hi Ava, the message read. I'm interested in the armchair. Is the $50 asking price firm? It was direct, polite. A refreshing change. Hi Michael, I typed back. Yes, the price is firm. It's quite sturdy, just needs a bit of space. Great, he replied almost instantly. I'll take it for $50. When would be a good time to collect? Eager. Maybe a little too eager? I pushed the thought away. Someone willing to pay the asking price without haggling and pick it up promptly was exactly what I wanted. Still, the flicker of caution, the one that comes standard with living alone, sparked. A stranger coming to my home. Would this evening work for you? I asked, figuring it was better to get it over with quickly. Less time to dwell, less time for him to potentially change his mind. Say, around 7:30 p.m.? Perfect, came the immediate reply. Could you send me the address? This was the moment of hesitation. Giving out my address always felt like peeling back a layer of security. I glanced around my small, cozy living room. It was tidy enough. Nothing overtly personal on display, besides the general evidence of my life. Books stacked on shelves, a couple of potted plants, a throw blanket draped over the sofa. Standard stuff. I took a breath. I needed the chair gone. Sure, I replied, and typed out my street address and house number. It's a small gray house with a white front door. Just message me when you're a few minutes away so I can expect you. Will do. See you then, he confirmed. The next hour or so passed in a state of low-grade anxiety. I busied myself, wiping down the armchair one last time, clearing a path from the living room to the front door. I checked my phone repeatedly. Was it weird he didn't ask for more pictures? Or haggle at all? Most people did. Maybe he just really liked vintage floral patterns. Or maybe he just needed an armchair, any armchair, quickly. I tried to rationalize his eagerness, painting him as efficient rather than potentially odd. At 7:28 p.m., my phone buzzed. "Michael, turning onto your street now." My heart gave a little jump. Right on time. Punctuality was a good sign, wasn't it? Normal people were punctual. I unlocked the front door, leaving the security chain off for now, and peered through the peephole. A dark, slightly beat-up sedan pulled up to the curb. A man got out. Average height, average build, dark hair, wearing jeans and a plain gray hoodie. Nothing remarkable. Nothing threatening. Just ordinary. I opened the door as he walked up the short path. "Hi, Michael." "Ava?" "Hi," he said. His voice was quiet, soft-spoken. He offered a brief, polite smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. His eyes, they seemed watchful, taking everything in, but not in a curious way. More like cataloging. "Thanks for this. It's exactly what I was looking for." He gestured towards the armchair, which was visible just inside the doorway. "No problem," I said, trying to sound breezy. "It's just through here. It's a bit heavy. Might need 2 people to angle it out the door." "Should be all right," he murmured, stepping inside. He barely glanced at me, his attention fixed on the chair. He moved towards it, assessing the angles. I stood back, feeling awkward, redundant in my own home. He gripped one side, tested the weight. "Yeah, I can manage." He began maneuvering it, surprisingly adeptly, towards the doorway. It was a tight fit, requiring some careful turning. I hovered uselessly, asking if he needed help, but he just shook his head slightly, concentrating. As he got it wedged halfway through the door frame, one arm inside the house, one out on the porch, he paused. He stopped wrestling with the bulk of the chair and slowly turned his head, looking back past me, into the depths of my small living room. His gaze lingered for a moment, sweeping across the space. "Nice setup," he said, his quiet voice cutting through the evening air. "Cozy." I forced a tight smile. "Thanks." Just get the chair out, I thought. Just pay and leave. He didn't move. His eyes continued their slow scan. Then they stopped, focused somewhere beyond my line of sight, towards the back of the house. "You should really lock that back window, though," he said conversationally, his tone still soft, almost casual. "Easy access." He turned back to the chair then, gave it a final heave, and shuffled it out onto the porch. But I barely registered it. His words echoed in the suddenly silent room. "That back window." My blood turned to ice water in my veins. A cold dread, sharp and sickening, seized my chest. The back window he was referring to, it wasn't visible from the front door. It wasn't visible from the street. It looked out onto my small, fenced-in backyard. There was absolutely no way he could have seen it from where he stood, or from his car, or from the path. No way at all. How did he know about it? How did he know if it was locked or unlocked? He straightened up on the porch, reached into his pocket, and pulled out 2 20s and a 10. He held them out to me. I took the money numbly, my fingers stiff and cold. He just smiled again, that same unsettlingly blank smile. Then, without another word, he gripped the armchair firmly and started hauling it down the path towards his car. I watched him go, rooted to the spot inside my doorway, the $50 crumpled in my fist. The rational part of my brain scrambled for an explanation. Had he walked around the house before knocking? No, I would have heard him on the gravel path. Had he seen a reflection? Impossible angle. Had a neighbor mentioned it? Why would they? He loaded the chair into his trunk, which seemed almost miraculously large enough to hold it, slammed it shut, got into his car, and drove away. The moment his taillights disappeared around the corner, I slammed my front door shut, bolted it, and fumbled with the security chain, my hands shaking violently. Then, I sprinted through my small house, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I reached the back window, the one overlooking the small, shadowed patch of grass and the tall wooden fence. The lock, a simple latch, was fastened. Secure. But the fact that it was locked offered zero comfort. He knew about the window. He knew it existed, knew its location, and knew enough to comment on its security. The only way he could know that was if he'd seen it before. From inside my fenced yard. Or maybe even from inside my house. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside, sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I checked the back window lock. And the front door. And the other windows. Again. And again. Every hour on the hour. The cozy little house that had been my sanctuary now felt like a glass box, exposed and vulnerable. And the quiet stranger named Michael, who just wanted an old armchair, had become the architect of my fear. He knew about the window. And I had no idea how. That first night after Michael left was the longest of my life. Sleep wasn't just elusive, it was a taunting impossibility. Every familiar sound of my house settling became amplified, twisted into something sinister by my raw nerves. The groan of the water pipes was footsteps in the walls. The rustle of leaves against the siding was the scrape of fingers on glass. The wind whistling around the eaves became a low, menacing whisper. I lay rigid in bed, eyes wide open in the dark, straining to hear past the frantic drumming of my own heart. The image of Michael's quiet, watchful eyes, his blank smile, and those chillingly casual words about the back window played on a loop in my mind. Easy access. Every hour, like clockwork, I'd slide out of bed, my feet silent on the cool floorboards. I'd creep through the house, a ghost in my own home, checking the locks. Front door, bolted, chain secured. Kitchen window, locked. Bathroom window, locked. And finally, the back window. My hand would tremble as I reached for the latch, confirming it was still fastened. I'd press my forehead against the cool glass, peering out into the impenetrable darkness of the fenced yard, searching for shapes, for movement, for anything that didn't belong. There was never anything there but shadows and the vague outlines of the fence and the straggly bushes. but the absence of evidence wasn't reassuring. It just meant he was good at hiding. Or that he wasn't there right now. By morning, exhaustion had settled deep into my bones, a heavy, leaden weight. Sunlight streamed in, painting cheerful patterns on the floor, but it felt like a mockery. How could the world look so normal when everything felt so fundamentally wrong? I made coffee, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. As I waited for it to brew, I tried desperately to rationalize. Maybe Michael had taken a quick peek around the back before knocking. Could he have slipped through the side gate? I went outside, my coffee forgotten, and checked. The gate was old, warped wood, but it was latched from the inside. Could someone have reached over? Possibly, but it was awkward, high up. And why would they? Just a glance at a window? It felt thin. Could it have been a reflection? I stood at the front door, trying to replicate his position. I craned my neck, squinted, looked at the ankles. There was no combination of light or position that could possibly reflect the back of the house towards the front entryway. The layout simply didn't allow it. A lucky guess, then? A 1 in a million shot. You should lock your back window. Maybe it was just generic home security advice. But he hadn't said a back window. He'd said that back window, gesturing vaguely towards it, knowing its location relative to the living room. No, it wasn't generic. It felt specific. Targeted. My hands were shaking again. I needed to know more about him. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling as I opened Facebook and searched for Michael, who had messaged me from Marketplace. I scrolled through my message history, found our conversation. His profile picture, the blurry landscape, was still there. I clicked on it. His profile was barren. Almost unnervingly so. No friends list visible. No posts. No photos other than the generic landscape header and profile picture. His About section was empty. It looked less like a real person's profile and more like a placeholder, hastily created and minimally populated. It told me nothing, except that he likely didn't want to be found or known. The chill returned, stronger this time. He wasn't just some random guy who liked vintage chairs. He was anonymous. Intentionally so. The following days bled into a week of heightened, exhausting vigilance. The feeling of being watched became my constant companion. When I was home, I kept the curtains drawn, even during the day, turning my cozy space into a dim, claustrophobic cave. Every creak from the floorboards above when I was downstairs, or from downstairs when I was upstairs, sent my heart leaping into my throat. Was it just the house? Or was someone else inside? I started double-checking rooms before I entered them, peering around doorways, my hand hovering near a heavy book or a potential makeshift weapon. Sounds outside became sources of terror. One evening, cooking dinner, I heard a distinct scrape sound from the backyard, near the window, like something dragging against the wooden fence. I froze, knife hovering over a cutting board, every muscle tensed. I waited, heart pounding, barely breathing. Silence. After a minute that felt like an eternity, I crept to the window, pulled the curtain back a fraction of an inch, and peered out. Nothing. Just the deepening twilight and the familiar shapes of the yard. Probably a branch falling, or a raccoon. Probably. But the fear lingered, a cold knot in my stomach. Another time, I came home from a necessary grocery run, unlocking the front door. The deadbolt felt stiffer than usual, as if it had been recently forced or manipulated. I examined it closely. No scratches, no visible signs of tampering. Maybe I was just imagining it, my paranoia painting mundane friction as evidence of intrusion. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had tried the lock while I was out. Inside, things felt subtly wrong. A magazine on the coffee table seemed angled differently than how I'd left it. The salt shaker on the kitchen counter was closer to the edge than I remembered putting it. Tiny, insignificant details. So insignificant that I couldn't be sure. Was I losing my mind? Was the lack of sleep and constant anxiety making me misremember, making me manufacture threats where none existed? That was almost scarier, the thought that the danger wasn't external, but a product of my own unraveling mind. I thought about telling someone. My friend Chloe. She'd listen, but she'd likely tell me I was letting my imagination run wild. A creepy comment from a weirdo on Marketplace, Ava? Just block him and move on. Get a better lock if it makes you feel better. The police? What would I even say? A man who bought my armchair made a weird comment about my window. They'd laugh me out of the station. I had no proof, nothing concrete. Just a feeling. A deep-seated dread that had taken root and was slowly strangling my peace of mind. I was alone with this fear, trapped in the echo chamber of my own anxiety. The back window became the focal point of my obsession. I found myself drawn to it constantly, checking the latch, cleaning the glass obsessively as if wiping away potential fingerprints, scanning the small patch of yard beyond. I started researching security cameras online, comparing prices, reading reviews. Then I hesitate. It felt like such a drastic step. What if I installed one and it recorded nothing? Wouldn't that just prove I was being paranoid? Or worse, what if it recorded something? What would I do then? One night, unable to sleep yet again, I was standing at the back window around 2 a.m. The moon was hidden behind clouds, leaving the yard in near total darkness. I was just about to turn away when I saw it. Or thought I saw it. A flicker of movement near the back fence, a deeper patch of shadow detaching itself from the surrounding gloom, momentarily taking on a vaguely human shape before melting back into the darkness. I gasped, stumbling back from the window, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. I flicked on the back porch light, flooding the yard with harsh yellow illumination. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just the fence, the bushes, the empty grass. Not even a stray cat. Was it him? Was it Michael, lurking just beyond my sightline? Or was it just another phantom conjured by sleep deprivation and terror? I didn't know. And that was the most terrifying thing of all. I went to the hardware store the next day and bought a heavy-duty security bar for the back window, the kind you wedge under the frame. It was a solid, physical barrier. But as I jammed it into place that evening, the flimsy sense of security it offered was immediately overshadowed by the chilling realization I was barricading myself inside my own home, a prisoner of a fear instilled by a quiet stranger and a single, impossible observation. The window was more secure, perhaps, but I felt more trapped than ever. Living with the security bar wedged against the back window didn't bring peace. It was a stark, ugly reminder clamped onto the frame, a physical manifestation of my fear. Every time my gaze drifted towards it, which was often, the cold dread returned. It wasn't a shield, it was a scar on my home, a constant testament to the fact that something external, something malevolent, had breached my sense of safety so profoundly that I now needed metal and wood to feel even marginally secure in my own space. The feeling of being trapped intensified. The bar kept things out, perhaps, but it also locked me in with my own terror. The subtle disturbances didn't stop. If anything, my hyper-awareness made them seem more frequent, though the paralyzing ambiguity remained. One morning, after a night of particularly heavy rain, I went to wipe condensation off the inside of the back window. My fingers froze mid-air. There, on the floor just beneath the window, was a single, drying smudge of mud. It was indistinct, barely more than a smear, but it was undeniably mud, and I knew I hadn't been gardening or walked through dirt the day before. I scanned my shoes by the door, clean. I checked the floors, spotless, apart from this one alien mark. Had a bit blown in under the sill during the storm? Possible. Had he somehow reached through a gap, leaving a trace? Impossible to say. I cleaned it up frantically, scrubbing at the floorboards as if trying to erase the possibility itself. I started receiving calls from an unknown number. No caller ID, just a known. The first time, I answered hesitantly. Silence. Just dead air, maybe the faint hiss of an open line. Hello? I repeated, my voice trembling slightly. Nothing. After about 10 seconds, the call disconnected. It happened again 2 days later. And then the next day. Always silence. Always disconnecting after a few moments. Was it him? A wrong number? A telemarketing glitch? There was no way to know, but each silent call felt like a deliberate act, a reminder that he could reach me, even electronically, anonymously. I stopped answering unknown numbers altogether, letting them go straight to voicemail, but the ringing itself became a source of anxiety. The breaking point came about 3 weeks after Michael had taken the armchair. It was a Thursday night, late. I'd finally drifted into an uneasy, shallow sleep, the kind where anxieties still swim close to the surface. I was jolted awake by a sound, not one of the usual house creaks or outdoor rustles. This was sharp, metallic. A distinct jiggle. It came from the back of the house. From the window. I sat bolt upright in bed, heart slamming against my ribs. Every nerve ending screamed. Silence followed, thick and heavy. Had I imagined it? Was it part of a dream? Then it came again. Jiggle, jiggle, scrape. Someone was tampering with the window lock from the outside, testing it. Fear, cold and paralyzing, held me immobile for a second. Then, pure, unadulterated adrenaline surged through me. Who's there? I yelled, my voice cracking, louder than I intended. Get away from my house. I'm calling the police. The jiggling stopped instantly. I strained my ears, listening over the blood pounding in my head. Faintly, almost imperceptibly, I heard it, the soft crunch of retreating footsteps on the grass outside, fading quickly into the night. I didn't call the police. Not yet. What proof did I have beyond a noise and footsteps I couldn't even be sure I'd heard correctly? Instead, I did what I always did. I got out of bed, my legs shaking, and crept towards the back window. I flicked on the porch light, bracing myself for what I might see. Nothing. The yard was empty, bathed in a sickly yellow glow. The window was intact. The latch, visible through the glass, was still fastened. The heavy security bar I bought was still wedged firmly in place beneath the frame. Everything looked secure. Untouched. Relief warred with confusion. Had the bar deterred him? Had my shouting scared him off? Or had the entire event been a figment of my sleep-addled, terrified imagination? I spent the rest of the night huddled on my sofa, wrapped in a blanket, watching the back window until the first gray hints of dawn appeared, feeling utterly exhausted and more vulnerable than ever. The next day, I almost convinced myself I had dreamt it. Almost. I went through the motions, work, remotely, thankfully. I dreaded leaving the house, forcing down some food, endless cups of tea. The constant hum of anxiety was my background noise. It wasn't until late afternoon, when the light hit the back window at a certain angle, that I saw it. The security bar. It wasn't quite wedged as tightly as I always left it. It looked notched, as if it had been removed and then replaced slightly carelessly. My breath hitched. I knelt, examining it closely. There was a small, fresh scratch on the painted windowsill, right where the end of the bar rested. A scratch I was certain hadn't been there before. He hadn't just tried the window. He hadn't just been scared off. The implication hit me with the force of a physical blow. He had gotten in. He had somehow bypassed the locked latch, dislodged the heavy security bar from the inside, and then, what? Stood in my house? Watched me sleep. And then, perhaps disturbed by my yelling, he had replaced the bar, locked the window again from the outside, if that was even possible, and left. The thought was infinitely more terrifying than a simple break-in. It wasn't about theft. It was about access, violation, psychological warfare. He could get in. He could get in, observe, and leave without a definitive trace, leaving me only with maddening hints and crippling self-doubt. He hadn't needed to take anything or harm me physically to destroy my peace of mind completely. That was the end, in a way. Not of the fear, but of any hope of normalcy. I didn't call the police. The evidence was still too circumstantial, too easily dismissed. But I couldn't stay there. Within a month, I had broken my lease, packed my belongings, minus one bulky armchair, and moved to a small, anonymous apartment complex on the other side of the city. 3rd floor, neighbors close on either side, multiple locks on the door. But the fear came with me. It's packed away in boxes I still haven't fully unpacked, lurking in the shadows of my new, unfamiliar rooms. I still check the locks compulsively. I jump at unexpected noises. I scrutinize every stranger, searching for quiet eyes and a blank smile. I avoid Facebook Marketplace like the plague. Sometimes, late at night, when the city sounds die down, I think about Michael. I wonder if he ever thinks about me. Was I just a random target? Did he do this to others? Or was there something specific about me, my house, that drew his attention? And how did he know about that window? Was he watching for days? Weeks? Had he been inside before? The questions circle endlessly, offering no answers, only feeding the lingering chill. I never saw Michael again. His Facebook profile vanished completely about a week after I moved. But sometimes, I feel like I see him in crowds, a glimpse of a gray hoodie, a man of average height walking away, a quietness in someone's posture. It's never him, of course. Or at least, I tell myself it isn't. My name is Ava. I live alone. And I'm not sure I'll ever feel truly safe again. The armchair is gone, but the space it left behind has been filled with a permanent, unshakable dread. All because of a cozy setup, easy access, and a stranger who knew more than he should. My name is Elijah, and I suppose you could call me terminally online. It's not something I'm proud of, necessarily, but it's the truth. My days are a predictable cycle. Wake up too late, drag myself through a mind-numbing data entry job from the dubious comfort of my spare bedroom office, and then reward myself by dissolving into the infinite scroll. YouTube, Reddit, Twitch, but mostly, embarrassingly, TikTok. It's the ultimate brain drain, a relentless fire hose of 15-second distractions, perfectly engineered to hijack your dopamine receptors and make hours vanish like smoke. I spend way too much time on TikTok. My apartment is small, functional, and usually quiet, save for the ambient city hum filtering through the double-glazed windows. It's on the 3rd floor, nothing fancy, just a place to exist between work shifts and screen time. Most nights, like clockwork, I'd find myself bathed in the cool blue light of my phone long after I should have been asleep, thumb flicking through an endless stream of dances, comedy skits, life hacks I'd never use, and, inevitably, the trending sounds. That's where it started. With a sound. It wasn't even particularly original at first glance, just another piece of audio driftwood caught in the TikTok current. It was a lullaby snippet, maybe 5 or 6 seconds long, but horribly distorted. Imagine a classic, gentle melody, something like Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star or Hush, Little Baby, though the specific tune was mangled beyond recognition, played through a broken speaker submerged in water, then layered with static and a low, guttural hum that seemed to vibrate right in your teeth. It was grating, unsettling, viscerally wrong. Naturally, people were using it for horror-themed videos. Mostly cheap jump scares. You'd see a clip of someone walking down a dark hallway, or staring into a mirror, and right at the peak moment, bam, a distorted face would flash on screen accompanied by that jarring, corrupted lullaby. Typical stuff. Predictable, even. I must have scrolled past dozens of them over a few days. I'd watch a few, maybe flinch slightly at the jump scare if it was well timed, sometimes let out a short, dismissive laugh at the absurdity of it all, and then scroll on. It was just another fleeting trend, another bit of digital noise in the overwhelming static of the internet. I didn't save the sound, didn't follow any creators using it specifically. It registered, made a minor impression of unpleasantness, and then, I thought, I forgot about it. Just another drop in the ocean of content I consumed daily. That night, the night it changed from a fleeting digital annoyance to something else, started like any other. Work, dinner microwaved and eaten over the sink, then the long, slow descent into the TikTok abyss. I remember scrolling for longer than usual, feeling that familiar numb fatigue mixed with the inability to just stop. The algorithm fed me the usual diet, some funny animals, a cooking video that made me hungry despite having just eaten, a few political rants I scrolled past immediately, and yes, Probably a couple more videos using that damn distorted lullaby sound. I barely registered them. Eventually, sometime after 2 a.m., my eyes felt like sandpaper, and I finally tossed the phone onto the nightstand, plugged it in, and surrendered to sleep. Silence. That's what woke me. The profound, heavy silence that only seems to exist in the dead of night, somewhere between 3 o'clock and 4 a.m. The city hum outside was muted. The usual creaks and groans of the apartment building were absent. It was the kind of quiet that presses in on your ears, making you acutely aware of your own heartbeat, your own breathing. I lay there for a moment, disoriented, unsure what had pulled me from sleep. My room was pitch black, save for the tiny red charging light on my phone. Then I heard it. It started faintly, so faintly I thought I might be imagining it, maybe a residual echo from the hours of scrolling still rattling around in my skull. But it persisted, growing just slightly louder, clearer. It was coming from downstairs, or rather, from the main living area of my apartment outside my bedroom door. It was the sound. The exact same distorted, creepy lullaby snippet from TikTok. Every note, every crackle of static, every grating undertone, identical. Not a similar sound, not a variation, but the precise audio file that had been bouncing around the internet. I froze. Utterly, completely frozen. My blood turned to ice water, prickling under my skin. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the impossible sound drifting through the pre-dawn quiet. It wasn't loud, barely above a whisper, like someone was playing it on a phone speaker turned down low, but its presence was overwhelming. It felt alien, invasive. How could that specific digital sound be physically playing in my apartment? My mind raced, desperately seeking a rational explanation. Did my phone somehow start playing it? No, it was on the nightstand, silent, screen dark, charging light steady. Did I leave a laptop on? A tablet? Some other device? I never play audio out loud when I go to sleep. Did a neighbor play it? Unlikely. The sound was too close, seemingly originating from within my own space, and the walls weren't that thin. The sound played its full loop, those agonizing 5 or 6 seconds, maybe 3 or 4 times. Each repetition burrowed deeper into my fear. It felt deliberate, mocking. Then, as abruptly as it began, it stopped. Silence crashed back in, heavier than before, thick with dread. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, straining my ears, every nerve ending screaming. Nothing. Just the sound of my own ragged breathing. Slowly, cautiously, I forced myself to move. Adrenaline surged, cold and sharp. My hand fumbled for the heavy metal baseball bat I kept leaning in the corner of my room, a relic from a brief, ill-fated attempt at joining a softball league years ago, now repurposed as dubious home security. Gripping the cool metal, I slid out of bed, my bare feet making no sound on the carpet. Heart pounding in my throat, I crept towards my bedroom door, eased it open a crack, and listened. Still nothing. The living room beyond was a landscape of familiar shapes rendered strange and menacing by the deep shadows. Slowly, bat held high, I moved out of the bedroom. I checked the living room first. Phone chargers unplugged, laptop closed and cold, smart speaker dark and silent. Nothing. Kitchen next. Checked the microwave clock, 3:17 a.m., peered into the empty sink, glanced at the silent countertop appliances. Nothing. Bathroom empty. Spare bedroom/office, computer off, monitors dark. Nothing. I checked every window, locked. Checked the front door, double locked and bolted, exactly as I'd left it. There was nowhere for the sound to have come from. No device playing it, no open apps, no external source I could identify. It was as if the sound had simply materialized in the air, played its piece, and vanished. I spent the next hour wide awake, bat still in hand, perched on the edge of my sofa, jumping at every tiny creak of the building settling. The sky outside began to pale, shifting from inky black to bruised purple, then gray. The rational part of my brain kept trying to assert itself. Sleep paralysis, auditory hallucination, a weird dream fragment lingering after waking, stress. But the sheer specificity of the sound, its perfect replication of the TikTok audio, felt too real, too targeted. It hasn't happened again. Not since that one night. But something shifted in me. The fear didn't just evaporate with the morning light. It lingered, coiled in the pit of my stomach. Now, when I inevitably find myself scrolling TikTok and some unrelated video uses even a normal, innocent lullaby, or even just a slightly off-key music box sound, my stomach twists into a knot. My breath catches. I get a flashback to that 3 a.m. silence, broken by that impossible, distorted tune. The memory of the sound and the utter lack of explanation haunts the edges of my daily life. Was it just in my head? A stress-induced hallucination born from too much screen time and a creepy audio file? Or did something latch onto that sound? Did some unseen thing, drawn by that distorted melody echoing across the digital void, somehow follow it home? I scroll, and I listen, and I wonder. And I dread the silence of 3 a.m. The days following that night bled into one another with a strange, disjointed quality. On the surface, I tried to maintain a semblance of normalcy. I logged into work, typed meaningless data into spreadsheets, ate my bland meals, even forced myself through the motions of tidying the apartment. But underneath, a constant, thrumming anxiety had taken root. Sleep offered little escape. It was shallow, fractured, plagued by dreams I couldn't quite remember upon waking, but which left a residue of nameless dread, like cobwebs clinging to the corners of my mind. The silence of my apartment, once a neutral backdrop to my existence, now felt heavy, pregnant with possibility. Every creak of the floorboards, every sigh of the heating system, every distant siren seemed amplified, potentially sinister. My relationship with TikTok became complicated. The app, my former mindless escape, now felt like a loaded gun. The compulsion to scroll was still there, deeply ingrained, a habit my brain craved. Yet, every time I opened it, my thumb hovering over the icon, a wave of cold apprehension washed over me. Scrolling felt different now. Less like passive consumption, more like peering into a dark room, unsure of what might be looking back. The distorted lullaby sound itself seemed to have faded from the main trends, replaced by newer, more ephemeral snippets of internet culture. But its absence was almost as unnerving as its presence had been. Had it ever really been as widespread as I remembered? Or had my focus on it magnified its significance? And the lullabies, dear God, the lullabies. They were everywhere, or so it seemed. Gentle piano melodies in heartwarming videos, music box tunes in crafting tutorials, even snippets of classical pieces that brushed against that familiar cadence. Each time, without fail, My stomach would clench, my breath would catch, and a cold sweat would prickle my palms. It was an involuntary, visceral reaction, a phantom echo of the terror I felt that night. I'd slam my finger down to scroll past instantly, heart hammering, sometimes throwing the phone down as if it had burned me. Then the self-recrimination would begin. It's just music, Eli. Get a grip. It wasn't real. But the fear felt real. The memory felt real. Rationalization became my daytime coping mechanism. It had to be an auditory hallucination. Hypnagogia, maybe, those sensory experiences that can happen as you fall asleep or wake up. Combined with seeing that creepy sound repeatedly online, my tired, stressed brain must have just played a trick on me. Yes, that made sense. It was logical. It was comforting. Except it wasn't. The memory was too clear, too specific. The sound wasn't fading into dreamlike vagueness. It was crystalline in its horrifying detail, the exact distortion, the static, the gut-level wrongness of it, seemingly originating from my living room. And the timing, waking up first, then hearing it? That didn't quite fit the hypnagogia explanation I clung to. Unable to reconcile the logic with the lingering terror, I did what any terminally online person does when faced with the inexplicable. I turned to the internet for answers. Not just casual scrolling now, but targeted, obsessive searching. I started typing variations into search bars, heard TikTok sound in real life, distorted lullaby sound heard at night, auditory hallucination specific sound, TikTok sound manifestation. I plunged into Reddit forums dedicated to paranormal experiences, unexplained mysteries, and even creepypasta communities, searching for any mention, any parallel. The results were a frustrating mix of noise and near misses. Plenty of stories about hearing strange noises at night, plenty of discussions about the psychological effects of social media, countless threads about creepy sounds used in horror content. But nothing matched my specific experience. Nothing about that particular distorted lullaby manifesting physically after exposure online. I found generic tales of haunted houses, shadow people, sleep paralysis demons, unsettling, yes, but not my unsettling. Occasionally, buried deep within comment sections of obscure forums or old TikTok videos using the sound, I'd find a cryptic remark, heard this outside my window once, freak me out, or this sound gives me weird vibes IRL. But they were fleeting, anonymous comments, devoid of detail or context, impossible to follow up on. Dead ends. Whispers in the digital dark. This fruitless searching only amplified my anxiety. Was I truly alone in this? Was I the only one whose digital consumption had seemingly bled into reality in such a specific, terrifying way? The thought was isolating, making me question my sanity more intensely. I started leaving the TV on low when I slept, needing some ambient noise to fill the silence, terrified of hearing that faint, distorted melody creep back into the quiet. I found myself compulsively checking my phone settings, disabling background app refreshes, turning off permissions, as if I could somehow digitally lock down my reality. Then came the glitches. Small things, at first. TikTok would freeze mid-scroll, not unusual in itself, but it seemed to happen more frequently now. Sometimes, the audio would desync, creating unsettling juxtapositions of sound and image. One afternoon, while scrolling numbly through my feed, the algorithm seemed to get stuck. For about 5 minutes, every single video it showed me, one after the other, inexplicably featured that specific distorted lullaby sound. Old videos, new videos, videos I'd definitely seen before, all using that grating tune. My blood ran cold. I force quit the app, my hand shaking. When I reopened it 10 minutes later, my feed was back to normal, a random mix of content. A server-side glitch? A bizarre algorithmic hiccup? Or something else? Something noticing my attention, my fear? I never heard the full sound again in the apartment. But sometimes, late at night, when the building was quiet and I was hovering in that liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, I'd hear fragments. A single distorted note, like a key being struck on that broken, submerged piano. A brief crackle of static from the corner of the room where there was no electronic device. Were they real? Or was my hypervigilant brain, primed by fear and lack of sleep, simply creating phantom noises? I couldn't be sure. And that uncertainty was, perhaps, the most terrifying part. I thought about telling someone, my one close friend, Sarah, maybe. But how would I even begin? Hey, Sarah, so I heard a scary tick-tock sound in my apartment at 3 a.m., and now I think the internet is haunted? I could picture her reaction, concern, probably, but laced with gentle skepticism, suggestions to maybe take a break from screens, get more sleep. She tried to be supportive, but she wouldn't understand. I'd sound crazy. The fear felt too intimate, too bizarre to be shared. So, I kept it locked inside, where it festered, twisting my perception of the world, making me view the technology one was so reliant on with a profound sense of mistrust and dread. The screen wasn't just a window anymore, it felt like a doorway. And I was terrified of what might be learning to use it. Weeks bled into months, each one dragging me further down into a spiral of sleeplessness and gnawing paranoia. My world shrank to the confines of my small apartment, and even that felt increasingly alien, hostile. Work became an impossibility, focusing on spreadsheets while every shadow seemed to pulse and every electronic hum felt like a prelude to that sound was beyond me. Emails went unanswered, deadlines evaporated. My savings dwindled, but the fear was a far more immediate currency. The minor glitches I'd experienced before became bolder, more personal. My phone screen would sometimes flicker, and for a split second, my reflection would distort, elongating, mouth stretching into a silent scream reminiscent of those jump scare faces. Targeted ads became nonsensical, often just displaying garbled text or static, punctuated by single, recognizable words like listen, behind, always. Once, during a rare video call attempt with Sarah, my voice strained and trembling as I tried to pretend everything was fine. She asked why my audio kept cutting out, replaced by what she described as a weird, high-pitched scratching noise. I ended the call abruptly, claiming a bad connection, my blood like ice. The feeling of being watched intensified from a background hum of anxiety to a constant, pressing weight. It was strongest when I was online, naturally, but it started to bleed into the physical world too. I'd catch movement in the periphery of my vision, a flicker of darkness darting past a doorway, a shape coalescing in the reflection of a window for just an instant before vanishing when I turned my head. Were these just tricks of a sleep-deprived mind, fueled by constant fear? Or was the barrier thinning? Then, one night, bathed in the cold glow of my laptop screen as I mindlessly scrolled through some random news aggregator, I couldn't bring myself to open TikTok anymore, but the lure of some screen was too strong. It happened. Not from one source, but from everywhere. The distorted lullaby. It erupted simultaneously from my laptop speakers, my phone, which was off, charging across the room, even the small Bluetooth speaker I hadn't used in months. It wasn't faint this time. It was loud, layered, a cacophony of that single, corrupted melody playing slightly out of sync from multiple points, filling the small apartment with a deafening, sanity-shredding wall of sound. I clamped my hands over my ears, screwing my eyes shut, rocking back and forth. It felt like an assault, a deliberate act of terror. It lasted for perhaps 30 seconds, an eternity of grating static and twisted notes, before cutting off as abruptly as it began, plunging the room back into a silence that felt somehow louder, more terrifying than the noise itself. My ears rang. My chest heaved. This wasn't a glitch. This wasn't a hallucination. This was an event. Something inside me snapped. The constant fear, the doubt, the isolation, it coalesced into a desperate, final surge of defiance. I wouldn't just sit here and wait for it to consume me. I focused on the device that had started it all, the portal through which this thing seemed to have first gained purchase, my phone. It lay on the nightstand, its screen dark, looking deceptively innocent. With a guttural cry, I lunged across the room, snatched the phone, ripped the charging cable out, and ran to the window. Fumbling with the latch, I threw it open, the cool night air hitting my face. Without a second thought, I hurled the phone with all my might towards the alleyway 3 floors below. I watched it arc downwards, catching a glint of streetlight before disappearing into the darkness, followed seconds later by a faint, unsatisfying clatter. A wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a new, sharper dread. Had I angered it? Would destroying the phone even matter? Was the device itself ever the point, or just a conduit? I slammed the window shut, locked it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. For a few days, an illusion of peace settled. The glitches stopped. The feeling of being watched lessened, though it never entirely disappeared. I slept marginally better, fueled by sheer exhaustion. Maybe, just maybe, I had severed the connection. The illusion shattered on the 4th night. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, the familiar pre-dawn silence pressing in. Then, I heard it. Not from any device. Not from anywhere electronic. It was faint, horribly intimate. It sounded like it was coming from inside the walls. A scratching, rhythmic sound, punctuated by a low, guttural hum. And woven into it, barely audible but undeniably there, was the distorted lullaby. Not played, but hummed, scratched, breathed. It was organic, visceral, and utterly impossible. I didn't move. I couldn't. The terror was absolute, paralyzing. It wasn't just a sound anymore. It wasn't just digital. It was here. It had seeped through the screen, through the network, through the very fabric of my reality. Destroying the phone had done nothing. Maybe it had never been about the device. Maybe it was about the sound itself, a mimetic virus carried on trending audio, infecting susceptible minds, finding footholds in reality through our shared digital obsessions. That scratching, humming lullaby continued, seeming to crawl slowly along the inside of the wall beside my bed. I could almost feel the vibrations through my mattress. I closed my eyes, tears tracing hot paths down my temples. Was this it? Was this how it ended? Trapped in my apartment, listening to the impossible become real. I don't know how long I lay there, listening to the sounds in the wall. Eventually, the first hints of gray light began to filter through the edges of my blinds. The sound faded with the darkness, leaving only the ringing silence and my own frantic heartbeat. I'm writing this now on an old, barely functional library computer. I left my apartment that morning with nothing but the clothes on my back and the cash in my wallet. I didn't look back. I don't know if the sound is still there, in the walls, waiting. I don't know if it's tied to me, or to that place, or if it's still spreading through the endless scroll, looking for new ears to catch, new minds to infect. Sometimes, walking down the street, I hear a snatch of music from someone's phone, or see a group of kids laughing at a video, and I freeze. Is that the tune? Is that the static? Every lullaby sounds like a threat. Every screen feels like a potential window for something terrible to peer through. So, be careful what you listen to online. Be careful what trends you follow, what sounds you let echo in your head late at night. You might laugh it off, scroll past, forget about it. But some sounds want to be heard. Some things, once invited in, even passively, through a screen, might just follow you home. And they might not want to leave. Listen closely. Can you hear it? That faint static, just beneath the surface? My name is Sophia. Or, at least, that's the name I answer to, the name on my driver's license, the name Isabella always used. Isabella. Izzy. Saying her name now feels like swallowing shards of glass. She is, my best friend. That term feels so inadequate, so flimsy, like calling a hurricane a stiff breeze. We were forged in the crucible of awkward teenage years, solidified through late-night study sessions fueled by cheap coffee and sheer panic during college, and promised to remain constants in each other's orbits even when life inevitably pulled us into different galaxies after graduation. She went west, chasing a career in graphic design in a city known for its perpetual sunshine and sprawling, anonymous suburbs. I stayed closer to our college town, settling into a junior marketing role in a city characterized by brick buildings and seasons that actually changed. The distance was physical, hundreds of miles of highway and state lines separating us, but it never felt emotional. Not really. Not until that night. One of the rituals we adopted, born from a shared anxiety fostered by too many true crime documentaries and late-night walks home alone from campus libraries, was location sharing. It wasn't born of distrust, quite the opposite. It was a digital tether, a silent promise. I know where you are, you know where I am, just in case. We used one of those standard, ubiquitous apps, the kind built into the phone's OS, simple, reliable. Or so we thought. A little green dot on a map representing the most important person in my world. Most days, I barely glanced at it. It was just there. A background comfort, like knowing the emergency brake in your car works even if you never have to use it. We text random updates, made it home, or stuck in traffic, but the app was the fallback, the silent guardian. It felt sensible, responsible even. In a world that often felt precarious, especially for young women navigating new cities alone, it was a small measure of control, a tiny beacon in the vast, sometimes frightening, darkness. Izzy and I thrived on communication. Daily texts about mundane frustrations, weekend video calls that stretched for hours, sharing triumphs and disasters with equal fervor. We dissected bad dates, celebrated small promotions, debated the merits of pineapple on pizza. She was firmly pro, I remained skeptical, and planned hypothetical future trips we swore we'd take someday. Her life in the sun-drenched city seemed to be taking shape. She loved her job, had found a decent, if slightly isolated, apartment on the edge of a quiet neighborhood, and was slowly building a new circle of acquaintances. She complained sometimes about feeling a bit lonely, the sprawl making casual meetups harder than in our compact college town, but overall, she sounded happy. Content. Settling in. That's why the call was so jarring. It came late, well past midnight my time, which meant it was still reasonably evening for her, but late enough that casual calls were unusual. I was drifting off, scrolling mindlessly through social media, the blue light of my phone painting faint shadows on my bedroom ceiling. When my phone buzzed violently on the nightstand, displaying her name and picture, a goofy selfie from our last visit, my initial reaction was mild annoyance, quickly followed by a flicker of concern. Izzy wasn't typically a late-night caller unless something was up. "Hey," I answered, my voice thick with sleep. "Everything okay?" Silence. Not complete silence, but a heavy, static-filled pause punctuated by what sounded like ragged breathing. My sleepiness evaporated, replaced by a cold jolt of adrenaline. "Izzy? Isabella? Are you there?" Then, her voice, but not her voice. It was thin, reedy, stretched taut with a terror I'd never heard before. It was a whisper, frantic and broken. "Soph. Sophia. Izzy, what's wrong? Talk to me." My heart was starting to pound against my ribs, a frantic drummer setting a panicked rhythm. "He's outside," she whispered, the words tumbling out in a rush, barely coherent. "Someone." I heard noises. In the garden. By the back. Her apartment was on the ground floor, a small unit with a little patio that opened onto a shared, sparsely landscaped garden area behind the building complex. She complained before about the lack of privacy, the flimsy fence. Okay, stay calm," I said, trying to keep my own voice level, though my palms were starting to sweat. "Are your doors locked? Windows?" Yes, locked. But I saw him. Soph, I saw someone. Looking in the window. Just looking." Her whisper cracked, devolving into a choked sob. "I'm alone. He knows I'm alone." Panic clawed at my throat. This wasn't a nightmare. This wasn't a joke. This was real terror, raw and unfiltered, pouring through my phone. My first instinct, driven by years of our safety pact, was purely mechanical. While trying to soothe her with platitudes, "It's probably nothing, maybe raccoons, stay away from the windows, call 911, my thumb was already swiping, navigating to the location app. Muscle memory. Check the dot. Confirm she's home, safe inside, despite the fear. The map loaded, the familiar blue dot representing my location glowing steadily. I zoomed out, panning across the country, my eyes searching for her icon, the little green circle that meant Izzy. It appeared. My breath hitched. It wasn't where it was supposed to be. Not even close. Her apartment complex was miles west of where the marker resolutely sat. According to the app, the app we trusted implicitly, Isabella was currently located at a place called the Starlight Diner, a 24-hour establishment situated awkwardly off a major highway interchange, miles away from her quiet residential street. Miles away from the window where she claimed someone was looking in. Confusion warred with the rising tide of fear. Was the app glitching? Had she left frantically and forgotten in her panic? But her whisper, it sounded like she was there, in her apartment, huddled in fear. "Izzy," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice, "what are you talking about?" "The app. It says you're at the Starlight Diner. On the highway." "Are you there? Did you drive there?" There was another pause. Longer this time. The ragged breathing was gone. The static seemed to deepen, coalescing into something thick and weighty. Then, a sound that was definitively not Isabella's voice slipped through the receiver. It was low, smooth, almost conversational, yet utterly devoid of warmth. A chuckle. Soft, dark, and chillingly amused. It scraped against my ear like nails on slate. "Clever girl," the voice resonated, calm and predatory. But not clever enough. And then, the line went dead. Just click. Silence. The kind of absolute silence that screams louder than any noise. I stared at my phone, the screen still showing her location pin fixed, unmoving, on that damn diner miles from where she was supposed to be, miles from where that voice had just answered. My blood ran cold, the earlier adrenaline replaced by an icy dread that sunk deep into my bones. Something was wrong. Horribly, terrifyingly wrong. The silence left by the deadline was absolute, a vacuum that sucked the air from my lungs. For a frozen moment, I just stared at my phone, the bright screen displaying Izzy's location pin mocking me from its fixed point at the Starlight Diner. My mind struggled to bridge the chasm between the terrified whispers of my friend claiming someone was outside her window and the calm, malevolent voice that had answered from her phone, acknowledging a location miles away. Clever girl. But not clever enough. The words echoed in the sudden quiet of my room, curling like smoke, chilling me far more than the late-night air conditioning. Then, the paralysis broke, shattered by a surge of pure, undiluted panic. My thumbs flew across the screen, hitting redial. It went straight to voicemail, an impersonal, synthesized voice informing me the user was unavailable. Again. Voicemail. Again. Voicemail. I switched to our messaging app, the one filled with stupid memes, heartfelt confessions, and thousands of mundane updates. My frantic messages, "Izzy, answer me. Who is that? Are you okay?" 911. Remained stubbornly marked as sent, not delivered, let alone read. A single gray checkmark of doom. It felt like screaming into a void. My gaze snapped back to the location app. Still there. The little green circle representing my best friend, hovering over a generic map icon labeled the Starlight Diner. I zoomed in, my finger trembling slightly. It was, as the map suggested, an isolated spot. A splash of light and concrete huddled near a sprawling highway interchange, surrounded by dark patches that represented fields or undeveloped land. There were no other houses nearby, no businesses immediately adjacent. It looked like the kind of place travelers stopped at for coffee at 3 a.m., fueled by fluorescent lights and lukewarm regret. Why would Izzy be there? And how could she be there, according to the infallible GPS, while simultaneously whispering about an intruder at her window miles away. I kept the app open, my eyes glued to the screen, half expecting the pin to suddenly flicker and reappear over our apartment complex. Half expecting this whole thing to resolve itself as some bizarre, terrifying technological hiccup. Minutes stretched into an eternity, measured by the frantic pounding of my own heart. I paced my small apartment, phone clutched in a white-knuckled grip, glancing at the screen every few seconds. Refresh. Still there. Refresh. Still there. The unchanging location became less of a clue and more of a taunt. It felt deliberate. Planted. Clever girl. The voice knew. It knew I'd checked the app. Was this part of its game? And then, after what felt like a lifetime but the clock insisted it was closer to an hour, it happened. The green dot representing Isabella flickered once, twice, like a dying firefly. For a heart-stopping second, I thought it was moving, correcting itself. But then, it simply vanished. Gone. The map was empty, save for my own blue dot. No gray dot icon indicating location unavailable. No last seen timestamp. It was as if she, or at least her digital presence, had simply ceased to exist. Plucked cleanly off the map. The finality of it hit me like a physical blow. The screen seemed vast and empty, a testament to my sudden, terrifying isolation from her. That was it. The last shred of hope that this was a misunderstanding evaporated. This wasn't a glitch. This wasn't Izzy pulling a convoluted, unfunny prank. That voice, the location discrepancy, the vanishing marker, it was real, and it was deeply, fundamentally wrong. My hands were shaking uncontrollably now, but a different kind of energy surged through me, the grim determination that follows sheer panic. I had to call the police. Not my local police. They couldn't do anything. I needed the police in her city. Finding the non-emergency number for her precinct online felt surreal, my fingers fumbling on the keyboard. Explaining the situation to the dispatcher was one of the hardest things I've ever done. How do you convey existential dread and technological anomalies over the phone without sounding like you've lost your mind? My friend called me. She lives at Isabella's address. She said someone was outside her window, but her location app showed her miles away at a diner. Then someone else answered her phone, a man, and the line went dead, and now her location is gone. I could hear the barely concealed skepticism in the dispatcher's voice, the professionally calm tone that couldn't quite mask the assumption that this was likely a domestic dispute, a drunken misunderstanding, or simple paranoia. Ma'am, are you sure she didn't just go to the diner? Maybe her phone died or she turned off location services? No! I insisted, my voice rising despite my efforts to stay calm. You don't understand. The voice, it wasn't her. It knew I was checking the app. She sounded terrified. She said she was home. And now she's not answering, and her location just disappeared. I gave them her name, her description, everything I could think of. I stressed that she lived alone, that this was completely out of character. Reluctantly, they agreed to send a patrol car for a welfare check, but the implication was clear: don't expect much. The wait was agonizing. I paced my apartment, the silence pressing in. I considered calling her parents but couldn't bring myself to inflict this terror on them until I knew something concrete. Every creak of my building, every distant siren, sent jolts of fear through me. I kept picturing Izzy, huddled in her apartment, the shadowy figure at her window. I pictured the green dot hovering over that lonely diner. I heard that low, chilling chuckle. Not clever enough. What did it mean? Finally, my phone rang again. An unfamiliar number with her city's area code. It was the police. My breath caught in my throat. "This is Officer Miller," a tired voice said. "We're at your friend Isabella's apartment. Is she there? Is she okay?" The questions burst out of me. "Ma'am, the apartment is empty. No sign of forced entry on the doors or windows." My heart sank. Empty. "But," the officer continued, his tone shifting slightly, "we found something in the back garden area. Near the fence line." "What? What did you find?" "Her cell phone. A flicker of hope? Is it working? Can you track it?" "No, ma'am," the officer said, and the hope died instantly. "It's been smashed. Looks like it was intentionally destroyed. Screen is shattered, casing is cracked open. Completely unusable. Smashed. In the back garden, where she said she heard the noises, saw the figure. Not dropped accidentally. Destroyed." It painted a sickening picture, a confrontation, a struggle, the deliberate silencing of her only link to the outside world. But why leave it there? Why not take it? And still, the apartment was empty. No Izzy. No sign of a struggle inside. It made no sense. "The diner," I blurted out, remembering the map. "The Starlight Diner off the highway." Her location showed her there for an hour before it vanished. "Did you check there?" There was a pause. "That's quite a ways from here, ma'am. And based on what we found, it seems likely whatever happened here. But the app..." I started, but my voice trailed off. How could I explain? It sounded insane. The officer assured me they would look into it, but the priority was the scene, the missing person report they were now officially filing. I hung up, feeling colder than ever. Izzy was gone. Her phone, our supposed digital lifeline, was destroyed. And the only clue, the impossible location pin at a desolate roadside diner, was likely being dismissed as a technological ghost, a meaningless anomaly. But I knew, with chilling certainty, it wasn't meaningless. That voice knew about the app. The location display, the timing, the smashed phone, it was all connected. And Isabella was caught in the middle of something incomprehensible and terrifying. The guilt began to set in. Should I have believed the voice? Driven towards the diner? Called the police sooner? Done something different? The questions swirled, offering no comfort, only the icy grip of fear and the sickening echo of that final, dreadful chuckle. Days bled into weeks, weeks blurred into months. The initial frantic energy of the search, the missing person posters with Izzy's smiling face plastered online and on telephone poles in her city, the brief flurry of local news interest, the reassurances from detectives, gradually subsided, replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. The official investigation, as I'd feared, hit a wall constructed of implausibility and lack of evidence. There were no witnesses to whatever happened at the apartment. No security cameras captured anything useful. Neighbors heard nothing unusual. The check at the Starlight Diner yielded exactly what one might expect: blank stares from overworked staff who served hundreds of transient faces and remembered none, especially not from weeks prior, based on a fake description and a potentially erroneous digital ping. To the police, the narrative solidified into something frustratingly inconclusive. A young woman vanishes from her apartment, leaving behind a smashed phone in the garden. No forced entry, no ransom note, no body, no clear suspect. The location app discrepancy? Attributed to a network error, a GPS glitch, maybe even a deliberate misdirection by Izzy herself before she disappeared, a theory I vehemently rejected but couldn't disprove. The chilling phone call, the voice that wasn't hers. Without a recording, it was just my word, the distraught testimony of a friend hundreds of miles away, easily colored by panic and fear. They were sympathetic, professionally so, but the trail was cold, the leads non-existent. Isabella became another statistic, another unsolved missing person case file gathering dust in a cabinet. But for me, there was no moving on, no acceptance of the inconclusive. I was trapped in the amber of that night, endlessly replaying those final moments. Izzy's terrified whisper. The impossible location pin. The deadline. And that voice. Clever girl. But not clever enough. It haunted my waking thoughts and slithered into my dreams, which became fragmented nightmares of static-filled phone calls, endless highways leading to neon-lit diners, and the feeling of unseen eyes watching me from the darkness outside my own windows. My relationship with technology, once casual and reliant, became deeply fraught. My phone felt less like a tool and more like a potential vector for unseen threats. I disabled my own location sharing, the irony not lost on me. The very feature we'd adopted for safety now felt like painting a target on my back. Who or what had manipulated Izzy's location? How had it known I would check? Had it listened to our calls before? The thoughts sent tendrils of ice down my spine. Every notification jingle made me jump. Every unknown caller sent my heart into overdrive. Sometimes, late at night, I'd find myself opening the location app, staring at the empty space on the map where Izzy's icon used to be, half expecting, half dreading that it might suddenly reappear, perhaps hovering over some new, terrifying location. Or worse, perhaps right on top of my own blue dot. I became obsessed with the Starlight Diner. Not the physical place. I never gathered the courage to drive there, fearing what I might find, or what might find me, but its digital ghost. I spent hours scouring online maps, street view images, customer reviews, local news archives from the area. It was depressingly, horrifyingly normal. Average reviews, complaints about weak coffee, praise for the late hours. No mentions of strange events, no local legends of disappearances tied to it, nothing that offered any explanation. It was just a place. A banal, unremarkable roadside stop that, for one horrifying hour, had been the anchor point for my friend's digital soul before it was snuffed out. Its very normality felt like a deliberate insult, a mask hiding the abyss that had opened up that night. My life began to shrink. Friends tried to offer support, but their words felt hollow. How could they understand the specific, technologically twisted horror I carried? Their reassurances, they'll find her, try not to worry, maybe she just needed space, felt like papering over a chasm. Even Izzy's devastated parents, caught in their own unbearable grief, seemed to focus on the tangible, the police reports, the search efforts, while I was haunted by the digital phantom, the voice on the line, the detail that defied logical explanation. I grew distant, withdrawn, the shared trauma isolating me instead of bringing me closer to those who also mourned her. I felt like I was guarding a terrible secret, the secret that Izzy hadn't just disappeared. She'd been taken by something that understood the tools we used to feel safe and had turned them against us. What was it? What kind of entity could mimic a voice, manipulate GPS data, know to destroy the phone only after ensuring I saw the false location, and then vanish without a physical trace? Was it human? A terrifyingly tech-savvy stalker who somehow compromised her phone? Or was it something else? Something older, stranger, that wore technology like a skin? The voice hadn't sounded entirely human. The amusement in it felt cold, alien. The memory of that chuckle still makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. Not clever enough. It implied a game, a hunt, and Izzy. Izzy had been the prey. And I, the witness, inadvertently confirming to the predator that its trick had worked, right before it cut the line and erased her. Years have passed now, though the exact date, April 26, 2025, is seared into my memory. Isabella is still missing. The official case remains open but inactive. Hope has withered into a scar, a constant, dull ache in my chest. Sometimes, I force myself to look at her picture, the goofy selfie from my phone contacts, trying to reconcile the vibrant young woman I knew with the terrifying whispers and the empty space on a digital map. I live a cautious life now, double-checking locks, wary of unfamiliar numbers, forever glancing over my shoulder. The world feels thinner, less solid, as if the ordinary reality I once knew could glitch and dissolve at any moment, revealing the predatory static underneath. I still have the location app on my phone. Sometimes I open it, tracing the highways between my city and hers, zooming in on that unremarkable diner off the interchange. It's still there, a tiny icon on a vast map, open 24 hours. A beacon in the dark. Or perhaps a lure. I never stop wondering what truly happened that night, who or what answered Isabella's phone, and if it's still out there, watching, waiting, perhaps scrolling through its own contacts, looking for another connection, another little green dot on a map. Waiting for someone else to prove not quite clever enough. My name is Lucas, and I used to have this habit. Maybe compulsion is a better word. It wasn't anything illegal, not directly, but it certainly wasn't healthy. I was drawn to the shadowed corners of the internet, specifically the dark confession forums lurking within the labyrinthine structure of Reddit. You know the ones, subreddits where anonymity cloaks users like a shroud, allowing them, encouraging them even, to unburden themselves of their deepest, most shameful secrets. People admitting to awful things, truly awful things, infidelity, theft, betrayal, things that gnawed at their conscience until they had to spill them somewhere, anywhere, even if it was just into the digital void, read by strangers like me. Why did I frequent these places? Morbid curiosity, I suppose. That's the simplest explanation. There's a perverse thrill in peering into the abyss of human nature, witnessing the raw, unfiltered thoughts people usually keep locked away. It was like rubbernecking at a car crash, but instead of twisted metal, it was twisted morality on display. Part of me felt superior, maybe? Reading about these transgressions made my own mundane life, my own minor flaws, seem insignificant in comparison. Another part, the part I'm less proud of, just found it fascinating. The psychology of it all, what drives someone to do these things? What does it feel like? And perhaps most importantly, how do they live with themselves afterward? These forums were a raw, uncensored look into that struggle, or sometimes, the disturbing lack thereof. I'd spend hours scrolling, clicking through post after post, each title all promising some new depth of human depravity. I ruined my best friend's marriage and feel nothing. I stole from my dying grandmother. I fantasize about hurting animals. Most were probably exaggerated, some surely fabricated for attention, the digital equivalent of shouting into a canyon hoping for an echo. But some felt real. Too real. They had a weight to them, a texture of genuine remorse or chilling detachment that fake stories rarely capture. The details would be specific, mundane even, anchoring the horrific admission in a reality that made it all the more unsettling. It was these posts that kept me coming back, the ones that lingered in my thoughts long after I'd closed the browser tab. One particular evening, fueled by cheap coffee and the ambient glow of my monitor in the otherwise dark room, I stumbled upon a post that snagged my attention more forcefully than usual. It was in one of the grimmer confession subs, a place known for stories that often blurred the line between disturbing fantasy and potential reality. The title was simple, almost banal: I Can't Stop Watching. The username attached was Regretful Watcher 88. Intriguing enough. Plenty of posts started like this, vague hooks leading into common confessions. I clicked, expecting another tale of obsessive online stalking or perhaps voyeurism from a distance. What I found was different. It was written with a chilling lucidity, a calm narrative tone that felt jarringly disconnected from the content. Regretful Watcher 88 wasn't confessing to cyberstalking or watching strangers in a park. No, this was far more invasive, far more terrifying. The user described, in meticulous detail, the act of repeatedly breaking into someone's house. Not to steal, not to vandalize, not even to interact with the occupant. The sole purpose, the confessed compulsion, was simply to watch the resident sleep. The narrative unfolded with unnerving precision. Regretful Watcher 88 recounted the process, the careful observation beforehand to learn the target's schedule, the identification of a weak entry point, a loose basement window, apparently, the meticulous steps taken to avoid detection, soft-soled shoes, dark clothing, waiting for the dead of night when the house was still and the streetlights cast long, concealing shadows. The user wrote about the adrenaline rush, the fear of discovery mixed with the powerful, illicit thrill of transgression. They described the feeling of standing inside someone else's private space, unseen, unheard, a ghost in their sanctuary. But the truly chilling part was the description of the watching itself. Regretful Watcher 88 wasn't just glancing in. They were studying their victim. They wrote about the quiet intimacy of the act, observing the rise and fall of the sleeper's chest, the occasional twitch or mumble, the vulnerability of unconsciousness. The post detailed the layout of the house with an unnerving familiarity, the path taken from the entry point, through the darkened living room, up the stairs, avoiding that specific creaky floorboard just outside the bedroom door. The writer mentioned knowing the exact pressure points on the floor, the geography of silence within the dwelling. It read like someone describing their own home, but from the perspective of an intruder. The details were disturbingly specific, painting a vivid picture not just of the act, but of the environment. The faint scent of laundry detergent in the hallway, the precise angle needed to peer through the slightly ajar bedroom door without casting a shadow, the way the moonlight filtered through the blinds, striping the floor and the bed. It was invasive, violating, and utterly captivating in the most dreadful way. I felt a cold knot forming in my stomach as I read, the usual detached curiosity replaced by a creeping sense of unease. This wasn't just a confession, it felt like a blueprint for terror, a meticulously documented violation. The user even described the victim, a male, roughly the same age as the watcher, who lived alone. He mentioned the victim's habits, clean from observation, the late hours kept, the tendency to leave a specific bedside lamp on, the way he always slept facing the window. Even at this point, reading these intimate, stolen details about a stranger's life felt deeply wrong. It crossed a line. This wasn't just someone confessing to a past mistake, this felt current, ongoing, predatory. The username, RegretfulWatcher88, suddenly seemed less like an admission of remorse and more like a hollow label, a flimsy attempt to rationalize an active, terrifying obsession. The lack of any expressed desire to stop, despite the regretful moniker, was perhaps the most disturbing element. It was a confession, yes, but it didn't read like a plea for absolution or help. It read like someone documenting their horrifying hobby, perhaps even reveling in the power it gave them, the ultimate secret knowledge they possessed about their unsuspecting target. The post felt heavy, dangerous, like holding a loaded gun. And as I continued to read, scrolling down paragraph after paragraph of these intimate, chillingly specific observations, a deeper, more personal dread began to bloom in the pit of my stomach. Because some of those details, those specific, mundane, terrifying details, they sounded familiar. Too familiar. The unease I felt reading Regretful Watcher 88's post wasn't just the standard revulsion I sometimes experienced in those forums. It was different, colder, more intimate. It started subtly, a prickle of déjà vu. The description of the house layout, the path from the basement window, up the back stairs, it mirrored the route someone could take in my own rented house, if they knew about the slightly warped frame on that old cellar window I kept meaning to fix. I'd always dismissed it as unlikely, too awkward an entry point. But reading it laid out so clinically, so confidently, sent a shiver down my spine. Then came the mention of the specific floorboard outside the bedroom door. My breath hitched. There was a floorboard. Right outside my door, maybe the third one from the frame. It had a particular groan, a high-pitched whine if you stepped on it just wrong, especially late at night when the old house settled. I avoided it instinctively, stepping over it even in the dark. Everyone who lived here long enough learned to. But how could this anonymous poster know? It could be a coincidence, I told myself. Houses have creaky floors. Lots of houses have basements, stairs, bedrooms. My mind scrambled for rational explanations, trying to push back the rising tide of dread. But the details kept coming, piling up like stones on my chest. The victim's habits. Living alone, check. My age group, check. Keeping late hours. Well, yeah, I was a notorious night owl, often working or just browse online until the small hours, just like I was doing right then. The bedside lamp? I glanced over at the cheap lamp on my nightstand, the one with the slightly flickering bulb I kept forgetting to change. It was on, casting a warm, localized glow. I did often leave it on, preferring its soft light to the harsh overhead fixture if I woke up thirsty or needed the bathroom. Minor things, easily observable if someone was, say, watching the owls from the outside. But Regretful Watcher 88 wasn't watching from outside. They claimed to be inside. And then, the detail about how the victim slept, facing the window. My blood ran cold. I sleep on my right side. My bed is positioned so that when I sleep on my right side, I face the large window that looks out onto the quiet street. It's just how I've always felt comfortable. How could they know that? It's not something visible from the street level, not with the blinds partially drawn as they always were. To know that, you'd have to be in the room. Standing there. Watching. The image flooded my mind, a shadowy figure standing in the corner of my bedroom, motionless, their eyes fixed on me while I slept, vulnerable and unaware. My heart was hammering against my ribs now, a frantic tremor signaling alarm. I scrolled back up, rereading the description of the room itself. Vague mentions of furniture placement felt unsettlingly accurate, but then came the line that made my stomach plummet. He described the posters on the wall. My eyes darted around my own room, scanning the familiar images tacked onto the plaster. A vintage horror movie poster for a film most people had never heard of. A faded band poster from a concert years ago. A stylized print from an indie graphic novelist. Not exactly mainstream decor. Could Regretful Watcher 88 have possibly described these? The post didn't list them by name, thankfully, just alluded to posters showing dark themes, fitting for the occupant. It was vague enough to maybe be a lucky guess, but specific enough, combined with everything else, to feel like a targeted blow. My room wasn't just being described, it felt like it was being judged, analyzed by this unseen intruder. I was trembling, scrolling frantically, my breath coming in shallow gasps. Coincidence. It had to be a coincidence. A collection of commonalities twisted by my own paranoia, fueled by the inherent creepiness of the forum. Maybe this Regretful Watcher 88 just lived in a similar house, had similar habits, knew someone like me. It was possible, wasn't it? The internet is vast, overlaps happen. I clung to that thought, a flimsy shield against the mounting terror. And then I read the line that shattered everything. The final, irrefutable, sickening detail. He even has that small, pale scar just above his left eyebrow. Looks old. Maybe from childhood. I froze. My hand instinctively flew up to my face, fingers tracing the thin, slightly raised line of skin just where my eyebrow began to arch. It was pale. It was old. I got it when I was 7, fell off a swing set onto a jagged rock. It wasn't prominent. Most people never noticed it unless they were looking closely, or unless the light hit it just right. It wasn't something you could see from across the street, or even across a room, unless you were close. Unless you were standing over someone, perhaps, while they slept, the moonlight catching the subtle imperfection. There was no coincidence anymore. No plausible deniability. This wasn't about someone like me, in a house like mine. This was about me. This anonymous user, Regretful Watcher 88, wasn't just confessing to breaking into a house, they were confessing to breaking into my house. Repeatedly. They were confessing to standing in my room, navigating my space, learning my habits, studying my face while I slept, close enough to see the intimate detail of a childhood scar. The world tilted. The air felt thick, unbreathable. The glow from the monitor seemed suddenly malevolent. Every shadow in my room seemed to deepen, coalesce. Was he watching now? Could he somehow see my reaction through the screen? The paranoia was instant, overwhelming. My sanctuary, my private space, had been breached, violated in the most insidious way imaginable, not for gain, but for the simple, terrifying act of watching. Who was Regretful Watcher 88? Someone I knew? A stranger obsessed? The username offered no clues, just mockery. Regretful? There was no regret in those meticulous descriptions, only a chilling pride in his stealth and observation. The 88-foot, was it a birth year? Maybe mine? Maybe his? It didn't matter. The anonymity of Reddit, the very thing that allowed these confessions, now felt like a suffocating mask hiding a monster who knew my face, my home, my vulnerabilities. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. My only instinct was to sever the connection, however tenuous. My fingers flew across the keyboard, clumsy with panic. Settings. Account. Deactivate account. Confirm password. Are you sure? Yes. The screen refreshed. My profile vanished. My posts, my comments, my connection to that dark corner of the internet, gone. As if that could somehow erase what I'd read, or lock the doors Regretful Watcher 88 already knew how to open. It was a meaningless gesture, a digital scream into the void, but it was all I could do. I slammed my laptop shut, the click echoing unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. But the silence wasn't comforting. It was charged, heavy, listening. He knew my room. He knew my scar. He knew the creaky floorboard just outside my door. And deleting my Reddit account wouldn't change any of that. Deleting my Reddit account felt like slamming a door shut, but the monster was already inside the house. That first night after reading the post was the longest of my life. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the old house settling, every rustle of leaves outside the window, every distant car engine was magnified, distorted, potentially signifying him. Was that the loose basement window rattling, or was it being deliberately jimmied open? Was that scrape the branch of the oak tree against the siding, or soft-soled shoes on the roof? My own home, the place that was supposed to be my sanctuary, had transformed into a hostile environment, every shadow a potential hiding place, every sound a possible footstep. I sat on my bed, laptop closed, lights blazing, clutching a heavy kitchen knife I retrieved with trembling hands. It felt absurd, theatrical, but the fear was primal, overriding logic. He knew my schedule, knew my habits. He knew I was alone. He knew I slept facing the window. He knew about the scar. He knew me. The thoughts circled endlessly. He could be back tonight. He could be outside right now, watching me react. By dawn, exhaustion warred with adrenaline, leaving me a jittery, hollowed-out wreck. There was no question of staying. The illusion of safety was shattered beyond repair. I called my parents, my voice tight with suppressed panic, feeding them a half-truth about feeling unsafe in the neighborhood, a recent spate of break-ins, anything but the full, unbelievable horror story. They were confused, concerned, but agreed immediately. Pack a bag, come home. The relief that washed over me was immense, but tainted by shame and lingering terror. I felt like a child running back to mommy and daddy, but the alternative, staying another night in that house, waiting, listening, was unthinkable. Moving out was a blur. I threw essentials into bags, abandoning most of my belongings. Each trip out to my car felt like exposing my back to an unseen sniper. I kept scanning windows, rooftops, parked cars, seeing potential watchers everywhere. Leaving the house felt like shedding his skin, but the contamination lingered. I didn't look back as I drove away. The next day, I hired movers to clear the rest, instructing them remotely, unable to stomach setting foot inside again. Back in my childhood bedroom at my parents' place, surrounded by relics of a safer past, the fear didn't magically dissipate. It just changed shape. It became less immediate, less tied to that specific house, but broader, more insidious. We installed new locks, reinforced the doors and windows. I insisted on security cameras, multiple cameras covering every angle of the property, feeding directly to a monitor I kept by my bed and an app on my phone I checked obsessively. Motion-activated floodlights bathed the yard in stark white at the slightest provocation, a stray cat, a falling leaf, the wind. My parents thought I was overreacting, traumatized by the vague notion of neighborhood crime I'd fed them, but they indulged me. They didn't know the real reason for my vigilance, the specific, named fear that haunted me. Regretful Watcher 88. Weeks turned into months. I avoided the internet, especially Reddit. The morbid curiosity that had once drawn me to those dark forums was extinguished, replaced by a deep-seated aversion. The thought of willingly peering into that abyss again made me physically ill. I tried to rebuild a semblance of normalcy, got a new job, reconnected with old friends. But the experience had left an indelible mark, a psychological scar that mirrored the physical one above my eye. I became jumpy, suspicious. A stranger's prolonged glance on the street, a car idling too long outside the house, a floorboard creaking upstairs when I thought I was alone. Mundane occurrences now triggered a spike of adrenaline, a cold echo of that night. Trust felt like a luxury I could no longer afford. How could you ever be sure who was watching, what secrets they held, what lines they were willing to cross under the cloak of anonymity? I never saw another post from Regretful Watcher 88. Of course, I wouldn't have. I deleted my account, fled that online space. But I couldn't help wondering. Did he stop? Did reading my frantic digital escape somehow satisfy him, or scare him off? Did someone else read his confession and report him? Or did he simply grow bored of me, his regret proving entirely superficial as he moved on to document the sleeping habits of a new, unsuspecting victim? Or perhaps the most chilling thought, did he find me again? Did he know where I was now, watching from a new distance, amused by my security cameras and floodlights, knowing he'd already breached the walls of my mind? There was no closure, just a gaping void of uncertainty where the fear festered. The cameras offer a fragile sense of security, a technological ward against the unseen. But technology can be bypassed. Locks can be picked. And psychological wounds, those are harder to heal. The paranoia became a low hum beneath the surface of my daily life, always present. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is settling and the world outside is quiet, I hear it. Or maybe I imagine I hear it. A faint sound, barely audible, from the hallway outside my old childhood bedroom. A sound unnervingly similar to the specific, whining creak of that third floorboard outside my door in the house I fled. Is it just my traumatized mind playing tricks, phantom sounds born of fear? Or is it something else? A message? A reminder? I tell myself it's nothing. Houses make noises. My parents' house is old too. But the cold dread that washes over me is always the same. I check the camera feeds, scan the empty hallway, hold my breath, listening. Listening for the silence that follows, or for the sound to come again, closer this time. I deleted my Reddit account. I moved houses. I installed cameras. But I can't shake the feeling that Regretful Watcher 88, or the terror he imprinted on me, is still there, lurking just beyond the floodlights, just on the other side of the door, forever watching from the shadows he created in my own head. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I hear that floorboard creak. My name's Frank Miller. Used to be Detective Frank Miller, Homicide Division, LAPD. Now I'm just Frank Miller, retired. 68 years old, joints that complain louder than a rookie caught sleeping on watch, and a pension that just about covers the bills and my occasional indulgence in cheap whiskey. Retirement sounds peaceful on paper. Trade the flashing blue lights and yellow tape for crossword puzzles and reruns of old cop shows. Yeah, peaceful. But quiet ain't always peaceful. Sometimes, quiet just gives the ghosts more room to whisper. For 35 years, I've walked the tightrope between the city's sun-drenched facade and its grimy underbelly. I saw things that'd curdle your morning coffee, things that clawed their way into your sleep and stayed there, squatting in the dark corners of your mind. Most cases, you solve them. You put the cuffs on, you testify, the system grinds on. Closure, they call it. Sometimes it feels like it, sometimes it just feels like closing a door on a room full of screams. But you move on. You have to. Compartmentalize, they teach you. Lock it away. Except for one. The West Side Carver. That name still tastes like ash in my mouth. Summer of '98. Hot, sticky, smog-choked Los Angeles summer. He hit fast, brutal, and vanished like smoke. 4 victims in 6 weeks. Young women, all found in their apartments on the west side, hence the unimaginative moniker the press slapped on him. The way they were found, that's what stuck. Not just killed. Dismantled. Arranged. It wasn't frenzy, it was ritual. Cold, meticulous, terrifyingly precise. Like an artist signing his work, only his medium was human suffering. We threw everything we had at it. Task force, round-the-clock surveillance, hundreds of interviews, mountains of forensic evidence that led precisely nowhere. No DNA matches, no viable prints left at the scenes that weren't the victims, no witnesses who saw anything more substantial than a shadow. He was a phantom, a whisper in the concrete jungle. He taunted us. Notes left at the scenes, not for the public, but cryptic messages seemingly aimed at the investigation itself. Mentioning details only the cops working the case knew, procedural slips, internal debates. It felt personal. It felt like he was inside our heads. Then, as suddenly as he started, he stopped. 6 weeks of terror, then silence. Just gone. The city breathed a collective sigh of relief. The task force eventually scaled back, then disbanded. Resources were diverted to newer horrors. But for me, for the handful of us who worked it closest, it never stopped. It became the case file that gathered dust on the shelf, but never in my mind. Officially, it went cold. A stack of reports, photos, and dead ends locked away in archives. Unofficially, It festered. It was the question mark at the end of my career, the shadow that followed me home every night. Retirement was supposed to be the end of that. Time to finally let the ghosts rest. But like I said, quiet gives them room. Without the daily grind, the new cases demanding attention, the Carver case expanded to fill the void. I'd sit in my armchair, the television droning unnoticed, and I'd be back there, smelling the iron tang of blood in a too-quiet apartment, staring at Polaroids that stole a piece of your soul with every glance. Did we miss something? Some tiny detail? Some overlooked connection? Was he dead? Did he move away? Or was he still out there, watching, waiting? The official theory leaned towards the killer dying or being incarcerated for something else, severing the pattern. It was neat. Tidy. And I never bought it for a goddamn second. The meticulousness, the control, it didn't scream self-destruction or petty crime. It screamed patience. I tried talking to some of the old guys. Henderson, my partner back then, just shook his head over beers, told me to let it lie, enjoy the grandkids I didn't have. It's over, Frank. Dead or caged. Either way, he ain't carving no more. Easy for him to say. He wasn't lead. He didn't get the late night calls, didn't see the raw files, didn't feel the weight of those cryptic notes like they were addressed directly to him. So, I started digging again. Quietly. Unofficially. Pulled out my own boxes of notes, things I probably shouldn't have kept, photocopies of reports, crime scene sketches I'd redrawn countless times, looking for a pattern I hadn't seen before. Hours spent online, trawling through digitized newspaper archives, looking for cold case forums, anything. It was mostly junk. Armchair detectives rehashing the same public information, conspiracy nuts blaming aliens or the government. Frustration mounted. It felt like yelling into a void. Then, I remembered the whispers from the younger guys back on the force, the tech-savvy ones. Talk about the dark web. A hidden layer of the internet, anonymous, untraceable, where the worst of humanity festered. Illegal markets, forbidden content, and maybe, just maybe, places where secrets were traded, where chatter happened beyond the reach of official surveillance. It felt wrong. Dirty. Like consorting with the enemy. I was old school. Give me shoe leather, knocking on doors, reading a suspect's eyes. This felt detached. Cowardly, almost. But the Carver case wasn't playing by the old rules. Maybe I had to break a few myself. Took me a week just to figure out how to access it safely. Tor browsers, VPNs, warnings flashing on my screen about illegal activity and potential dangers. My old desktop computer whirred, protesting the strain. The initial plunge was nauseating. A chaotic mess of cryptic links, forums dedicated to ideologies that made my stomach turn, marketplaces selling things I didn't want to comprehend. I almost clicked off a dozen times, the ingrained cop sense screaming that this was a cesspool I shouldn't be wading through. But the Carver whispered louder. I refined my search, looking for forums dedicated to true crime, specifically unsolved cases, filtering out the obvious garbage. It was like panning for gold in a sewer. Days turned into late nights, fueled by stale coffee and obsession. My small study became a cave, lit only by the monitor's glow reflecting off my tired eyes. The air grew stale. I barely noticed. And then I found it. Not a forum specifically about the carver, but a subsection within a larger, deeply unsettling forum dedicated to predatory arts, as they chillingly called it. The subsection was titled Masterpieces Unclaimed. It discussed unsolved serial cases with a disturbing blend of academic detachment and connoisseurship. My blood ran cold reading the initial descriptions, but I forced myself to scroll, searching for any mention of Los Angeles of the late 90s. There it was. A thread simply titled WC98. West Side Carver, 1998. My breath hitched. I clicked. The first few posts were standard rehashes of the public case details. Then it started to change. Users with anonymous, often disturbing handles began dissecting the crimes with accuracy. Unnerving accuracy. They discussed entry methods that weren't released to the press. They debated the specific order of the mutilations, details only present in the confidential autopsy reports. One user, Chirurgeon7, posted a detailed analysis of the likely psychological profile of the killer that mirrored almost exactly the confidential assessment done by the FBI profiler assigned to our task force, a report I hadn't looked at in 20 years but remembered vividly. Another user, Echo_man, speculated about the placement of specific items at the scene, suggesting symbolic meanings that my team had debated endlessly behind closed doors but never made public for fear of copycats or compromising the investigation. They talked about potential escape routes, disposal methods for evidence, things we'd wargamed but found no proof of. It wasn't just speculation, it felt informed. Too informed. How? How could these anonymous ghouls know these details? Were they ex-cops? Leakers? Or something else? My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. This wasn't just morbid curiosity. This felt connected. I spent hours scrolling, reading, absorbing the cold, analytical discussion of horrors I'd witnessed firsthand. The level of detail was staggering, terrifying. They discussed the cryptic notes left at the scenes, arguing over interpretations, even quoting phrases verbatim, phrases that were never released publicly. My hands started shaking. This place, this dark corner of the digital world, knew things it shouldn't know. Knew things about my case. The case that had defined and broken a part of me. A cold dread washed over me, colder than any Los Angeles night. I wasn't just reading about the West Side Carver anymore. It felt like I was closer to him than I'd ever been in that stifling summer of '98. Closer and infinitely more vulnerable. The glow of the monitor felt like an eye watching me back. The silence of my house suddenly seemed too loud, pregnant with unseen listeners. I leaned closer, scrolling deeper into the thread, completely consumed, unaware of how deep I was truly sinking. The forum became my world. Days bled into nights, measured not by the sun, but by the rhythmic click of my mouse and the relentless glow of the screen. Sleep was fitful, haunted by fragmented case files and the cryptic usernames of the forum's denizens, Chirurgeon7, Echo_man, Somniphobe, Veritas Obscura. Each post I read was a breadcrumb leading deeper into a forest I wasn't sure I wanted to navigate, yet couldn't bring myself to leave. The accuracy wasn't just unnerving anymore, it was surgical. One thread, started by Chirurgeon7, discussed the specific brand of duct tape used on the third victim, Patricia Holloway. They debated its tensile strength, the manufacturer's distribution patterns in Southern California in the late 90s, even the likely retailers where it could have been purchased cash only without raising flags. This wasn't public information. We chased that specific tape lead down countless rabbit holes, interviewing hardware store owners, checking wholesale records, all hitting dead ends. But the level of detail in the forum discussion, they knew the exact goddamn SKUs we were looking at. How? How was that possible unless someone involved in the original investigation was leaking? Or unless the carver himself enjoyed reliving his procurement process? The thought sent a jolt of ice through my veins. Another user, Echo_man, posted a long, rambling treatise on the psychological significance of the locations chosen. Not just the West Side apartments, but the specific apartments. He theorized about lines of sight, ambient noise levels, proximity to specific types of public transit, weaving a narrative about the killer's comfort zones and surveillance patterns that felt eerily resonant with the vague, unsubstantiated hunches I'd had back then, hunches born from staring at maps until my eyes burned. He talked about the liminal spaces the killer exploited, alleys, service corridors, the brief moments of vulnerability between street and sanctuary. It was articulate, intelligent, and utterly terrifying. It felt less like speculation and more like memoir. My initial sense of validation, that I wasn't crazy for thinking the case wasn't truly cold, curdled into a thick, pervasive paranoia. The anonymity of the forum became a suffocating blanket. Any one of these usernames could be him. Convergence7, with his cold, clinical precision. Echo_man, with his intimate understanding of the city's hidden pathways. Or maybe one of the quieter ones, lurking, reading, absorbing. He could be reading my reactions, metaphorically speaking, gauging the ripples his posts caused in the dark waters of this forum. My house, once a quiet refuge, started to feel like a glass box. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside the window, every flicker of the streetlights sent my heart rate spiking. Was that car parked across the street there yesterday? Did that shadow in the periphery move? I started double-checking the locks, something I hadn't done habitually since my early days on the force. I'd catch my reflection in the dark monitor screen, haggard, pale, eyes wide, and barely recognize the man staring back. Frank Miller, retired detective, was fading. In his place was just Frank, the haunted old man, peering into an abyss that was starting to peer back. I wrestled constantly with the urge to engage. To type something, anything. To challenge a detail, offer a counter-theory, maybe even drop a piece of carefully chosen misinformation to see how they reacted. What about the witness who saw a blue sedan near the second scene? A detail we'd investigated and dismissed, never released. Would they call bullshit? Would they correct me? Or would they incorporate it, revealing their own knowledge gaps, or confirming their omniscience? But the fear always won. Engaging felt like painting a target on my back. Here, anonymous, I was just another lurker, another ghoul picking over old bones. If I spoke up, if I revealed even a hint of my true connection to the case, I'd be exposed. And something deep in my gut screamed that exposure was the last thing I wanted. This wasn't just a discussion forum, it felt like a predator's hunting ground, and I had willingly walked into the snare. The posts became more targeted, or maybe my paranoia was just sharpening my perception. A new threat appeared, badge and burden, when the case follows you home. It discussed investigators who became obsessed, who couldn't let go. It talked about the psychological toll, the lines blurred between duty and fixation. It felt pointed, like a commentary directed at anyone like me who might be lurking. Then, a post by Veritas Obscura analyzed the carver's notes left at the scenes. They focused on the third note, the one left with victim Brenda Lopez. They quoted a line, "The shepherd worries, but the flock scatters anyway." A line that was never made public. Only the core task force members and the chief knew the exact wording. My breath caught in my throat. Seeing it typed out on the screen, discussed casually by anonymous strangers, felt like a violation, a desecration of something locked away for decades. How? Who were these people? Disgruntled ex-cops selling secrets? True crime fanatics with impossible access? Or was the simplest, most terrifying answer the correct one? Was the carver, or someone intimately connected to him, using this platform to gloat, to reminisce, to perhaps even seek out loose ends? The feeling of being watched intensified. Not just by potential eyes outside my window, but digitally. It felt like the forum itself was aware of me. Like my clicks, my scrolling speed, the time I spent on certain threads, were all being logged, analyzed. Was I imagining the slight pauses in new posts after I'd spent hours reading a specific thread? Was the timing of certain replies just coincidence? The rational part of my brain, the detective part, screamed for evidence, for proof. But the primal part, the part that had stared into the abyss of the Carver case 20-odd years ago, knew better. Sometimes, you don't need proof. You just know. It happened late one Tuesday night. Or maybe early Wednesday morning. Time had lost all meaning beyond the timestamps on the forum posts. The house was silent except for the hum of the computer and the frantic beating of my own heart. I'd been scrolling through the WC98 thread for hours, caught in a loop of fascination and dread, rereading theories about the killer's cooling-off period and potential triggers for his cessation. My eyes burned, gritty with lack of sleep. I was about to finally push away from the desk, concede defeat to exhaustion, when a small notification icon blinked in the corner of the forum interface. A private message. I rarely interacted with the private messaging system. It felt too direct, too risky. I had no messages waiting, ever. Until now. My mouse hovered over the icon, a wave of inexplicable cold washing over me despite the stuffy air in the study. This was it. The moment the lurking fear coalesced into something tangible. My hand trembled as I clicked. The message window opened. A simple, stark white box against the dark theme of the forum. The sender, Echo_man. The subject line was blank. Below it, just 2 lines of text. 2 lines that stopped my heart cold. Badge number 714. Still poking around, old man? He remembers you. Badge number 714. Not just any number. My number. Assigned to me the day I made detective, carried until the day I retired. It wasn't on any public record associated with the Carver case. It might have been in deep personnel files, sure, but connected to this? To my anonymous presence on a hidden dark web forum? How? How could anyone here know that number? Still poking around, old man? The casual, mocking familiarity. Acknowledging my age, my persistence, my current activity. Reducing my obsessive, fear-fueled questionnaire poking around. And the final, gut-wrenching sentence, he remembers you. He. Not someone remembers, not we know about you. He. The Carver. The phantom we hunted, the monster we thought long dead or dormant. Echo_man wasn't just some knowledgeable user. He was a messenger. Or worse. The Carver wasn't just a case file anymore. He wasn't just a ghost whispering from the past. He was real. He was aware. And he remembered me, Frank Miller, badge number 714. The screen seemed to waver. The room tilted. I felt a sudden, dizzying vertigo, like the floor had dropped away beneath my chair. My breath came in ragged gasps. The digital ghost had reached through the screen, through the anonymity of the dark web, and laid a cold, spectral hand directly on my soul. The case wasn't cold. It wasn't even history. It was here. Now. And it knew exactly who I was. The words burned on the screen, seared into my retinas. Badge number 714. He remembers you. My first coherent thought wasn't analytical. It was pure animal panic. I slammed the laptop shut with a crack, shoving my chair back so hard it screeched across the worn wooden floor and nearly tipped over. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird, each beat echoing the frantic rhythm of blood rushing in my ears. I scrambled to my feet, stumbling towards the window, yanking aside the blinds to stare wildly into the indifferent darkness of the suburban street. Headlights swept past. A dog barked somewhere down the block. Nothing. No hooded figures lurking in the shadows, no black sedan idling at the curb. Just the quiet, empty stage of ordinary night. But the emptiness offered no comfort. The threat wasn't necessarily out there, not yet. It was in here, beamed directly into my study, bypassing locked doors and drawn blinds. It knew my badge number. It knew I was poking around. It knew I was an old man. And he, the butcher who'd haunted my waking thoughts and sleeping nightmares for decades, remembered me. My training kicked in, a rusty reflex arc firing through the panic. Secure the perimeter. I went through the house room by room, checking locks on doors and windows, peering through peepholes, my breath fogging the glass. Every shadow seemed too deep, every familiar object suddenly alien and potentially threatening. The grandfather clock in the hallway ticked with menacing slowness. Was that floorboard creak just the owls settling, or something else? In the back of my dusty closet, behind boxes of old uniforms and memorabilia I couldn't bring myself to discard, was my old service weapon. A Glock 22. Haven't fired it in years, but I kept it cleaned, oiled. Habit. Or maybe foresight. My hand trembled as I checked the magazine, the cold weight of the steel a small, inadequate comfort against the formless, digital dread. Who could I tell? Call Henderson? Hey, Dave, remember the Carver? Yeah, well, some guy on the dark web calling himself Echo_man just sent me a message saying the killer remembers me and knows my old badge number. No, I don't know who he is. Yes, the dark web. No, I don't have any actual proof he's the Carver. They think I've finally lost it. Senile dementia, brought on by obsession and too much cheap whiskey. They'd send a wellness check, maybe suggest a nice quiet home. Going to the current brass? Even worse, admitting I, a retired detective, was trawling the dregs of the internet. They'd laughed me out of the station, or worse, open an internal investigation into me. I was alone. Utterly, terrifyingly alone with this knowledge. The anonymity I'd sought on the dark web had backfired. It had isolated me completely. Sleep was impossible. I sat in my armchair, the clock resting heavy on the side table, the laptop dark and silent on the desk across the room. It felt like a coiled snake, waiting. Why contact me? Why now, after all these years? Was it the forum activity? Had I inadvertently tripped some invisible wire by digging too deep into the WC98 thread? What did he remembers you mean? Did the carver hold a personal grudge? I racked my brain, replaying the investigation. Did I say something inflammatory in a press conference? Did I stare him down in an interview room without realizing who he was? We interviewed hundreds. Could he have been one of them, enjoying the gain, the proximity to the chaos he'd wrought? Or was it simpler? Was I, the lead detective who never gave up, just an irritating loose end he now felt compelled to tie off? The ambiguity was its own form of torture. After 2 days of near catatonic paralysis, fueled by caffeine and fear, I forced myself to open the laptop again. My hand shook logging back into the dark web portal, navigating the familiar, repulsive links back to the forum. It felt like willingly sticking my head back into the lion's mouth. I checked my private messages. Nothing new from Echo_man. I scanned the WC98 thread. New posts had appeared, dissecting the fourth victim's timeline with the same chilling expertise. No direct mention of me, no reference to badge numbers or old men. But the atmosphere felt different. Charged. Or maybe it was just me, projecting my terror onto the indifferent text. Then, the lines started to blur. The digital threat began to seep into the physical world, like ink bleeding through paper. It started subtly. Mail delivered to the wrong address down the street, even though the numbers on my house are clear. A persistent flickering in the porch light bulb I'd just replaced. Cold spots in the house that had never been there before. Easy to dismiss. Old house, faulty wiring, overwrought imagination. Plausible deniability. But then, things escalated, just slightly. I went out for groceries, my first trip outside in days, and the entire time, I felt eyes on me. A profound, prickling sense of being watched. A nondescript gray sedan seemed to be behind me for several blocks, turning when I turned, disappearing when I finally pulled into the supermarket parking lot. Coincidence? Probably. But the certainty felt ice cold in my gut. Back home, I found the lid on my sugar bowl slightly askew. I always put it on straight. Always. It was a tiny thing, insignificant. But it screamed intrusion. Someone had been here. Or my mind was finally unraveling, constructing threads out of household minutiae. Which was worse? One evening, listening to the police scanner online, another old habit, I heard a call come in. A prowler reported a few blocks away, description vague, male, average height, wearing a dark hoodie. Gone before the patrol car arrived. Nothing came of it. But my address wasn't mentioned. Was it him, testing the response times? Circling closer? Or just another random city incident amplified by my own fear? The Watcher wasn't just digital anymore. I felt him in the creaks of the house, in the shadows that seemed too long, in the silence that pressed in on me. The forum, Echo_man, the message, they were just a prologue. The real horror was the slow, insidious erosion of my sanctuary, the knowledge that the monster from my past wasn't just a memory, but an active presence, aware, patient, and drawing nearer. Last night, I found something on my doorstep. Not a package, not junk mail. Just a single, dried pressed flower. A night-scented stalk. Innocuous enough. Except it was the exact same rare type of flower Brenda Lopez, the third victim, had in a vase beside her bed. The detail was noted in the crime scene inventory, but never released, deemed irrelevant at the time. It wasn't left for me. It was placed at me. A message far clearer than any text on a screen. He doesn't just remember me. He knows where I live. I'm sitting here now, in my study. The clock is on the desk, not in the closet. The laptop is open, the dark web forum glowing faintly. I haven't checked for new messages. I don't need to. The message has already been delivered. The silence in the house is different tonight. It's not empty. It's listening. Waiting. Every car that passes, every distant siren, every tick of the clock is a countdown. Retirement isn't peaceful. It's the final, terrifying cold case. Mine. And the carver? He's out there. Or maybe he's closer than that. Maybe the Watcher isn't just in the digital walls anymore. Maybe he's already inside. The floorboards upstairs just creaked. But I live alone. My name is Grace Miller. It feels strange to say that now, like recalling the name of a character from a book I read long ago, someone disconnected from the perpetually scanning, nerve-shredded creature I've become. But yes, I was Grace Miller, a doctoral candidate in history at Georgetown, bright-eyed, maybe a little too ambitious, and utterly convinced that the darkest corners of the human past held the most illuminating truths about our present. My thesis, the millstone that both anchored my life and threatened to drag me under, was titled Mechanisms of Control, an evolutionary study of torture techniques from antiquity to the early modern period. Catchy, I know. My advisor, Dr. Eris Thorne, a man whose tweed jacket smelled faintly of pipe tobacco and archival dust, had raised a skeptical eyebrow when I first proposed it. Grace, he'd sighed, polishing his spectacles, it's bleak territory. Important, undeniably. But are you certain you want to immerse yourself in that level of human depravity for the next 3 to 5 years? I was certain. Or at least, I thought I was. I wasn't interested in the gore, the cheap shock value. I was fascinated by the ingenuity. The horrifying creativity humans employ to inflict pain, yes, but more than that, the way these techniques reflected societal anxieties, power structures, evolving understandings of the body, the soul, and the very definition of truth. The rack, the strappado, the Iron Maiden, the Judas Cradle, they weren't just instruments, they were physical manifestations of ideologies, intricate machines designed not just to break bodies, but to assert dominance, extract confessions, true or false, and enforce conformity. I saw them as dark mirrors to the societies that created them. The initial research was standard academic drudgery, endless hours in the university library's rare books section, deciphering medieval Latin texts, cross-referencing accounts from inquisitors' manuals, legal documents, and the occasional harrowing first-hand narrative. I meticulously cataloged the subtle shifts, the Roman focus on public spectacle, the medieval obsession with extracting confessions for spiritual purity, the early modern period's quasi-scientific approach to calibrated suffering. Digitized archives offered more, grainy scans of woodcuts depicting scenes of torment, surprisingly detailed schematics from inventors who treated pain delivery like an engineering problem. But I hit a wall. The publicly available information, while extensive, felt sanitized, filtered. There were gaps, references to practices only hinted at, devices described with frustrating vagueness. Whispers existed in obscure footnotes and online historical forums, whispers of collections too controversial, too graphic, too real for mainstream academia or even the more permissive digital archives. They spoke of a place on the dark web, a repository supposedly containing uncensored materials, diagrams deemed too disturbing, historical accounts too raw for public consumption. They called it the Iron Library. Most dismissed it as a myth, an urban legend for morbid history buffs. But the references, though scarce, were persistent and sometimes appeared in surprisingly credible, albeit anonymous, online discussions. The idea lodged itself in my brain like a parasite. My thesis felt incomplete, lacking the visceral, unvarnished truth I suspected lay hidden. Driven by a potent cocktail of academic ambition and a burgeoning, slightly shameful curiosity, I decided to seek it out. Navigating the dark web was a crash course in digital paranoia. Tor browser, VPNs layered like geological strata, burner email addresses, forums where conversations unfolded in cryptic shorthand. It took weeks of patient lurking, following breadcrumb trails of obscure links and coded recommendations. The process felt illicit, transgressive, a world away from the quiet respectability of the university library. Finally, in a forum dedicated to unconventional historical sources, a user named Sharon responded to my carefully worded inquiry with a single, nondescript onion link and the phrase, "Knowledge bears a price. Verification required upon arrival." My heart hammered against my ribs as I pasted the link into the Tor browser. The page that loaded was stark black, minimalist. A single icon resembling a stylized, antique keyhole pulsed slowly in the center. Below it, the words, "The Iron Library, Access Portal." And beneath that, a small, innocuous button labeled, "Initiate Verification Scan." A cold wave of unease washed over me. Verification? How? A text box appeared. To ensure the integrity of our collection and prevent automated access, a brief biometric facial scan is required. Your data is used solely for access verification and is not stored or shared. Place your face within the indicated frame. A webcam feed flickered to life, showing my own pale, tired face reflected back at me, framed by faint digital lines. This was it. The point of no return. Every instinct screamed danger. Giving biometric data to an anonymous entity on the dark web? It was monumentally stupid, reckless beyond measure. My carefully constructed digital anonymity would be shattered. But the library, the promise of unfiltered knowledge, the key to unlocking the final, crucial layer of my thesis, it was right there. Years of work, the looming pressure of my defense, the desire to produce something truly groundbreaking, it all warred against my common sense. "It's just a quick scan," I rationalized, my cursor hovering over the button. Anti-bot security. Standard practice in some secure systems. What could they possibly do with a momentary facial geometry map? It's anonymous, untraceable back to Grace Miller. The justifications felt thin, even to me, but ambition is a powerful opiate. I took a deep breath, leaned in, aligned my face with the frame, and clicked the button. A faint blue light emanated from the screen, scanning my face for 3 agonizing seconds. Then, the keyhole icon animated, turning, clicking open. The screen refreshed, revealing rows upon rows of categorized links: antiquity, medieval Europe, Inquisition records, East Asian methods, early modern innovations, uncategorized schematics. I had arrived. The Iron Library was everything the Whispers promised and more. It was vast, chillingly comprehensive. The diagrams were far more detailed than anything I'd seen before, showing internal mechanisms, stress points on the human body, precise angles of leverage. There were digitized scrolls, scanned pages from forbidden books, detached clinical descriptions of procedures, eyewitness accounts that made my stomach churn, audio recordings of, well, I tried not to dwell on those. It wasn't just the graphic nature, it was the coldness, the sheer volume of meticulously documented human cruelty, stripped bare of any moral commentary. I lost track of time, diving deep into the section on medieval European techniques. The rack, in particular, held a morbid fascination. Not just the basic principle of stretching, but the variations, the specific ways interrogators targeted certain joints, the documented stages of dislocation. I spent hours, possibly days cumulatively, staring at one specific set of diagrams, a series showing the victim's body contorted at progressive stages of tension. The angles of the limbs, the arch of the back, the tilt of the head, it was all rendered with horrifying, anatomical precision. I saved copies, took notes, cross-referenced with other texts in the library. My thesis was finally taking shape, becoming the definitive, unflinching work I'd envisioned. The risk, I told myself, had been worth it. That was 3 weeks ago. The initial thrill of discovery had faded, replaced by a low-level hum of anxiety and the persistent metallic taste of revulsion in the back of my throat. The work was taking its toll. I slept poorly, haunted by fragmented images from the diagrams. Last night, I was working late, fueled by lukewarm coffee and academic pressure. Around 2 a.m., needing air, I went to my apartment window, which overlooks the quiet residential street below. Most lights were out, except for the lone sodium streetlight directly across the road, casting a sickly orange glow. And someone was standing under it. That, in itself, wasn't unusual. People walked home late, waited for rides. But this person wasn't moving. They were stock still. Facing my building, though I couldn't make out any features in the dim light and shadow. Just a silhouette. Tall, thin. I watched for a minute, waiting for them to move, to walk on, to check their phone. Nothing. They just stood there. Then, a cold dread, sharp and piercing, lanced through me. The way they were standing. It wasn't natural. The limbs were held at odd angles, the torso slightly twisted, the head tilted back just so. It was a pose. My blood turned to ice water. I knew that pose. I had stared at diagrams of it for hours upon hours just days before. It was precise, unmistakable. the exact configuration of a body subjected to the initial stages of the medieval rack before the full tension was applied. Perfectly still, perfectly mimicking the diagram. Standing directly across the street, bathed in the dead glow of the streetlight. Waiting. I stumble back from the window, my breath catching in my throat, the coffee mug slipping from my numb fingers to shatter on the floor. The iron library. The facial scan. Verification required upon arrival. Stupid, stupid, stupid. What had I verified? And who, or what, had just confirmed they received it? Across the street, the figure remained, an unwavering silhouette of historical agony brought to life, its unseen face implicitly turned towards my window. The crash of the coffee mug seemed to echo in the sudden, suffocating silence of my apartment. My breath came in ragged gasps, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. For a long moment, I was paralyzed, rooted to the spot, the shards of ceramic and cooling coffee spreading around my bare feet. Then, propelled by a surge of adrenaline-fueled terror, I scrambled back, away from the window, pressing myself into the corner of the room, eyes wide, fixed on the drawn curtains. It was still out there. I knew it. The image was burned onto my retinas, the unnatural stillness, the precise, horrific geometry of that pose under the dead orange light. The rack. Stage 1. A posture of anticipated agony, rendered in flesh and shadow across the street. How long did I stay huddled there? Minutes? An hour? Time seemed to warp, stretching and compressing. Eventually, the primal need to know overcame the paralysis. Crawling on hands and knees, keeping low, I crept back towards the window. I peered through a tiny gap between the curtain and the frame, my breath held tight. The figure was gone. The street was empty. Just the streetlight, the parked cars, the silent facades of the opposite buildings. Relief washed over me, so potent it left me weak and trembling. It was gone. Maybe I had imagined it. Stress, exhaustion, the morbid subject matter finally getting to me. God knows, I hadn't been sleeping well. The images from the iron library had a way of lingering, festering in the subconscious. A waking nightmare, perhaps. A hallucination born of academic obsession and too much caffeine. I wanted to believe that. Desperately. I spent the rest of the night oscillating between frantic rationalization and heart-stopping fear, jumping at every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren. Sleep was impossible. When the gray light of dawn finally filtered through the curtains, it brought exhaustion but no comfort. The memory of the figure felt too real, too specific. The precision of the pose haunted me. It wasn't just a random shape in the shadows, it was a direct quote from the darkest corners of my research. The next few days were a blur of heightened anxiety. I triple-checked the locks on my door and windows. I covered the webcam on my laptop with duct tape, a gesture that felt both foolishly paranoid and utterly necessary. I avoided looking out the window after dark. The city outside, once familiar, now seemed menacing, pregnant with unseen watchers. Every person standing idly on a street corner, every car lingering too long at the curb, sent a jolt of fear through me. My work on the thesis ground to a halt. The thought of opening the files saved from the iron library, of looking at those diagrams again, filled me with a nauseating dread. They were no longer just historical artifacts. They felt tainted, active, like conduits to whatever horror I had glimpsed. Even my conventional research notes seemed contaminated. Trying to read about the strappado or the wheel felt like handling cursed objects. Dr. Thorne noticed the change, of course. During our weekly meeting, held over Zoom, I'd made an excuse about a cold to avoid going to campus. He peered at me through the screen, his brow furrowed with concern. "Grace, are you all right? You seem rattled. And your progress this week seems negligible." "I'm fine, Dr. Thorne," I lied, forcing a weak smile. "Just hit a bit of a research snag. Feeling slightly under the weather. This topic." He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "It's demanding. Emotionally taxing. Don't hesitate to take a break if you need one. Or to talk if something is troubling you." I wanted to confide in him, to spill the whole insane story, the dark web, the facial scan, the figure under the streetlight. But how could I? He'd think I was having a breakdown, that the grim subject matter had finally fractured my sanity. He might even insist I abandon the thesis. The thought was unbearable. My work was the only thing that still felt remotely real, even if it was now inextricably linked to my terror. So, I just nodded and promised to get back on track. Isolation became my default state. I screened calls from friends, let emails pile up unanswered. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. But leaving it felt worse. At least inside, I had locks, curtains, the illusion of control. A week after the initial sighting, it happened again. I had forced myself to run essential errands, groceries, picking up prints from the university copy center. It was late afternoon, the sun beginning to dip, casting long shadows. I was walking back, keys clutched tight in my fist, hurrying along a side street near my building. An alleyway opened to my left, choked with overflowing dumpsters and graffiti. And standing deep within the shadows, almost invisible against the grimy brick, was another figure. Still. Motionless. This time, the pose was different. Lower to the ground. One leg bent awkwardly, the torso contorted, head bowed. My mind, now horribly attuned to these shapes, instantly supplied the reference, the cramped, agonizing posture forced by the scavenger's daughter, or perhaps the initial, crushing descent onto a Judas cradle. Again, the mimicry was sickeningly precise. I didn't stop, didn't scream. I just walked faster, my gaze fixed straight ahead, pretending I hadn't seen it. But I felt its presence like a physical weight, the implied gaze burning into the side of my face as I passed the alley's mouth. When I risked a frantic glance back from the corner, the alley was empty. The rationalizations crumbled. This wasn't stress. This wasn't hallucination. This was real. It was targeted. And it was directly linked to the specific images I had studied in the Iron Library. The facial scan, it wasn't just for verification. It was identification. They knew who I was. They knew what I was looking at. And now, they were showing me. We see you. We know your darkest interests. We are bringing them to life. The fear became constant, a low thrum beneath my skin. Strange things started happening in the apartment. Small things easily dismissed on their own, but forming a disturbing pattern. A stack of research papers on my desk, meticulously ordered, would be slightly rearranged overnight. A specific diagram file on my laptop, one depicting thumbscrews, seemed corrupted, glitching, the lines momentarily twisting into unfamiliar patterns before resolving. Once, I came home to find a single, antique-looking iron nail lying innocuously on my doorstep. There was no construction nearby. The feeling of being watched intensified. Sometimes, late at night, I hear faint scratching sounds. Not mice, this was different. A rhythmic, deliberate scraping, seemingly coming from the walls themselves, or perhaps the door. It always stopped the moment I made a noise or moved towards the source. One evening, driven by a desperate need to understand, or perhaps just to reclaim some sense of agency, I forced myself to open my laptop and navigate back to the Tor browser. My hands trembled as I pasted the onion link for the Iron Library. The black screen loaded, the keyhole pulsing. I hesitated. Was this inviting it further in? But I had to know. Was there any clue, any indication of who ran this place, anything I had missed? Before I could click anything, before the verification prompt even appeared, my laptop's webcam light flickered on. Green. Bright. Accusatory. I hadn't touched it. The duct tape was still firmly in place, but the light shone through it, an eerie, diffused glow. A profound chill, colder than anything I'd felt before, seeped into the room, raising goosebumps on my arms. My blood ran cold. They weren't just watching me on the street. They were inside. Virtually, at least. The scan hadn't just been an entry key, it had been a permission slip. And then I heard it again. Louder this time. Closer. Scratch. Scrape. Scratch. Coming directly from my apartment door. A slow, deliberate, rhythmic sound, like fingernails, or perhaps something harder, something metallic, being dragged across the wood. Scratch. Scrape. Scratch. I sat frozen, staring at the faint green glow bleeding through the tape on my screen, listening to the sound at the door, the fragile barrier separating me from what? The library wasn't just an archive anymore. It was a keyhole they could peer through, a door I had foolishly unlocked. And something was now scratching, patiently, persistently, wanting to be let in. Frozen. That's the only word for it. Time ceased to flow, contracting into the space between the faint, malevolent green glow bleeding through the tape on my webcam and the rhythmic, insistent scratch at my apartment door. My lungs burned for air I couldn't seem to draw. The cold in the room wasn't just a physical sensation anymore. It felt metaphysical, a leaching away of warmth, of safety, of sanity itself. The scratching was methodical, unhurried. It wasn't the frantic scrabbling of an animal. It was deliberate, like something testing the wood, examining the locks, patiently working its way through. My gaze flickered between the violating green light on the laptop and the solid, yet suddenly inadequate, barrier of the door. They were connected. The digital intrusion and the physical presence at my threshold were two arms of the same horrifying entity, an entity I had invited, however unwittingly, with a click of a mouse and a moment of reckless ambition. A primal instinct, buried under layers of academic detachment, finally screamed, "Act!" With a strangled gasp, I lunged forward, not towards the door, but towards the laptop. My fingers fumbled, slamming the lid shut. For a fraction of a second, the green light vanished, and a sliver of hope pierced the terror. but the scratching didn't stop. If anything, it intensified, growing louder, raspier, accompanied now by a faint, rhythmic thudding, like something gently bumping against the lower panel of the door. My breath hitched. Creeping forward, propelled by a morbid curiosity that warred with self-preservation, I put my eye to the peephole. The distorted fisheye lens showed me nothing. The hallway beyond was dimly lit, empty. No figure, no shadow, nothing visible. But the scratching, the thudding, they were undeniably there, right on the other side of the wood, inches from my face. The disjunction between sight and sound sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Then, silence. Abrupt. Total. The scratching, the thudding, gone. The sudden absence of the noise was somehow more terrifying than the sound itself. I held my breath, listening. Nothing but the frantic thumping of my own heart and the low hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Seconds stretched into an eternity. Just as I began to think, crazily, that maybe it had gone, something dark slid silently under the door. It wasn't paper. It landed on the cheap entryway rug with a soft, metallic clink. Small. Tarnished. I stared at it, my mind struggling to process the shape. Then, recognition hit me like a physical blow. It was a miniature thumbscrew. Crude, yet detailed, fashioned from some dark, pitted metal. It looked ancient, yet chillingly familiar. I had seen its exact likeness just days ago, in the corrupted diagram file on my laptop, the one that had glitched and momentarily twisted its lines. This wasn't just mimicry anymore. This was a delivery. A tangible piece of the nightmare, crossing the threshold from the digital and the historical into my physical space. Proof. My laptop, still closed on the desk, suddenly chimed, the sound of a new notification. Impossible. It was off. Or supposed to be. Trembling uncontrollably, I forced myself to lift the lid again. The screen flickered to life, bypassing the login prompt. It wasn't my desktop. It was black, utterly black. Then, white text appeared, stark and centered, in a simple, cold font. Knowledge bears a price. Payment due. Below the text, the webcam light blinked back on. Green. Steady. Watching. That was it. The final shred of denial vaporized. This wasn't about scaring me. It wasn't a warning. It was collection. Whatever entity resided within the digital vaults of the Iron Library, whatever ancient or alien intelligence fixated on the geometry of suffering, it believed I owed it something. My access, my research, my gaze upon its forbidden knowledge, it had all come at a cost I hadn't understood. And now, it was here to collect. Flight. Raw, unthinking flight was the only response left. I scrambled away from the desk, grabbing my keys from the hook by the door, my phone falling from numb fingers as I fumbled for it. I didn't care. Clothes, wallet, research notes, the thesis itself, none of it mattered. Only escape. My hand closed around the deadbolt. The hallway outside the peephole had been empty, but the silence felt predatory. Was it waiting? Would opening the door invite it in fully? But staying was unthinkable. The apartment wasn't safe, it was the epicenter. With a sob, I twisted the lock and flung the door open. The hallway was empty. eerily, unnaturally still. No lingering presence, no figure lurking in the shadows by the stairwell. Just the faint smell of dust and stale air. I ran. Down the echoing stairwell, my footsteps frantic and loud in the pre-dawn quiet. Out the main entrance of the building, into the chill, damp air. The sky was beginning to pale in the east, streetlights casting long, fading shadows. I didn't look back. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, putting as much distance as possible between myself and the apartment that had become a cage. Weeks have passed. Or maybe months. Time feels slippery, unreliable now. I'm hundreds of miles away, in a cheap motel room in a town whose name I barely registered. I destroyed the laptop. Left everything behind, my clothes, my books, my notes, the culmination of years of academic work. I abandoned Grace Miller and her doomed thesis. I drift, working cash-in-hand jobs, cleaning, washing dishes, trying to remain anonymous, invisible. But the escape is incomplete. The terror lingers, a permanent residue in my soul. I see the poses everywhere. The way a tired commuter leans against a pole, the sharp angle of a broken tree branch against the sky, the slump of a mannequin in a store window, they all echo the diagrams. The Iron Library's contents are imprinted on my mind, a gallery of horrors I can never unsee. I avoid reflections, terrified I might glimpse something standing behind me, mimicking agony. I jump at unexpected noises. Sleep offers little respite, filled with dreams of scratching sounds and cold, watching lights. The debt, it seems, is not so easily discharged. Knowledge, once acquired, cannot simply be abandoned. It changes you. It becomes part of you. The price wasn't just access. It was my peace, my sanity, my sense of a safe reality. Yesterday, scrolling through generic news feeds on a library computer, I avoid personal devices now. I saw an article. A prestigious international consortium of universities announcing a new collaborative project, a vast, secure digital archive dedicated to preserving challenging historical narratives. They called it the Veritas Collection. The article lauded its state-of-the-art security protocols, including mandatory, multi-factor biometric verification for all researchers. A chill, cold and familiar, traced its way down my spine. Later that evening, walking back to my motel under the buzzing fluorescent lights of an unfamiliar street, I glanced across the road. Underneath a flickering streetlight, half obscured by shadow, stood a figure. Perfectly still. One arm held out at an unnatural angle, head tilted back just so. A pose I knew intimately. The strappado. Preparatory stage. It wasn't looking at me, not directly. Just standing there. A silent, unwavering statement. We see you. We are still here. The library is eternal. I turned, heart pounding, and walked faster, disappearing into the anonymity of the night. But I know, with chilling certainty, that I haven't truly escaped. I just traded one cage for another. The debt is still outstanding. And the Iron Library, under whatever name it chooses, always collects. My name is Alex Miller. It feels strange even saying it now, like I'm describing someone I used to know. That Alex Miller had a life, a routine, a younger brother named Liam. This Alex Miller, well, This one just has the gnawing emptiness Liam left behind and an obsession that's devoured everything else. It's been 6 months since they found Liam in his cramped apartment bedroom, the official cause of death neatly typed up on a coroner's report: suicide. Asphyxiation. Case closed. Everyone seemed to accept it. Mom and Dad, shattered into a million pieces, found a strange sort of solace in the finality of the word. Suicide. It was horrible, unthinkable, but it was an answer. It allowed them to grieve a tragedy, not question a mystery. Liam's friends offered condolences laced with awkward admissions of not realizing how much he'd been struggling. The police offered sympathetic nods and case statistics about young men and depression. Everyone accepted it. Everyone but me. Liam was complicated. For years younger, he'd always lived slightly in my shadow, or maybe just parallel to my path, always veering off onto less traveled, sometimes rockier roads. We weren't the kind of brothers who finished each other's sentences, but there was a current underneath, an unspoken understanding forged in shared childhood bedrooms and late-night talks that occasionally breached the surface. He was smart, wickedly funny with a dark streak, but he was also impulsive, prone to chasing shortcuts and easy money. In the months before he died, he'd become withdrawn, yes, but it wasn't the listless apathy of depression I'd seen flickers of in him years ago. This was different. This was wired, agitated energy. He was jumpy, constantly checking his phone, his eyes darting towards windows and doors. He lost weight, not from lack of appetite, but from what looked like nervous energy burning him up from the inside. He'd waved off my concerns. Just stressed, man, he'd say, the words too quick, too practiced. New project online, big stakes. He was always cagey about his online projects. I assumed it was some gray area tech stuff, maybe dabbling in crypto schemes or something equally volatile. I warned him to be careful, told him it wasn't worth the risk if it was stressing him this much. He just laughed, a hollow sound that didn't reach his eyes. Gotta risk it for the biscuit, Alex, he'd said, clapping me on the shoulder with a hand that felt unnaturally cold. Suicide? No. The Liam I knew, even the stressed, secretive Liam of those last few months, wasn't the type. He was a survivor, sometimes to his detriment, always looking for an angle, a way out. The official story felt wrong, like a cheap suit worn by an expensive truth. There was no note, which the detective brushed off as not uncommon. They pointed to some minor debts, some vague texts about feeling pressured, but it wasn't enough. Not for me. It didn't explain the way he'd flinched when a car backfired a week before he died, or the burner phone I found tucked deep in his sock drawer after the fact, wiped clean, of course. My initial attempts to dig deeper were met with walls. The police considered the case closed, my questions an annoyance born of grief. Son, the lead detective, a weary man named Harrison, had told me, patting my arm condescendingly, grief makes us see things that aren't there. Your brother was under a lot of pressure. It's a tragedy, but trying to make it something else won't bring him back. Liam's friends knew nothing, or claimed they did. They just echoed the suicide narrative. My parents were too fragile to entertain my doubts, clinging to the official story as a shield against even darker possibilities. I felt like I was screaming into a void. Frustration festered, curdling into a desperate resolve. If the normal avenues were closed, I'd have to find another way. The thought had been lurking in the back of my mind, a seed planted by Liam's own vague references to the deep end of the internet. The dark web. A place spoken of in hushed tones, synonymous with illicit dealings, forbidden knowledge, and genuine danger. It felt like stepping off a cliff, but I was already in free fall. What difference did it make? Getting there was disturbingly easy. A specific browser, some basic precautions gleaned from nervously scanned forums, and I was in. It wasn't the Hollywood hyperbole of flashing neon skulls and overt threats. It was worse. It was mundane and terrifyingly functional. Stark text directories, broken links, forums filled with cryptic jargon and usernames that radiated malice. The air felt thick with secrets, the digital equivalent of a damp, lightless cellar where unseen things scuttled just beyond your line of sight. I started searching. Hours bled into days, fueled by caffeine and the hollow ache in my chest. I typed Liam's name, his known aliases, variations on his online handles. I searched for police file leaks in our city, coroner report discrepancies, anything. Most of what I found was garbage, dead links, obvious scams offering fortunes or hitmen, forums discussing sickeningly graphic content I quickly learned to avoid. The sheer volume of digital detritus was overwhelming, a tidal wave of the worst aspects of humanity. Doubt gnawed at me. Was this pointless? Was I just torturing myself, chasing shadows in a digital hellscape while the simple, awful truth sat staring me in the face? Then, I found it. Buried deep in a poorly indexed marketplace forum, nestled between listings for stolen credit cards and counterfeit pharmaceuticals, was a vendor profile. The username was simple, almost sterile, Janice. The listing was brief, sensitive LEO data. Case files. Inquiries welcome. Secure drop. Below it, testimonials, short, cryptic phrases, legit, got what I needed, fast. It was vague, professional, and utterly chilling. LEO, law enforcement officer. Could this be it? A disgruntled cop selling case files? A hacker who'd breached police servers? My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. This was the precipice. Contacting this vendor felt like lighting a fuse without knowing how long it was or what was attached to the other end. Common sense screamed at me to close the browser, delete the software, try to accept what happened to Liam and move on. But the image of Liam's face, taut with that unnatural anxiety, flashed in my mind. The memory of his cold hand on my shoulder. The unanswered questions. I sent the message. Encrypted, of course, following the protocols mentioned in the forum. I kept it simple, referencing Liam's case number, obtained from the public police report, and asking if Janice had anything related, anything unofficial. The reply came faster than I expected, maybe an hour later. Just 2 words, possible. Price. He or she or they named a price in Monero, a cryptocurrency favored for its privacy features. It wasn't astronomical, but it was significant enough to hurt, enough to make me pause. This could be a scam. I could be throwing money into the void, money I barely had. But the alternative, living with the unanswered questions, with the gut feeling that the official story was a lie, was worse. With trembling hands, I navigated the labyrinthine process of acquiring the Monero and sending it to the anonymous address provided by Janice. The transaction confirmation felt less like a receipt and more like signing a contract in blood. Then, silence. Hours passed. The initial adrenaline faded, replaced by a sickening dread. Had I been ripped off? Had I just announced my interest in a closed case to someone dangerous for nothing? Just as I was about to give up, resigning myself to failure and the loss of the money, a new message pinged in my encrypted inbox. It was from Janice. No text this time, just a link to a file hosting service I didn't recognize and a simple password string. My breath hitched. I clicked the link. A download prompt appeared, case_LMC_sub.rar. LMC, Liam Michael Cooper. My brother. It was real. The file wasn't huge, only about 50 megabytes, which seemed odd if it contained extensive police data. Maybe it was heavily compressed. I downloaded the file, my computer's fans whirring louder, protesting the unfamiliar source. My antivirus software threw up a warning, which I bypassed with a knot tightening in my stomach. I typed in the password Janice provided. The archive began to extract. A folder appeared on my desktop. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely control the mouse as I double-clicked to open it. Inside, chaos. Dozens of files, most with garbled names, random strings of characters. I clicked on a few. Corrupted data. Error messages. Fragments of images that wouldn't load. Text documents filled with meaningless symbols. It looked like junk, digital garbage. The sinking feeling returned. I'd been scammed after all. Just another desperate fool throwing money at shadows on the dark web. I slumped back in my chair, the bitter taste of defeat rising in my throat. But then, amidst the digital wreckage, one file stood out. Its name wasn't garbled. It was simply audio_rec_final.aes. An encrypted audio file. Small, barely a megabyte. My heart started pounding again, a frantic drum against the silence of my apartment. Final? Final what? With a surge of adrenaline-fueled hope and terror, I searched for software capable of decrypting AES files, my mind racing. What was on this recording? The decrypted file sat there, audio_rec_final.wave, deceptively small on my desktop. My earlier despair evaporated, replaced by a buzzing, high-voltage dread. This was it. The core, hidden beneath layers of digital chaff. Finding the right decryption software took frantic searching through forums where legality seemed like a quaint suggestion. I finally landed on a reputable open-source tool, feeding it the AES file and the password string Janice had provided. The progress bar crawled across the screen, each percentage point tightening the vice around my chest. Error after error popped up as I initially fumbled the settings, convinced Janice had given me a dud key or that the file itself was another piece of corrupted junk, a final, cruel joke. Then, on the third try, tweaking a protocol setting I barely understood, the notification changed, decryption successful. Silence stretched in my small apartment, broken only by the hum of my overworked laptop and the frantic thumping in my ears. My hand hovered over the mouse, trembling. Part of me, the part that still clung to sanity, screamed not to click, to delete the file, throw the laptop out the window, and run. But the image of Liam, not peaceful in death as the report suggested, but scared, hunted, overruled everything. I needed to know. I double-clicked. Windows Media Player opened, a familiar interface for something utterly alien. For a few seconds, there was only static, a harsh digital hiss like an untuned radio. I almost stopped it, thinking it was empty, another dead end. Then, underneath the static, a sound emerged. A ragged gasp. A choked sob. And then, his voice. Liam's voice. Oh God, no. It was distorted, tinny, clearly recorded on a cheap microphone, maybe a phone clutched in a trembling hand. But it was him. Stripped bare of the forced nonchalance, the casual humor he usually wore like armor. This was raw terror, scraped clean of everything but panic. My breath caught in my throat. Tears pricked my eyes, hot and sudden. Cornered, can't get out. There were muffled thuds in the background, indistinct shuffling. Was he hiding? Was he trapped? They knew I'd talk. Another ragged breath, closer to the mic this time, desperate. Alex, man, if you find this, if you somehow... His voice broke. He was crying. My little brother, who I hadn't seen cry since he was 10 and fell out of the oak tree in our backyard, was sobbing in pure terror. It was the Janice gig, the data. Shouldn't have copied it, shouldn't have looked. Janice. The name hit me like a physical blow. The vendor. My vendor. The one I just paid. Liam knew him. Liam was involved with him. This wasn't just random dark web trouble. It was this. They see everything, Alex, Liam gasped, his voice dropping to a frantic whisper, as if afraid of being overheard even on a recording meant for later. The network, the brokers, it's all connected. The Ilio data, it's bait, trap, they use it. He choked back another sob. Told them I didn't have it anymore, wiped everything, but they don't believe me. Said I owed, the commission, the interest. Commission? Interest? Was he brokering data for Janice? Or had he stolen something? The background sounds grew louder, a scraping noise, maybe footsteps outside a door. Liam's breathing hitched. Listen, Alex, he pleaded, the words tumbling out in a rush. Don't dig. Don't go looking. Whatever they told you happened to me, just accept it. Please. These people, they don't leave loose ends. They're not just hackers. They're serious. They know people. Real people. He mentioned my name again. Not just a warning, but a plea. Directed at me, across the void of death and encrypted data. He knew, somehow, that I wouldn't accept the official story. He knew I'd come looking. Tell Mom, tell Dad. He couldn't finish the sentence. There was a sudden loud bang from the background of the recording, not a gunshot, more like a door being slammed open or kicked in. Liam yelped, a short, sharp sound of pure fear. There was a clatter, as if the phone had been dropped. Muffled shouting, voices I couldn't make out, harsh and guttural. Then, abruptly, silence. Not the silence of the recording ending cleanly, but a dead, heavy silence. The static returned for a second, then the player indicated the end of the file. I sat frozen, staring at the screen, the silence in my apartment now deafening. Liam's terrified voice echoed in my skull. Every doubt I'd harbored, every scrap of unease, coalesced into a hideous certainty. He hadn't killed himself. He'd been killed. cornered, terrified, silenced by the very people he was warning me about. People connected to Janice. People I had just contacted, invited into my life. Vindication was a bitter ash in my mouth. I was right, but being right meant Liam had died afraid and alone, hunted. Grief crashed over me, heavier than before, mingled with a white-hot rage and a cold, creeping fear that started in my stomach and spread outwards, numbing my limbs. I hit replay, listening again, straining to hear more in the background noise, in the muffled shouts, anything that could give me a clue. But there was nothing, only Liam's terror and that awful, final silence. My mind raced, trying to assemble the pieces. Liam got involved with Janice, maybe handling sensitive data, police files, information people would kill for. He copied something he shouldn't have, or double-crossed them, or couldn't pay some exorbitant debt or commission. Janice, or the network behind him, found out. They hunted him down. They killed him, staging it to look like a suicide. But why include the audio file? Why leave this single, damning piece of evidence in the data package sold by Janice? It made no sense. Unless it wasn't a mistake. Unless it was intentional. A warning? A test? A sick, twisted game to see what I would do? Or worse, a way to confirm I had the decryption key, that I was listening? The thought sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. They knew Liam had a brother. They knew someone might come looking. Had they laid this trail deliberately? I thought back to Liam's jumpiness, his paranoia. He hadn't been exaggerating. He'd been hunted. And now, had I just painted a target on my own back? I'd used Liam's case number. I'd asked specifically about him. I'd paid Janice. I'd downloaded the file. I'd decrypted the audio. They would know. Through the software, through the download link, through means I couldn't even fathom, they would know. Just as that horrifying realization fully settled in, cementing itself like ice in my gut, a notification sound chimed softly from my laptop. A new message. On the same encrypted platform I'd used to contact Janice. My blood ran cold. I hadn't closed the window. Hesitantly, heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird, I clicked on the notification. The sender ID was Janice. The message was short, terse, devoid of any preamble. Loose ends make messy business. Hope you're tidier than he was. The words hung there on the screen, stark white against the dark interface. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a negotiation. It was a statement and an unambiguous threat. They knew I'd heard the audio. They knew Liam had warned me. They knew I was the loose end now. Tidier. The implication was nauseatingly clear. Be quiet, disappear, or be cleaned up. Just like Liam. The anonymity of the dark web evaporated in an instant, replaced by the chilling certainty that I was seen, known, and marked. The silence of my apartment pressed in, no longer empty, but filled with unseen watchers, the echo of my brother's final terror, and the cold promise of messy business. The message from Janice burned itself onto my retinas. Loose ends make messy business. Hope you're tidier than he was. Tidier. The word echoed in the suffocating silence of my apartment, a sterile, corporate euphemism for something brutal and final. My blood turned to ice water. Every rational thought dissolved into raw, animal panic. I scrambled back from the laptop, my chair screeching against the floorboards, convinced cameras were watching from the webcam, microphones listening through the speakers. I ripped the Ethernet cable from the wall, fumbled to disable Wi-Fi, my fingers clumsy with terror. But it was useless, wasn't it? They knew. They had Liam's voice, terrified, warning me about them, warning me about Janice. They delivered it to my virtual doorstep. They knew I had it. Cutting off the internet now was like trying to unring a bell. The walls of my apartment seemed to close in. Every shadow stretched into a menacing figure. Every creak of the building settling, every distant siren, every car passing on the street below sounded like an approach, a harbinger. Sleep became impossible. When exhaustion finally claimed me for brief, nightmare-filled stretches, I'd jerk awake at the slightest sound, heart pounding, drenched in cold sweat. Food tasted like cardboard. The paranoia was a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. Who could I tell? The police? Detective Harrison's weary, dismissive face swam before my eyes. Son, grief makes us see things. How could I explain this? Show them an audio file obtained illegally from a dark web vendor named Janice, a file containing my dead brother's last terrified words, implicating the very source of the file in his murder? They think I was insane, or worse, involved. Liam's warning echoed, they know people. Real people. What if Janice, or the network he represented, had tendrils reaching into law enforcement itself? The LEO data wasn't just bait, it was a statement of capability. Going to the cops could be walking directly into the lion's den. My parents were unthinkable. The truth would utterly destroy them, shatter the fragile peace they'd found in the lie of suicide. And if these people knew about me, they likely knew about my family too. Telling them wouldn't just break their hearts, it could paint targets on their backs. My friends? They'd try to help, I suppose, but what could they do against anonymous, lethal shadows operating in the deepest corners of the internet? I was utterly, terrifyingly alone with this knowledge, trapped between a truth that could kill me and a lie I couldn't live with. For days, I existed in this limbo of fear, jumping at shadows, replaying Liam's voice and Janice's threat in my head on an endless loop. I stared at the other files from the Janice download, the corrupted data. Was there anything else hidden there? Using the same decryption tool, I tried feeding it fragments, hoping for another miracle. Nothing. Just garbage. Maybe the audio file was the only intentional piece, the hook, the warning. Tidier. What did it mean? Did they expect me to destroy the file, delete my communications, pretend none of this ever happened? Would they believe me? Liam had tried to assure them he'd wiped everything, and they hadn't believed him. They wouldn't believe me either. Loose ends needed to be cut. Or perhaps tidiness meant something else. Perhaps it meant ensuring that if they came for me, the mess wouldn't be contained. A new resolve began to form amidst the terror, cold and sharp. They thought they could silence Liam and leave no trace but a convenient, false narrative. They thought they could intimidate me into burying the truth. They saw me as another loose end to be neatly snipped away. But what if a loose end refused to be cut cleanly? What if, when pulled, it unraveled everything? Running felt futile. Hiding felt like waiting for the inevitable axe to fall. Silence felt like complicity in Liam's murder and my own potential demise. There was only one path left, however slim, however dangerous. Exposure. Not through official channels, but through the same chaotic, anonymous medium where this nightmare began. The web. If they were watching my digital footprint, they'd see this coming. Maybe that was the point. Maybe daring to speak out was the only way to disrupt their control, to introduce chaos into their tidy calculations. It was a desperate gamble, fueled by grief, rage, and the dregs of adrenaline. I reconnected the modem, the blinking lights feeling like malevolent eyes. I opened a simple text editor, the blank white page stark against the darkness of my screen and my mood. And I began to write. Everything. My doubts about Liam's death, the descent into the dark web, finding Janice, the corrupted files, the chilling audio recording, the final, terrifying message. I wrote like a man possessed, pouring out the fear, the paranoia, the certainty of what happened to my brother. I wrote knowing that every word typed might be bringing them closer. As I wrote, new messages would occasionally pop up in the encrypted chat window I still had open, minimized but never closed. Short, cryptic intrusions from Janice. Thinking won't help you, Alex. Some doors should remain closed. Tidiness requires action. Or inaction. Each message was a fresh jolt of terror, confirming they were watching, waiting, perhaps even amused by my futile struggles. But instead of deterring me, it fueled my desperate resolve. They wanted me silent, paralyzed by fear. Writing this, preparing to share it, felt like the only weapon I had left. I packaged the audio file, Liam's last words, his warning. I debated editing out my name, his references to our parents, but decided against it. The raw, specific horror was the point. This couldn't be dismissed as fiction. I attached it to my written account. My plan was simple, upload it everywhere I could. Dark web forums, ClearNet sites known for hosting user-generated horror stories and unsolved mysteries, anywhere someone might see it, read it, hear Liam's voice. Let the story propagate like a virus, impossible to completely erase. It wouldn't bring Liam back. It probably wouldn't bring his killers to justice. But it would ensure they didn't get away clean. It would make the loose end messy indeed. It was the only way I could think of to be tidier in my own defiant way, ensuring the truth wasn't buried with me. Finally, it was done. The story, my story, lay bare. The audio file attached. My finger hovered over the mouse, ready to click upload, post, submit on a dozen different tabs open in my browser. This was it. The point of no return. A deep breath, tasting of stale coffee and fear. I clicked again and again, sending my desperate message in a bottle out into the vast, indifferent ocean of the internet. A strange sense of calm washed over me for a beat, the calm after the storm, the quiet after the scream. I'd done it. Liam's voice wouldn't be silenced entirely. The truth, or at least my version of it, was out there. Then I heard it. A faint scratching sound. Not from the building settling, not from the street below. This was closer. Outside my apartment door. My blood froze. The calm evaporated instantly, replaced by a tidal wave of adrenaline and pure terror that left me breathless, paralyzed. Another sound. Metal scraping against metal. A key sliding into the lock. My lock. I didn't lock the deadbolt. I always lock the deadbolt. Didn't I? The tumblers clicked, loud in the sudden, absolute silence of the room. The doorknob began to turn. My name is Isabella Rossi, and I am an artist. That statement feels both definitive and deceptively simple. Most people think of artists as creators of beauty, translators of light, weavers of pleasant dreams onto canvas. I suppose, in a way, I do translate. But my medium isn't light, it's shadow. My inspiration isn't beauty, at least not in the conventional sense. It's the raw, uncomfortable truth that festers beneath the polished surface of the everyday. It's the grit, the decay, the quiet horror that lingers in forgotten corners and behind closed doors. My brush strokes don't capture serene landscapes, they trace the contours of bruises, the geography of fear etched onto a face, the stark finality in a lifeless stare. For years, my work has explored the macabre. Not the cheap, jump-scare horror of B-movies, but the deeper, psychological dread. The kind that settles in your bones and whispers that the world isn't as safe or sane as you pretend it is. My studio, a converted loft overlooking the less gentrified side of downtown, is a testament to this obsession. Canvases lean against every wall, depicting scenes that would make most gallery patrons flinch, a distorted reflection in a pool of stagnant water hinting at something submerged, the skeletal remains of a bird caught mid-flight against a blood-orange sky, the oppressive emptiness of a room moments after violence has occurred, the silence screaming louder than any cry. My collectors appreciate the unflinching honesty, the willingness to gaze into the abyss. They call it visceral, uncompromising, brave. I just call it seeing things as they are. But lately, a frustrating limitation had begun to gnaw at me. My work relies on authenticity, on capturing the feeling of these dark moments. Yet, my source material felt increasingly mediated, filtered. News reports sanitize crime scenes, blurring faces, cropping out the truly gruesome details. Online searches yield heavily censored images, often staged reconstructions or distant shots lacking the intimate horror I craved. Stock photos are a joke, plastic mannequins and careful splashes of red paint. It felt like trying to paint a wildfire using only descriptions written by people terrified of heat. I needed more. I needed the undiluted truth, the raw impact of reality, no matter how ugly. My art demanded it. My hunger demanded it. It wasn't about morbid curiosity alone, though I won't deny a sliver of that exists within me, the same sliver I suspect resides in anyone who slows down to look at a car crash. For me, it was about understanding the texture of finality, the aesthetics of tragedy. How does light fall on shattered glass when the shattering was caused by a bullet? What is the precise shade of blood on different fabrics, under different lighting conditions, after different amounts of time? These weren't questions born of ghoulishness, but of artistic necessity. To paint the darkness accurately, I had to see it, truly see it, in its most unvarnished state. This relentless pursuit led me, perhaps inevitably, down the rabbit hole of the internet's shadowed corners. I heard the whispers, the legends of the dark web, a hidden layer accessible only through specific browsers, promising anonymity and access to things the surface web wouldn't dare host. Illicit marketplaces, forbidden forums, and, crucially for me, repositories of the uncensored. It took research, caution, and a Tor browser, but eventually, I found myself navigating the stark, text-heavy interfaces of this hidden realm. It felt like stepping into a digital back alley, potent with the scent of danger and forbidden knowledge. It was there, amidst forums discussing topics best left unimagined and marketplaces selling data I didn't want to know existed, that I found a link. It wasn't flashy. Just a simple onion address mentioned in a hushed, coded conversation about visual resources for the discerning eye. The site it led to was minimalist, almost unnervingly professional in its starkness. Black background, gray text. The name chilled me even as it drew me in, aftermath exposures. There was no elaborate introduction, no manifesto. Just a simple tagline, reality, unfiltered. Below it, a series of gallery categories listed with chillingly banal titles: industrial accidents, urban decay, terminal conditions, conflict zones, and the one that made my pulse quicken, domestic still lives. I clicked it. A submenu appeared: natural causes, suicide, homicide, murder-suicide. The last one seemed to hold the most potent blend of despair and violence I sought to understand. Aftermath Exposures didn't offer individual photos. It sold exclusive galleries, complete sets documenting a single event, promising comprehensive coverage from multiple angles, often including details investigators' official files omit. The descriptions were brief, clinical, providing only a location, usually just a state or region, a date range, and the nature of the incident. The prices were steep, payable only in untraceable cryptocurrency. This wasn't some amateur course site. It felt curated, deliberate, catering to a specific, demanding clientele. Who else would pay such sums for such grim documentation? Pathologists? Certain kinds of researchers? Or others like me, artists chasing the phantom of authentic darkness? I scrolled through the available murder-suicide galleries. Recent entries were marked with a small, crimson asterisk. One caught my eye immediately. The location listed was local, shockingly so. Not just my state, but my county. The date range indicated it had happened less than a week ago. I remembered the brief, vague news report: a couple found dead in their suburban home, a suspected murder-suicide, names withheld pending notification of kin. The usual sterile summary that told you nothing of the actual horror. A strange, electric thrill mixed with a cold dread passed through me. Local. Recent. The immediacy was intoxicating. This wasn't some distant tragedy, it was practically in my backyard. The potential for understanding, for feeling the proximity of such an event, was immense. The description promised unprecedented access and clarity. Hesitation warred with my artistic drive. This felt like crossing a significant line, moving from observing the abstract concept of darkness to purchasing a tangible piece of a real, recent, local tragedy. But the hunger won. The need to see, to know, overwhelmed the ethical qualms. My art demanded it. I navigated the anonymizing process, transferred the required Bitcoin, my fingers trembling slightly as I clicked confirm. A simple message appeared: transaction complete. Gallery access link will be delivered securely within 24 hours. The wait was agonizing. I tried to paint, but my hands felt unsteady, my mind preoccupied. The studio, usually my sanctuary of controlled shadows, felt charged with a nervous energy. What would I see? Would it be too much? Would it break something within me? Or would it finally provide the key, the missing element to elevate my work beyond mere representation into the realm of true, visceral experience? I paced the floor, the city lights outside painting shifting patterns on my canvases, oblivious to the darker transaction I had just initiated. I was an artist seeking truth in the shadows, and I had just paid for a guided tour into the heart of someone else's ultimate darkness. I had no idea that the tour would lead me somewhere far more terrifying than the crime scene itself. I had no idea the reflection I was about to find wouldn't just be in glass, but in the very fabric of reality. The link arrived 18 hours later. The email containing the access link arrived with unnerving simplicity. No fanfare, no warnings, just a string of characters and a single instruction: click to access your procured gallery. Link valid for 72 hours. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. This was it. The point of no return. With a hand that trembled almost imperceptibly, a betrayal of the cool, detached observer I usually prided myself on being, I clicked the link. A sterile gray loading bar filled, then vanished, replaced by the interface of aftermath exposures. It was as minimalist as the main site. A grid of thumbnails, perhaps 30 or 40 in total, populated the screen. Each was a small, dark square hinting at the larger horror within. No descriptions, just numbers: AEMS LOC 734-01, AEMS LOC 734-02, and so on. The clinical designation felt obscene against the implied content. I took a deep breath, the kind you take before plunging into icy water, and clicked the first thumbnail. The image loaded instantly, filling my monitor with a resolution so sharp it felt like I could reach through the screen and touch the scene. It was breathtaking in the most literal, oxygen-stealing way. The quality was astounding, far exceeding anything I'd ever seen from official sources or news leaks. This wasn't grainy, flash-bleached crime scene photography. This was artful. The lighting was dramatic, chiaroscuro, shadows clinging to corners while stark light illuminated the central subject: an overturned armchair, a shattered lamp, a dark, spreading stain on the beige carpet that my mind instantly, clinically identified. I clicked through the next few images, morbidly fascinated, professionally analytical, yet increasingly disturbed. A close-up of a hand, slack-jawed in repose, the detail so fine I could see the pores in the skin, the tiny imperfections that made it undeniably human, undeniably over. Another showed a pattern of blood spatter on a wall, not just documented, but framed with an almost deliberate composition, the crimson droplets stark against the pale paint. A discarded weapon lay on a polished wooden floor, catching a sliver of light, looking less like evidence and more like a prop in a carefully staged tableau. The horror was absolute, visceral, exactly the raw truth I had craved. Yet, beneath the shock of the content, a different kind of unease began to curdle in my stomach. These photos felt wrong. Not just morally wrong, but procedurally wrong. Where were the evidence markers? The forensic scales? The yellow tape intruding into the frame? There was no sign of the investigative process that inevitably follows such a discovery. These photos depicted the scene in a state of pristine, undisturbed horror, as if captured mere moments after the violence concluded, but before anyone official had arrived and begun their work. The clarity was supernatural, the angles too perfect, the lighting too controlled. It felt less like documentation and more like a performance, captured by an invisible, unnervingly skilled observer. I pushed the unease aside, attributing it to the sheer shock, the unprecedented access. This was what I wanted, wasn't it? The unfiltered reality. I continued clicking, moving through the grim inventory of a shattered domestic sphere. Kitchen counters, family photos on the mantelpiece now juxtaposed with unimaginable gore, the quiet tragedy of mundane objects left behind in the wake of ultimate violence. Then I arrived at image AEMS LOC 734-17. It showed a hallway, looking towards the front of the house. On the left wall, a series of framed family pictures hung slightly askew. The carpet showed footprints, faint, but there, in something dark. The main focus, however, was the front door at the end of the hall. It was one of those doors common in suburban homes, solid wood, but with a large, decorative glass panel set into the upper half, perhaps frosted or leaded for privacy, but still reflective. Outside, through the clear portions of the glass, I could see the blurry shapes of houses across the street, rendered indistinct by the darkness and the distance. But it wasn't the scene inside or the view outside that made me freeze. It was the reflection on the glass panel. At first, it was just a shape, a distortion in the reflective surface, caught in the ambient light spilling from the hallway. Standard stuff. Reflections happen. But something about the shape snagged my attention. It seemed solid, deliberate. I leaned closer to the monitor, my nose inches from the screen. I clicked the zoom tool, magnifying the glass panel. The image quality held, pixel perfect, revealing the reflection with chilling clarity. My breath hitched. My blood ran cold. Standing there, reflected in the glass of the murder house's front door, was a figure. A figure standing across the street, looking towards the house. A figure wearing a dark gray trench coat, scarf pulled up slightly, dark hair escaping from under a beanie. A figure holding her phone up, illuminated by the screen's glow. A figure that was undeniably, horrifyingly, me. No! My mind screamed denial. It can't be. It had to be a trick of the light, a pareidolia effect, my overwrought imagination projecting myself onto the scene. But the detail was too precise. The coat was mine. I'd bought it last fall. The stance, the slight tilt of the head, the way I habitually held my phone when observing something intently, it was me. Every detail, reflected with impossible precision on the glass panel of a door within a sealed crime scene. But the owl was the scream that tore through my denial. I remember that night, just a few days ago. The wail of sirens piercing the suburban quiet. Drawn by that familiar, dark curiosity, I'd driven over, parking a block away and walking closer. I remembered standing across the street, behind where the police were starting to unfurl yellow tape. I remembered the flashing red and blue lights washing over the houses, the grim ballet of emergency responders. I remembered watching the front door, wondering what horrors lay beyond it. Crucially, I remembered the timeline. The police were securing the perimeter. First responders might have made a quick entry to confirm the situation, but the house was sealed. Forensic teams, detectives, the official photographers, none of them had begun their systematic internal processing of the scene yet. That came later. This photograph, AEMS LOC 734-17, was taken from inside the hallway, looking out the front door. It captured my reflection, standing across the street, phone screen glowing, silhouetted against the flashing police lights. It documented my presence as an outside observer before the house had been officially opened and processed. How could a photograph of this quality, from this internal vantage point, exist from that precise moment? Who was inside the house, taking pictures with such artistic clarity before the investigation truly began? Capturing me, a random onlooker miles away in significance, yet frozen in this impossible reflection? Panic seized me, cold and sharp. My hands flew to my keyboard, checking the image file's properties. Empty. Metadata scrubbed clean. Of course. I scanned the pixels again, desperate for any sign of digital manipulation, any flaw in the illusion. There was none. The reflection was seamlessly integrated, the lighting consistent, the focus perfect. It looked utterly, terrifyingly real. If it was real, the implications fractured my understanding of reality. Was the photographer the perpetrator, lingering to capture their work and, inexplicably, a bystander outside? Or was aftermath exposure something else entirely? Something that didn't just document aftermaths, but somehow existed within them? I slammed my laptop shut, the click echoing too loudly in the sudden silence of my studio. But the image was burned behind my eyelids. My reflection, staring back at me from the glass door of a murder house, captured from a place I'd never been, by a photographer who shouldn't have been there, documenting a moment that couldn't have been recorded that way. The darkness I had paid to see wasn't just the blood and despair within the house, it was the impossible paradox staring back at me, wearing my own face. The transaction felt suddenly sinister, not just illicit, but like an invitation. And something had just RSVP'd. Sleep refused to come that night, or the next. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it, AEMS LOC 734-17. The hallway, the door, the familiar street outside warped through the glass, and that impossible reflection, my own face, pale and watching, captured from within the heart of a fresh grave. I'd reopen the laptop, the sickly glow illuminating my studio, and stare at the image until my eyes burned. I compared it obsessively to my memory of that night, the exact position I stood, the pattern of flashing police lights, the feeling of the cold air, the specific moment the yellow tape started going up. My memory was adamant. I was outside, they were outside, the house was sealed. The photo remained defiant, taken from inside, featuring me outside, before the official inside work began. Rationalization became my desperate anchor in the storm. It had to be a fake. A sophisticated deep fake, perhaps, crafted by the shadowy purveyors of aftermath exposures for reasons I couldn't fathom. Maybe they harvested images of people near crime scenes and inserted them for some sick artistic statement or added value. I spent hours I should have been painting poring over online forums dedicated to digital forensics, running analyses I barely understood on the image file. Software found no telltale signs of manipulation, no pixel inconsistencies, no lighting mismatches. If it was a fake, it was perfect. Flawless. Indistinguishable from reality. Which, in its own way, was just as terrifying. I tried to research the case further, scouring local news archives and obscure online forums for any scrap of information about the investigation's timeline. Did first responders linger inside? Could an officer have unofficially snapped photos? Nothing supported the existence of that photo. The reports were standard, vague. The official narrative held firm. My photo remained an anomaly, a ghost in the machine. One gray afternoon, Fueled by caffeine and a gnawing dread, I drove back to the street. The house looked painfully ordinary now. Cleaned up, curtains drawn, a for sale sign already hammered into the lawn, erasing the recent horror with brutal suburban efficiency. I parked across the street, near where I had stood that night. I looked at the front door. The glass panel seemed different, maybe replaced, maybe just catching the daylight differently. Standing there felt exposed. I had the unnerving sensation of being watched, not by the neighbors peeking through their blinds, but by the house itself, by the memory embedded in the very air. I imagined a lens, hidden somewhere behind that new glass, focusing on me. I left quickly, the feeling of unseen eyes following me all the way home. My attempts to find answers from the source were equally futile. When I tried navigating back to aftermath exposures through the Tor browser, the Onion address led nowhere. A blank screen, a site not found error in the stark dark web interface. It was as if it had dissolved back into the digital ether from whence it came, leaving behind only the poison gallery downloaded onto my hard drive. The seller, the artist, the archivist of death, whoever they were, remained anonymous, untraceable, silent. The silence, however, didn't extend to my own mind. The lack of answers festered, breeding paranoia like mold in damp darkness. Reflections became my enemies. A glimpse in a shop window as I walked past. Was that my reflection, or the figure from the photo, wearing my face? A flicker in the polished surface of my coffee machine. Did it move after I looked away? Mirrors felt malevolent, holding the potential to show me not just myself, but that self, the impossible observer trapped in the glass. I started avoiding my own gaze. The feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just on that street, it was in my studio, in crowded galleries, even in the perceived safety of my own bed. It was a cold, analytical presence, devoid of emotion, the same feeling I got from the photographs themselves, the detached gaze of the aftermath exposure's photographer. Had buying the gallery put me on their radar? Had my fascination with their work made me interesting? My art suffered, then mutated. I tried to paint, to channel the horror into my work as I always had. But the darkness felt different now. It wasn't something I was observing and interpreting. It felt like something observing me. My canvases became chaotic, filled with fractured perspectives, distorted reflections, eyes lurking in shadows. I tried painting the photo, the reflection in the glass door, but I couldn't capture the sheer, stomach-twisting wrongness of it. My own self-portraits became terrifying, the eyes looking not at the viewer, but past them, at something unseen, haunted. My agent called, concerned. My collectors noted anew, frantic desperation in the brush strokes, a departure from controlled darkness into something bordering on madness. What was aftermath exposures? What kind of person, or what kind of thing, could take those photos? Could move unseen through scenes of utter devastation, capturing impossible moments with artistic clarity? Was it a network of depraved individuals with unique access? Or was it something older, stranger? Something drawn to tragedy like a moth to a flame, existing in the liminal spaces between life and death, violence and silence? An entity that didn't just record aftermaths, but perhaps curated them? By purchasing their work, had I inadvertently invited the curator into my own life? Had I paid for the privilege of being seen by the shadow? One rain-slicked evening, working late in the studio, bathed in the cold light of my monitor as I fruitlessly tried to scrub the EXIF data from AEMS LOC 734-17 again, an email notification pinged. It wasn't my usual account. It came through the same encrypted channel used by aftermath exposures. My blood turned to ice water. There was no subject line. The body contained only a single attachment. With trembling fingers, I downloaded it. It wasn't a photo from the murder house. It was a photo of my studio, taken from an impossibly high angle, near the ceiling in the darkest corner, looking down at me hunched over my laptop. The resolution was perfect. The lighting, the shadows, the composition, it had the same chillingly artistic quality as the crime scene photos. Below the image, a single line of text. "We appreciate your patronage. Your perspective is compelling." I stumbled back from the computer, a strangled cry caught in my throat. I scanned the corners of my studio, the high ceilings, the shadows pooling beneath the skylights. Nothing. Just the familiar clutter, the scent of turpentine and old canvas. But the feeling of being watched was now absolute, suffocating. I deleted the gallery. I formatted the hard drive. I disconnected the laptop from the internet. But it was useless. The images were burned into my memory. The feeling of that cold, analytical gaze was now a permanent resident in my soul. I sought the darkness, wanting to understand its contours, its textures. I paid to see its most intimate moments. And the darkness, it seemed, had developed an appreciation for my perspective. Now, when I catch my reflection in a darkened window, in the glossy surface of a finished painting, I don't always look away fast enough. Sometimes, just for a fraction of a second after I turn my head, I think I see it linger. My own face, still watching me from the glass, the eyes holding the same chilling, impossible knowledge I saw in the photo from aftermath exposures. I am Isabella Rossi. I am an artist. And I am being seen by the shadow I invited in. My name is Kevin Smith. Yeah, that Kevin Smith. Well, not that Kevin Smith, the director guy. Just a Kevin Smith. One of probably thousands trudging through life under the banner of one of the most aggressively vanilla names conceived by the English-speaking world. I live in a moderately sized apartment in a city that's neither impressively large nor comfortingly small, working a data entry job that provides just enough income to cover rent, ramen, and the high-speed internet that serves as my primary escape hatch from the soul-crushing monotony. Most nights blend into a seamless loop of fluorescent office lights, microwave dinners, and the infinite scroll of the web. Excitement is a foreign concept, usually limited to finding a forgotten bag of chips in the back of the cupboard or a streaming service adding a movie I actually want to watch. This particular Tuesday night, however, boredom had reached critical mass. It wasn't just the usual ennui. It was a deep, aching void, a psychic itch that no amount of cat videos or arguing with strangers on forums could scratch. I'd cycled through all my usual digital haunts, news sites spewing the same recycled outrage, social media feeds showcasing curated happiness I couldn't relate to, video platforms serving up algorithms that knew me unsettlingly well yet still failed to truly engage me. I needed something different. Something with teeth. That's when I remembered the bookmark folder I'd labeled Curiosities, tucked away like a dirty magazine. It was a collection of links gathered over years of late-night browse tangents, whispers from obscure forums, breadcrumbs leading down rabbit holes I usually had the good sense not to follow. Most were probably dead ends or repositories of outdated memes, but the desperation was real tonight. Clicking through, I skipped past links promising forbidden knowledge or government secrets, usually just conspiracy blogs, until one caught my eye. It wasn't flashy, just a string of nonsensical characters ending in .onion, nestled beneath a cryptic description forwarded from some long-forgotten chat log. TCIS, the real deal. Not for tourists. TCIS True Crime Investigation Simulator. My interest peaked. I've always had a morbid fascination with true crime, the podcasts, the documentaries, the deep dives into cold cases online. It's a common enough hobby, a safe way to flirt with the darkness from the comfort of your couch. But a simulator? From the dark web? That implied something beyond the usual sanitized retellings. The .onion extension meant firing up the Tor browser, a ritual that always felt vaguely illicit, like putting on a trench coat to buy milk. The browser worked to life, routing my connection through God knows where, and I pasted the link. The site that loaded was stark, brutalist in its design. Black background, plain white text. No graphics, no ads, just a single download link labeled TCIS_v3.1_stable.rar and a short, chilling paragraph. Think you have what it takes? Think you can stomach the truth? Commercial simulations are toys. Hollywood lies. We deal in reality. Unsolved cases. Real files. Real victims. No hand-holding. No easy answers. Download only if you understand. We are not responsible for the consequences. Consequences? Of a game? It sounded like edgy marketing copy, designed to appeal to people like me, bored and looking for a thrill. Still, a shiver ran down my spine. The file size was hefty, suggesting more than just a simple text adventure. Against my better judgment, fueled by the profound emptiness of my evening, I clicked download. The progress bar crawled. I drummed my fingers on the desk, glancing around my messy apartment, takeout containers stacked precariously, laundry threatening mutiny from its basket, the glow of the monitor reflecting in my own tired eyes. This was peak Kevin Smith, making questionable decisions alone in the dark. The download finished. I ran multiple virus scans. My paranoia wasn't completely dormant. Surprisingly, they all came back clean. Still, extracting the .rar file felt like handling unstable chemicals. Inside was a single executable, TCIS_interface.exe, and a folder simply labeled case files. No readme, no instructions. I double-clicked the executable. My screen flickered, then resolved into an interface that looked like something dredged up from the late 90s, but with unsettling clarity. It resembled an old police database terminal, monochrome text, blocky cursors, stark dividers. A prompt blinked, load case file? I navigated to the case files folder. Inside were several subfolders, each named with a string of numbers and letters, presumably case identifiers. I picked one at random, CF_78A3B1_unsub_ Jane Doe. Clicking it, the screen populated with data. It wasn't a game in the traditional sense, it was a meticulously organized archive. Scanned documents, police reports, autopsy summaries, witness statements appeared in a viewer window, complete with redactions that looked disturbingly authentic. There were crime scene photos, grainy and horrific, far more graphic than anything I'd ever seen in a documentary. Audio logs, supposedly digitized from microcassettes, played crackling recordings of interviews and dispatcher calls. A map interface allowed cross-referencing locations. A timeline feature let you plot events. The Jane Doe case was brutal. A young woman, unidentified, found in a derelict industrial park. The level of detail was staggering. I could zoom in on the photos to see minute details mentioned in the reports. I could read conflicting witness accounts, compare forensic data, fiber analysis, rudimentary DNA reports from the era. There were no hints, no objective markers like find the clue here. It was just information. Raw, unfiltered, and cold. It felt less like a game and more like being given temporary access to a real, albeit outdated, police server. I spent hours immersed. I cross-referenced addresses from witness statements with known associates mentioned in the file. I analyzed the ME's report, looking for inconsistencies. It was challenging, engrossing, and deeply unsettling. The simulator aspect seemed to lie purely in the interface providing the tools to navigate the data. The data itself felt chillingly real. Was it possible? Could these actually be leaked cold case files packaged as some kind of morbid entertainment? The dark web was capable of hosting stranger things. Over the next few nights, TCIS became my obsession. I tackled another case, a missing person from the early 2000s. Again, the realism was astonishing. Scanned diary pages, grainy gas station CCTV stills, bank records. I actually made some progress on that one, identifying a potential inconsistency in a timeline that the official investigation seemed to have missed. There was a grim satisfaction in it, a sense of intellectual engagement that my day job utterly lacked. I felt like a detective, albeit one wading through digital ghosts and tragedies sourced from the shadiest corner of the internet. I pushed the origin of the game to the back of my mind. It was just code, right? Just files. Then, last night, after I finally marked the missing person case as cold, all leads exhausted within the simulator's interface, there was no winning, only organizing the despair. A new message popped up on the main screen. Not an error, but a system notification within the TCIS environment itself. New DLC case file available for download. Enhanced interactivity protocols. User profile integration enabled. File name DLC_KS_inquiry. DLC. Downloadable content? For this grim archive? Enhanced interactivity? User profile integration? That sounded odd. More game-like than the stark realism I'd gotten used to. And KS_inquiry? Were those my initials? Probably a coincidence. Kevin Smith, remember? Common as dirt. Still, a knot of unease tightened in my stomach. Curiosity, that dangerous old friend, won out again. My cursor hovered, then clicked. Download now. The download was almost instantaneous this time. No progress bar, just a flicker. A new folder appeared in my case files directory, DLC_KS_inquiry. My heart was beating a little faster now. The user profile integration part echoed unnervingly. I hesitated for a moment, the late night silence of my apartment suddenly feeling heavier. Then, steeling myself, I double-clicked to load the new case. The screen refreshed. The familiar, bleak interface appeared, but the header was different. It didn't list a case number or an anonymous victim. It simply read, Subject Profile, Kevin Smith. The words hung there on the screen, stark white against the oppressive black background of the TCIS interface. My blood ran cold. Kevin Smith. It had to be a coincidence, right? A placeholder name? Maybe part of the user profile integration meant it pulled the registered username of the computer? That had to be it. A creepy, invasive feature, sure, but explainable. A technical gimmick. I forced a shaky breath and clicked deeper into the case file structure, needing to disprove the impossible notion forming in my mind. The interface expanded, revealing subfolders typical of the other cases: personal details, residence, employment, known associates, behavioral patterns, surveillance log. Standard categories for profiling a person of interest. Except I was the person of interest. My cursor, trembling slightly, hovered over personal details. I clicked. A scanned document appeared in the viewer. It looked like a heavily redacted driver's license, but the photo, it was my photo. Not a recent one, maybe from college, but unmistakably me. My full name, Kevin Michael Smith. My date of birth, accurate. My hometown, correct. Even my damn height and eye color were listed. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't a placeholder. This file was about me. Panic began to bubble in my chest, hot and acidic. How? How was this possible? Had I downloaded some kind of ultra-sophisticated spyware disguised as a game? Did it scrape my hard drive? But that wouldn't explain everything. I clicked on residence. A blueprint-style layout of my apartment materialized on screen. Not a generic floor plan, my floor plan. It showed the living room where I was sitting right now, the small kitchen with the perpetually dripping faucet, my bedroom, the bathroom. It even marked the position of my couch, my desk, the cheap bookshelf overflowing with paperbacks. There were annotations: primary computing station location, window access point, rear alley, neighboring unit noise levels, moderate. It was clinical, detached, and utterly terrifying. It was like looking at my home through the eyes of someone casing it. My breathing grew shallow. I stood up, heart pounding, and walked to the window, peering through the blinds into the darkness of the back alley. Nothing but overflowing dumpsters and stray cats. I checked the lock on my front door, bolted. I felt a desperate urge to search for hidden cameras, bugs, anything, but where would I even start? Returning to the desk, feeling watched even in the empty room, I clicked on behavioral patterns. A timeline appeared, populated with entries that made my stomach churn. Subject departs residence for workplace, approximate 8:15 daily. True. Lunch routine varies. Frequent patronage of substation number 3 on Elm Street. True. I love their meatball sub. Evening activity, primarily sedentary. Online activity high. Food delivery common, preferred service quick eats, typical order, large pepperoni pizza, extra cheese. My order from last night. Observed sleep cycle, irregular. Often active past 2 o'clock. True, especially lately. It read like a Stasi report. My mundane life, documented with chilling accuracy. Where was this data coming from? It couldn't all be online scraping. My pizza orders? My walk to the sub shop? Then I clicked Known Associates. A short list appeared. Mark Davis, Sarah Chan, my two closest friends. Their names correctly spelled. Beneath Sarah's name, an annotation, recent communication log indicates subject discussed TCIS software with associate SC on, date 2 days ago. I froze. I had mentioned the weird simulator to Sarah in a text message, joking about playing detective. Just a brief exchange. How? Had my phone been compromised too? Was everything I typed, everything I said, being fed into this thing? The enhanced interactivity, the DLC description promise became horrifyingly clear. This wasn't just presenting archive data, it was actively compiling a profile on me, potentially in real time. The user profile integration wasn't about customizing a game, it was about integrating me into the case file as the central subject. I frantically opened my system's task manager. Nothing looked overtly suspicious, just the usual background processes and TCIS_interface.exe humming along, consuming a moderate amount of resources. I ran another, deeper virus scan with a different tool. Nothing. It was clean. Or, more terrifyingly, it was too sophisticated to be detected. I tried navigating back to the program's installation folder. Maybe there was an uninstaller. There wasn't. Just the executable and the case files folder, now containing the horrifying DLC_KS_inquiry. I tried dragging the TCIS folder to the recycling bin. Error, file in use, the system chimed blandly. I tried ending the process in Task Manager. Access denied. Okay, stay calm. This was just software, sophisticated malware, maybe. Someone was messing with me. A hacker? A rival from some online forum I'd argue with? It felt too elaborate for that. Too specific. I went back to the dark web browser, intending to find the original site, maybe a forum thread, anything about TCIS. The .onion link was dead. Completely unresponsive. I searched the forums I remembered finding it mentioned on. The posts were gone. Any mention of TCIS yielded 0 results. It was like it had been scrubbed from existence, leaving only the copy currently running on my machine. My eyes drifted to the webcam built into the top of my monitor. A tiny, dark circle, lifeless. I always kept it covered with a piece of tape, a basic privacy measure everyone recommends. I reached up and touched the tape. It was still there, secure. A small comfort, but increasingly fragile. I needed to get this thing off my computer. Maybe booting in safe mode? Maybe a system restore? Before I could decide, my attention snapped back to the TCIS interface. A new entry had just appeared in the surveillance log subfolder. Timestamped just moments ago. Subject exhibits increased agitation. Physical inspection of residence locks conducted. Attempts made to terminate TCIS process via Task Manager failed. Attempts made to access Origin Network node failed. Subject currently inspecting webcam device. Asterisk. It knew what I was doing, step by step, as I did it. The tape over the webcam suddenly felt useless. Was the microphone listening? Were there keyloggers? How deep did the surveillance go? Then, a new file appeared under the evidence category within my profile. It was labeled audiolog_ks_residence_night cycle_3. My blood turned to ice. Night cycle 3 nights ago? With trembling hands, I clicked play. Silence at first. Then, the faint, familiar sound of my refrigerator humming. The distant wail of a siren outside. Then, breathing. Slow, rhythmic breathing. My breathing. It was a recording of me sleeping. The quality wasn't great, slightly muffled, but it was unmistakable. Recorded from inside my apartment. I ripped the power cord of the computer from the wall socket. The monitor went black instantly. The low hum of the machine died. Silence descended, thick and suffocating. I sat there in the dark, shaking. My apartment, my sanctuary, felt violated, contaminated. The silence wasn't comforting, it was terrifying, pregnant with unseen observation. It wasn't just malware. It wasn't just a hacker. This was something else. Someone or something had an intimate, ongoing, invisible presence in my life, cataloging my existence, feeding it into a simulation of my own demise. My gaze flickered back to the dead monitor, then to the built-in webcam above it. The piece of tape was still there. But in the faint ambient light filtering through the blinds from the street lamp outside, I could have sworn I saw, just for a fraction of a second, a tiny pinprick of light behind the tape. I stumbled back from the desk, knocking over my chair. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The power was cut, the machine was off, but the feeling of being watched intensified. It felt like the darkness itself held its breath, waiting. Slowly, deliberately, I plugged the computer back in. I had to know. I had to see what it would do next. The machine whirred back to life. Windows booted up. And there, on my desktop, the TCIS interface immediately launched itself, full screen, unavoidable. The subject profile, Kevin Smith screen appeared. But now, there was a new notification flashing insistently at the bottom. A single, stark line of text that made the air freeze in my lungs. New objective received. The notification pulsed on the dark screen, each flash echoing the frantic thudding in my chest. My breath hitched. I felt nailed to the spot, my gaze locked onto those 4 words. What could the objective possibly be? Identify surveillance method? Neutralize TCIS threat? Wishful thinking. Given the context, given the cold, analytical cruelty of the files I'd explored, given the impossible knowledge this program possessed, I knew, deep down, it wouldn't be anything helpful. It would be part of the horror. My hand, slick with sweat, moved the mouse with agonizing slowness. The cursor hovered over the notification. Part of me screamed not to click, to rip the cord out again, to smash the machine, to run out of the apartment and never look back. But another part, the part paralyzed by a terrifying need to know, forced my finger down. Click. The notification vanished, replaced by stark, centered text. No case number, no preamble. Just the objective itself, colder and more final than any gravestone. Objective, solve the Kevin Smith disappearance. I read it once, twice. The words didn't immediately parse. Disappearance? My disappearance? It wasn't asking me to prevent it. It wasn't warning me. It was assigning me the task of investigating an event that hadn't happened yet. My own vanishing. The implication struck me like a physical blow. This wasn't just surveillance, it was a script. A pre-written narrative for the end of my mundane existence, and I was being invited, or perhaps compelled, to document it. And then, it happened. Above the screen, on the bezel of the monitor, a tiny, piercingly bright green light flicked on. The webcam. My webcam. The piece of tape I'd carefully placed over it was still there. I could see its outline, but the light shone through it, an emerald eye suddenly opened, staring directly at me. A strangled gasp escaped my throat. I physically recoiled, stumbling backwards, the legs of my chair screeching against the wooden floor. I tripped, sprawling onto the warm rug, eyes wide, fixed on that unwavering green light. It was real. It was watching me. Right now. The tape, my pathetic little shield, was useless. Panic, raw and overwhelming, took hold. Primal terror flooded my system, drowning out rational thought. I scrambled to my feet, heart hammering against my ribs so hard it hurt. My apartment, moments ago my only refuge, now felt like a cage, a meticulously documented diorama for an unseen audience. Escape. I had to get out. I lurched towards the front door, fumbling with the deadbolt and chain lock with shaking hands. Locked. Good. But were they enough? I pressed my eye to the peephole. The hallway outside was empty, bathed in the sickly yellow glow of the overhead fluorescent lights. No footsteps, no shadows. But the silence felt charged, unnatural. My phone. I needed to call someone. Mark? Sarah? The police? I patted down my pockets, finding my phone, screen dark. I thumbed the power button. Nothing. Again. Nothing. The battery had been fine moments ago. I frantically held the button down, praying for the startup logo. Dead. Completely, utterly dead. Coincidence? Or part of the script? I spun back towards the computer. The TCIS interface still dominated the screen. The objective, solve the Kevin Smith disappearance, seemed to mock me. Below it, the surveillance log had updated again. Subject reacted with extreme distress to objective reveal and webcam activation. Attempted egress via primary doorway, currently secure. Attempted use of personal communication device, rendered inoperative. Asterisk. It was tracking everything. Anticipating me? Disabling my attempts? Rage, born of terror, surged through me. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a thick textbook from my bookshelf, ironically on database management. I hefted it, stalked towards the desk, and swung it with all my might at the monitor. The screen imploded in a shower of sparks and fractured pixels. The image vanished, but the green webcam light stayed on. A single, malevolent eye glowing from the shattered wreck of the monitor. I screamed, a raw, incoherent sound of fury and fear, and swung again, hitting the webcam directly this time. More plastic crunched. The light finally extinguished. Silence. I stood panting, chest heaving, the heavy book still gripped in my hand. The immediate visual threat was gone. But the feeling of being watched, the certainty of the surveillance, remained heavier than ever. Destroying the monitor felt like swatting at a phantom. The source wasn't the screen, it was something deeper, more pervasive. Had I gained anything? Or just confirmed my helplessness? My gaze swept across my apartment. Every shadow seemed too deep, every mundane object potentially compromised. Was the smart speaker in the kitchen listening? The thermostat? How many ways could they see and hear? A faint vibration came from my pocket. My phone? I pulled it out. The screen lit up. Not with the home screen, but with the stark, black and white interface of TCIS. It had somehow migrated, or perhaps it was always there, dormant. On the phone's small screen, the objective pulsed. Objective, solve the Kevin Smith disappearance. Beneath it, a new entry in the log. Subject attempted physical destruction of primary interface node, partially successful. Surveillance rerouted to secondary device. Subject's emotional state, escalating panic, aggression. Asterisk. It was everywhere. Inescapable. I was trapped inside its investigation. My own investigation. A soft scraping sound came from the front door. My head snapped up. I strained my ears, holding my breath. Silence. Had I imagined it? Paranoia? Then, distinctly, click. The sound of a locked tumbler turning. From the outside, my blood ran colder than seemed possible. I backed away from the door, deeper into the apartment, clutching the heavy textbook like a weapon. My eyes darted towards the window leading to the fire escape. Could I make it? The doorknob began to turn. I didn't wait to see who, or what, was coming through. I spun and sprinted towards the window, fumbling with the latch. It stuck. Panic clawed at my throat. Behind me, I heard the creak of the apartment door opening. The window latch finally gave. I shoved the window open, the cold night air hitting my face. Scrambling out onto the narrow metal platform of the fire escape, I didn't look back. I just started climbing down, hands slipping on the cold, damp rungs, the darkness of the alleyway below promising uncertain refuge. I risked a glance upwards as I descended. My apartment window was dark now, but on the screen of the phone, still clutched tightly in my hand, the TCIS interface glowed. A final update appeared in the log just before I lost sight of it in the gloom. Subject has exited the primary residence via non-standard egress, fire escape. Current location designated, external alleyway. Tracking active. Status, evading. Asterisk. Then, the objective screen refreshed one last time. Objective, solve the Kevin Smith disappearance. Status, in progress. Epilogue, system log entry, TCIS Central Archive. File ID, DLC_KS_inquiry subject, Kevin Michael Smith case status, active - cold, time elapsed, 72 hours post-evasion event, last known coordinates, coordinates corresponding to the alley behind Kevin Smith's apartment building, communication device signal, terminated, Timestamp, +0:05 hours post-evasion, surveillance assets, no current contact. Disposition, subject disappearance confirmed. Case file remains open pending further data or subject rediscovery. Investigation yielded no conclusive solution regarding terminal event sequence. Objective remains unresolved. Archive note, add case to unsolved disappearances database. Monitor relevant network chatter for subject identifiers. Close active tracking protocols.